Sweet Vice, Dark Mafia Romance. Sugar and Vice Series, Volume 1. Anya, Sugar. Published by Anya Sugar, 2026.
Sweet Vice. GINEVRA. I was sent to kill a monster. Instead, I landed in his cage. I was supposed to kill him. Clean entry. Clean exit. Instead, Lorenzo Marchetti looked at me once and decided I wasn't leaving. He took my weapons, my room, my freedom. Then he started taking stranger things. My routines, my silence. The ugly parts of me, I kept hidden because they were useful there and dangerous anywhere else. He doesn't touch me much. That's the problem. He sits too close. Looks too long. Talks like he already knows what I'll do before I do it. Like my anger entertains him. Like my refusal is part of the experience. I still want to kill him. I just don't know anymore if I want him dead. Or if I want him looking at me exactly like this forever.
Lorenzo. People think captivity begins with locked doors. Amateurs. Locked doors create panic. Routine creates attachment. I feed her. I irritate her. I leave enough space for her to remember she can walk away. Then I watch her stay. GINEVRA thinks she's resisting me because she still argues. Cute. I don't want obedience. I want the moment she realizes nobody has ever looked at her and seen anything except utility. Until me. Then she'll hate me properly. Because she'll know exactly what I did. I don't want obedience. I want obsession. This is the first book in the Sugar and Vice series. Reading order: Sweet Vice, Savage Vice, Deadly Vice.
Chapter 1. GINEVRA POV. The explosive charge blew the skylight inward with a suppressed, muffled thud that barely registered over the hum of the city outside. I didn't wait for gravity to do the work. I kicked off the edge, dropping through a rain of jagged glass shards that caught the moonlight like a shower of cheap diamonds. The descent was fast, controlled, exactly the way I'd practiced it 1,000 times in the pits. I adjusted my grip on the rappelling rope, my gloved fingers burning slightly from the friction, the synthetic material digging into my palms as I braked my fall right above the Persian rug. Target in sight. Initiating descent. Except my HUD should have been clear, and the room below me was way too dead. There was no rhythmic breathing of a sleeping Mark, no shifting of sheets from the master bedroom. Just a massive, sprawling penthouse living room that smelled like expensive scotch and old books, the temperature dropping sharply the second the cold night air rushed through the shattered ceiling. Too quiet. Something's wrong. My boots hit the soft pile of the rug in a silent, practiced roll. I stayed low, using the heavy shadows of a large mahogany desk for cover, my hands already pulling the garrote wire taut between them. The wire sliced the air with a barely audible zip. I licked a small cut on my lower lip where a stray shard of glass had clipped me on the way down, tasting the sharp copper of my own blood. "Where are you, Marchetti?" I stayed crouched, my thighs burning from the tension, mapping the layout of the room through the dark. Don't breathe. Just die. That was the mantra. I was counting my heartbeats, forcing them to slow down, demanding my body match the absolute vacuum of the space around me. My instincts were screaming at me. Every single survival trigger I had honed since I was a nameless kid in a concrete box was deadass telling me I'd walked into a trap. A single floor lamp clicked on. I didn't flinch, but my grip tightened on the wire handles until my knuckles went completely white under my gloves. Lorenzo Marchetti wasn't asleep in his king-sized bed. He was sitting in a high-backed leather chair, right in the middle of the room, looking like he was waiting for a board meeting to start. He was wearing a dark, tailored suit that probably cost more than my entire life, swirling the amber liquid in his glass while the ice cubes clinked with a casualness that was actually unhinged. The other hand was resting on the armrest, holding a Glock 17, pointed directly at the center of my chest. "You're late, little ghost," he said. His voice was gravel and dry amusement, scratching against the quiet of the room. The surprise was absolute. The intel was a total setup. I had been sold out by the silent hand, fed straight into the jaws of a guy who didn't even have the decency to look surprised that someone just blew a hole in his ceiling. He wasn't the prey. He was hunting the hunter. The power dynamic shifted so fast it gave me whiplash, but my pride refused to let me back down. I analyzed the grip he had on the gun. Relaxed but ready. His finger was indexed along the slide, his shoulders loose. He was a professional, which meant he could put a hollow point through my lung before I crossed half the distance between us. The silent hand is getting sloppy, he mused, taking a slow sip of his drink without ever lowering the weapon. Drop the wire, or I'll see how much of that rug your brains can cover. I remained frozen in my crouch behind the edge of the desk. The audacity of this motherfucker to sit there drinking his little beverage while holding me at gunpoint made my blood boil. I was weighing the distance. The Glock was a death sentence, yeah, but I'd rather choke on my own teeth than just roll over and surrender. You're smaller than I imagined, he added, his dark eyes moving methodically over my tactical gear, stopping for a fraction of a second on my face before returning to the center of my mass. Is this what they send to kill a Marchetti these days? Look at me when I speak to you, putana. I didn't answer. I just lunged. I threw myself forward with the fluid, desperate speed of a cornered cat, banking everything on the fact that action beats reaction. I vaulted the corner of the desk, the garrote wire aimed straight for his exposed throat, the thin line of death catching the flare of the floor lamp as it zinged through the air. Rot in hell. I snarled, my boots digging into the expensive rug as I closed the gap. Die, you bastard. He didn't fire. He didn't even blink. Lorenzo stood up and pivoted with a predatory grace that a man his size had no business possessing. Before the wire even grazed his collar, his hand shot out like a steel trap and clamped down around my lead wrist. He used my own momentum against me, sidestepping and spinning me directly into his personal space. The sheer mass of the guy was like slamming into a brick wall. His thumb dug viciously into the pressure point on the inside of my wrist, sending a shockwave of electric agony up my forearm that forced my fingers to spasm open. Too slow, he murmured, his breath fanning over my ear. The smell of leather and tobacco from his suit completely engulfed me, mixing with the heat radiating off his broad chest. I heard his scotch glass hit the floor behind him. It didn't break, just rolled away with a dull thud. You should have stayed in the shadows. Let's see what's under all this Kevlar. With a brutal surgical twist, Lorenzo wrenched my arm up and back. The sickening pop of my shoulder dislocating echoed through the silent penthouse like a gunshot. The garrote wire fell from my numb fingers, hitting the rug with a pathetic little wet thud. White-hot pain ripped through my joint, instantly threatening to black me out. My primary weapon was offline. My body was failing me. My knees buckled under the shock of the dislocation, but he refused to let me fall, holding me upright purely by the leverage on my broken arm. Ah! I bit back a scream, the taste of bile rushing up the back of my throat. That's one wing clipped, he said calmly, the grinding of the bone in my socket sending fresh waves of nausea through me as he adjusted his grip. You're going to be much more cooperative now, aren't you? Fuck him. Focus. Breathe through the pain. I am a wolf in a trap, and I'm ready to chew off my own goddamn leg to get a piece of him. Fueled by pure blinding spite, I lashed out with a vicious high kick, aiming my heavy tactical heel straight for his temple. My pants stretched taut with the force of the movement. If I could just daze him for 3 seconds, I could pull my backup knife with my left hand and gut him. Fuck you. I hissed through gritted teeth, my vision swimming. I'll kill you with my bare teeth. Lorenzo didn't even step back. He caught my calf midair with his free hand. He didn't just block it, he absorbed the impact completely, his fingers sinking painfully into the meat of my thigh, bruising the skin straight through my thick gear. Then he shoved forward, sweeping my center of gravity and slamming me backward into a cold marble pillar. The impact rattled my teeth and my skull, and knocked every ounce of oxygen out of my lungs. The room spun wildly. I couldn't catch my breath. He pinned me to the marble, his massive hand wrapping securely around my throat. He didn't squeeze to crush my windpipe, he just held me there, lifting me up until my toes were barely scraping the floor. "Is that the best you can do?" he mocked, his thumb resting casually against the frantic pulse jumping in my neck. "You're a feral little thing. Quiet now." The physical dominance was absolute and humiliating. I was dangling against a pillar, my right arm hanging uselessly, gasping for air while he treated me like a stray dog that had snapped at him. But the worst part was the sudden, terrifying biological heat radiating off him. Amidst the terror and the blinding pain in my shoulder, my body was reacting to his overwhelming physical proximity. My hands instinctively clawed at his thick forearm, my nails scratching uselessly against the expensive fabric of his suit jacket. His palm was rough against the sensitive skin of my throat, and I could smell his breath, clean, sharp, masculine. Why is my heart racing like this? It's not just the lack of air. It's him. It's the sheer gravity of this man smothering me. "Look at me," he commanded softly. "I own the air in your lungs right now. Say my name, assassin." I just glared at him, my vision tunneling as I refused to speak. Lorenzo's other hand slid methodically down to my waist, patting me down for more weapons, while his dead black eyes remained locked onto mine. He leaned in until our noses were almost touching, letting me see the absolute void of mercy in his stare. "Ti spazero come un ramiscello," he whispered, the gravelly vibration of the Italian threat traveling straight from his chest into mine. "I will break you like a twig. You wanted a Marchetti? You found one. Now you belong to the house you tried to burn." Then he dropped me. I hit the floor in a heap, gasping greedily for air, coughing as my bruised throat expanded. Before I could even orient myself, Lorenzo produced a heavy-duty industrial zip tie from his jacket. He grabbed my wrists, roughly pulling my arms behind my back. The movement violently wrenched my dislocated shoulder, and this time I couldn't stop the sharp cry that tore out of my mouth as he cinched the plastic tie until it bit deeply into my skin. The sharp zip of the plastic was the sound of my agency being erased. I was captive. A drop of blood fell from my bitten tongue, splashing onto the pristine white marble beneath my face. "Cazzo," he swore under his breath, adjusting his grip on me. "Keep your mouth shut or I'll gag you with your own hair. Don't fight it. You'll only lose more skin. I will kill him. I will find a way. I will kill him." He didn't wait for me to find my footing. Lorenzo grabbed a handful of my short hair at the back of my scalp and hauled me up, dragging me toward the hallway. He moved with a brisk, uncaring pace, forcing me to stumble and trip over my own feet. The humiliation burned hotter than the physical pain. I was being dragged like a garbage bag through a literal palace. My boots scuffed the polished marble, leaving faint black streaks as my knees rhythmically thumped against the floor every time I lost my balance. "Stronzo. Let me go." I spat, trying to twist out of his grip, which only made him pull harder on my hair. "Save your energy, ghost. You're going to need it," he replied without looking back. "Walk or I'll drag you by your scalp the whole way." I tried to roll with the dragging, fighting the dizziness. My eyes darted to every doorway, every security camera mounted on the high ceilings. I memorized the number of steps between the elevators and the first security junction. My training was screaming at me to map the estate, even as my body was breaking. But the realization hit me hard. This wasn't just a house, it was a fortress. The walls were covered in art that cost more than my entire existence, and at the end of the bright, harshly lit hallway stood 2 armed guards in suits. They didn't even blink as their boss dragged a bleeding, zip-tied woman right past them. "You can't keep me here," I ground out, my voice raspy. "Who hired you?" Lorenzo demanded calmly. "Tell me, and maybe I'll kill you quickly." Silent hand. "You bastards. You sent me into a meat grinder." I kept my mouth shut. Lorenzo stopped abruptly at a section of wood-paneled wall that looked exactly like the rest of the hallway. He tapped a hidden sensor, and a portion of the wall smoothly retracted with the hiss of hydraulics, revealing a high-tech keypad and a biometric scanner. The air pouring out of the secret passage was instantly colder, smelling of ozone and metal. It was a cage within a cage. The realization of what was happening made my heart hammer violently against my ribs. "What is this place?" I demanded. Lorenzo leaned forward, his eyes flashing green as the retinal scanner passed over them. "Your new home. Don't worry, no one can hear you scream down here." The heavy steel door slid open with a deep, mechanical groan. Inside was a concrete box, maybe 10 by 10 feet. It was completely empty, except for a rusted drain in the center of the floor and a single heavy metal chair bolted to the concrete. The claustrophobia hit me like a physical punch. My breathing immediately shallowed, my pupils constricting at the sight of the dark cell. This wasn't a holding room. This was a place designed to break people into tiny little pieces. "Please?" The word slipped out before I could stop it, my panic overriding my stubbornness for a fraction of a second. Not the pits again. Anything but the dark. "I didn't think ghosts were afraid of the dark," Lorenzo mocked. "In you go." He shoved me hard. I stumbled over the threshold and fell heavily onto my side. My bound hands couldn't do anything to break the impact. The concrete slammed into my dislocated shoulder, making my vision instantly white out with a sickening flare of agony. I curled into a ball, trying to protect the joint, my forehead coming to rest against the freezing, gritty concrete floor. "Motherfucker!" I gasped, the taste of dust coating my tongue. "Language ghost," Lorenzo said, the heavy thud of his boots echoing loudly as he stepped into the room behind me. "We're just getting started." He crouched beside me. He didn't touch me gently. He rolled me flat onto my back with one massive hand, pinning me to the floor, while his other hand began a systematic, wildly invasive pat-down of my tactical vest and cargo pants. The search was an absolute violation. His hands were everywhere, efficient, rough, and uncaring. I felt the weight of his large body hovering over mine, his calloused fingers pressing firmly through the thin fabric of my undershirt. His knuckles brushed against my ribs as he checked for hidden pockets, his breathing steady while I lay there hyperventilating. "Don't touch me," I thrashed, trying to kick out at him again. "I'm looking for toys, not pleasure," he deadpanned, easily blocking my knee with his own. "Hold still or I'll use the zip ties on your ankles too." He was finding everything. He found the ceramic blades slipped inside my combat boots. He found the garrote backup hidden in my belt. And finally, he reached for the back of my head. He untwisted the small, tight braid at the nape of my neck, pulling out the thin silver lockpick set I had concealed there. He tossed the picks out into the hallway, the metal clattering uselessly against the wood floor. He was stripping me bare, taking away every single layer of my identity, until there was nothing left but a helpless woman on the floor. "Clever girl," he said, holding up the last blade before tossing it out too. "Did you think I'd miss the braid? Is there anything else I should know about, or do I have to strip you naked to be sure?" I stared up at him, vibrating with pure, unadulterated hatred. I worked my jaw, gathering the blood pooling in my mouth from my bitten lip, and spat a thick glob of bloody saliva directly onto his polished, expensive leather shoes. "Kill me," I challenged, my chest heaving. "Just do it." Lorenzo didn't even flinch. He slowly stood back up to his full, towering height, looking down at his shoe and then back at me. A cold, dark smirk touched the corner of his mouth. "And miss out on all the fun? You're far too interesting to kill just yet, putana." He took a moment to adjust the cuffs of his suit jacket, completely unfazed by the assassination attempt, the blood on his floor, or the fact that I was writhing in pain at his feet. He looked like a bored collector, evaluating a new piece of property he'd just acquired. He kicked a stray shard of glass out of the doorway, before stepping back into the hall. "Tomorrow we talk," Lorenzo said, his voice dropping to a terrifying register of absolute coldness. "Tonight you think about your choices. Don't bother trying the zip ties. They're steel core." Steel core. The motherfucker really was ready for me. He paused with his hand on the metal door frame, his massive silhouette blocking the light from the hallway, casting a long dark shadow over my body on the floor. He gave me one final, lingering look. Sleep well, ghost. See you in the morning. No. Wait. I yelled, scrambling awkwardly toward the doorway like an idiot, my legs kicking uselessly as my injured shoulder screamed in protest. Don't close it. The heavy steel door began to slide shut, the low hum of the motor drowning out my voice. The sliver of light from the hallway narrowed rapidly, the smell of grease and metal filling the small space. I dragged myself forward, my heart hammering a frantic rhythm against my ribs, but I was way too slow. The door closed with a deafening boom. A series of heavy mechanical thuds immediately followed as the locking bolts slammed into place, sealing the room tight. The finality of the clunk echoed in the absolute pitch black. The silence that followed was suffocating, heavy, and complete. It pressed against my eardrums, leaving only the sound of my own blood rushing in my head. I pressed my forehead against the freezing metal of the door, my breathing coming in short, ragged gasps. Help? I whispered to the void. Someone? God, please. Nothing. Just the cold floor and the dark. I pushed myself backward, awkwardly dragging my body until I hit the corner of the room. I huddled there, my bound hands tucked tightly against my lower back, shivering uncontrollably in the absolute darkness. My shoulder throbbed in time with my pulse. I squeezed my eyes shut, but every time I did, I just felt the phantom weight of Lorenzo's hand wrapping around my throat. I told myself I was going to kill him. I had to kill him. But right now I was just a rat trapped in a concrete box, waiting for the snake to come back inside. Chapter 2. GINEVRA POV. The dark in this room isn't just an absence of light. It's a physical weight sitting on my chest, trying to crush my lungs into powder. I sit wedged into the corner of the soundproof chamber, mapping the geography of my own pain, because it's the only thing that proves I still exist in a physical body. My ribs throb with a dull, rhythmic ache from where Marchetti slammed me onto the floor, and my wrists feel completely raw, under the heavy plastic biting into the skin. I inhale through my nose. 4 seconds in. Hold for 4. Exhale for 4. It's the basic box breathing technique they beat into us back in the training pits, designed to keep your heart rate from spiking into a full-blown panic attack. This motherfucker really thinks a dark room is going to break me. I was raised in a literal black hole, so the audacity of Lorenzo Marchetti putting me in time out like a feral toddler is almost funny. Almost. The sensory deprivation is an old-school interrogation tactic designed to trigger the buried parts of a captive psyche, forcing the brain to hallucinate until you're practically begging to spill your secrets just to hear a human voice. I press my forehead against the cold, seamless steel wall of the panic room, trying to find a single vibration, a hum, a tremor from the world outside to ground me. Nothing. Absolutely fucking nothing. The silence is so absolute I can hear the blood rushing through the veins in my own ears, a wet, rushing sound that makes me want to rip my own skin off. I remind myself that I am a weapon, not a girl. Weapons don't get scared. Weapons don't have existential crises in the dark. They just wait for the trigger to get pulled. I shift my weight and drop my bound hands toward the floor, dragging the heavy-duty zip ties against the base of the wall. I'm looking for a seam, a jagged edge, a flaw in the construction. I find a microscopic ridge where the floor molding meets the steel, and start a slow, methodical sawing motion. I don't jerk my hands. Jerking just tightens the locking mechanism. I drag the plastic back and forth, putting my entire core into the repetitive, agonizing friction. The plastic bites deeper into my skin, tearing through the top layer of epidermis, until I feel the warm, sticky, copper-scented slickness of my own blood coating my palms. Whoever manufactured these ties is deadass going to get a visit from me if I make it out of here. I picture tracking down the supplier, walking into their corporate office, and strangling them slowly with their own competent product just on principle. The more I struggle, the tighter the zip ties seem to constrict, suffocating the blood flow to my fingers. The failure starts to piss me off, eroding my professional detachment and bringing up a frantic, unhinged urge to just snap my own thumbs to slip the cuffs. I stop sawing. I bring my bound wrists up to my face in the pitch black, and drag my tongue across the side of my hand. I lick a drop of blood from my own wrist, using the sharp metallic tang as an anchor to keep my brain from floating off into the void. I drop to my knees and start to crawl, sweeping my bloody hands across the smooth floor to measure my cage. It's roughly 8 by 8. No exposed bolts. No ventilation grates within reach. Nothing but flat, unyielding metal. It's a tomb designed specifically for a ghost. The realization that Marchetti didn't just throw me in a basement, but actually owns a purpose-built, inescapable psychological grinder, strips away the delusional hope that I can find a fluke in the architecture. I crawl until my head bumps hard against the smooth, heavy steel of the door. I lean my forehead against it and stay there, barely breathing, straining to hear the vibration of a footstep, a voice, anything. Just the deafening sound of my own heartbeat. Marchetti is unhinged. He's not just a mob boss operating out of Milan. He's a sick fuck who treats human beings like test subjects. He likes to watch things wither before he kills them. The suffocating void suddenly triggers a violent, jagged memory that I normally keep locked behind 50 mental steel doors. The smell of bleach and wet concrete floods my nose. I can feel the phantom sensation of ice-cold water rising up the back of my neck, the claustrophobic terror of the crate they used to lock us in at the compound. I shut my eyes tight, which makes zero difference in a pitch-black room, and dig my fingernails savagely into the meat of my palms. I welcome the sharp, stinging pain because it cuts through the hallucination of the rising water. Don't let the ghost out. If the ghost comes out, I'm already dead. I force my brain to recite tactical data to shut down the PTSD spiral. Glock 19 9mm 15-round magazine, effective range 50 meters. I repeat it until the smell of bleach fades, and I'm back in the dry, stale air of Marchetti's panic room. A low-frequency hum vibrates through the floorboards. The ventilation system kicking into a higher gear. I tilt my head toward the ceiling, trying to run a diagnostic on my internal biological clock. My stomach is hollow, my muscles are stiff. I estimate I've been locked in here for 4 hours. Or maybe 40. The sheer lack of external stimuli is fucking with my perception, making me doubt my own sanity. Am I hallucinating the hum? I part my lips and hum a low, dissonant note from the back of my throat. A weird, feral vibration just to test the acoustics. The sound is instantly swallowed by the heavy padding behind the steel. It doesn't bounce. It just dies. This guy is literally trying to rot my brain from the inside out until I'm soft and pliable. A heavy mechanical clunk echoes through the steel beneath my knees. The locking mechanism. The door swings open, and a blade of blinding clinical white light slices straight into the room. I flinch violently, throwing myself back against the far wall. My pupils, dilated from hours of absolute darkness, shrink so fast it feels like someone shoved needles directly into my optic nerves. The physical ache behind my eyes is blinding. I'm totally exposed, completely helpless, rendered temporarily blind by the exact thing I've been craving for hours. My tactical training is screaming at me to move, to strike, to attack the open threshold, but my body is completely paralyzed by the sensory overload. I raise my bound, bloody hands to shield my eyes, squinting through my fingers. My shadow stretches long and totally distorted against the back wall. Look at me, ghost. The voice is dry, hard-boiled, and thick with an arrogant authority that makes my teeth grind. My vision slowly clears, the blinding white settling into the shape of a massive man blocking the doorway. Lorenzo Marchetti steps over the threshold. He's wearing a tailored dark suit, the collar of his crisp white shirt open at the throat, looking like he just walked out of a multi-million-dollar board meeting instead of a torture chamber. He holds a crystal glass in one hand and a bottle of water in the other. He doesn't rush me. He doesn't pull a gun. He just stops and looms in the doorway, letting the stark light highlight the brutal, heavy lines of his jaw and the jagged scars layered over his knuckles from years of bare-knuckle fighting. The silence in here is expensive. Did you enjoy it? Lorenzo asks, his tone entirely conversational. I keep my hands raised defensively, my muscles coiled tight as a spring. I don't say a fucking word. You haven't moved. Smart girl, he murmurs, his dark eyes scanning the room, taking in my defensive posture and the blood smeared on my wrists. He lifts his free hand and adjusts his expensive cufflink with a slow, deliberate motion that deliberately showcases the sheer, terrifying size of his hands. He's putting on a show. His calm is worse than if he had come in screaming and throwing punches. An angry man makes mistakes. An observant, arrogant predator just waits for you to bleed out. He's looking at me like I'm a math problem he solved 20 minutes ago. Lorenzo takes 2 slow steps forward and crouches down in front of me, his knees popping softly in the quiet room. He's so close now that the smell of him practically invades my space. A heavy hit of expensive tobacco, dark scotch, and a woodsy cologne that smells like money and violence. He pours the water from the plastic bottle into the crystal glass. The sound of the liquid splashing against the crystal is deafening after hours of absolute silence. He holds the glass out. Not to my lips, but just an inch out of my reach. Drink? I don't want you passing out before we've started, he says, his dark eyes locking onto mine. My throat is like sandpaper. Every cell in my body is screaming for the water, but I'd rather choke to death than take a fucking handout from this man. I stare blankly at the condensation forming on the outside of the glass. My heart is hammering a frantic, violent rhythm against my ribs, but I refuse to let the desperation show on my face. I swallow hard, and my dry throat makes a pathetic, audible clicking sound. I instantly hate myself for it. Lorenzo watches my throat work. No. Such a waste. Before I can blink, he tips the glass and dumps the ice-cold water directly over the top of my head. The freezing shock of it makes me gasp, a sharp, involuntary intake of air. The water soaks instantly through my thin tactical gear, plastering the fabric to my collarbones and dripping down my nose and eyelashes. I force my spine rigid, fighting the violent shiver trying to rip through my muscles. It's pure, calculated degradation. He's stripping away my status as a lethal operative and treating me like a disobedient dog he's trying to train. There. Now you're awake, Lorenzo says, tossing the empty glass onto the floor where it rolls harmlessly away. Still silent? Kazo, you're a stubborn bitch. He reaches for me. My reflexes kick in, and I jerk my head to the side to avoid his grip, but he is impossibly fast for a man his size. His massive hand clamps around the lower half of my face. His fingers are like fucking iron vices, squeezing my jaw until the roots of my teeth ache. He slams his weight forward, pinning my shoulder against the steel wall with his broad chest. He tilts my head back brutally, exposing my throat to the harsh light. His other hand tangles in the wet hair at the nape of my neck, pulling it back tightly to inspect the skin behind my ears for a communication transmitter or a hidden blade. Who sent the ghost? He demands, his face inches from mine. You look like a Conti, but you fight like a mercenary. I thrash my shoulders, trying to buck him off, but he doesn't even budge. The physical proximity is suffocating. I can feel the heat radiating off his suit, the solid, immovable wall of his chest trapping me. His rough, callous thumb drags harshly over my cheekbone, pressing deep enough to leave a red welt behind. Looking for a way out? He mutters, his eyes dropping to my mouth. He forces his thumb past my lips, prying my jaw open with sheer brute force. I try to bite down, to take the tip of his thumb clean off, but he angles his grip, pressing down hard on my tongue and dragging his rough skin against the backs of my teeth. He's checking my mouth for a cyanide capsule, but the gesture feels entirely different. It's an extreme, proprietary violation. He's inspecting me like livestock he just purchased. The sick intimacy of his thumb deep inside my mouth sends a flash of heat straight to my core. It's a biological betrayal, my own fucked up nervous system reacting to the absolute dominance of his heavy hands, and I absolutely hate it. I try to gag to choke him out of my mouth, but he holds my jaw so tight, I can only let out a pathetic muffled sound against his skin. The taste of salt, scotch, and his natural musk coats my tongue. Clean, Lorenzo murmurs, his dark dilated pupils tracking every micro-expression on my face. Nothing but spit and spite. He begins to withdraw his hand. I don't hesitate. I bite down hard on the inside of my own cheek, grinding my teeth until the skin breaks and the hot metallic flood of my own blood fills my mouth. The second his thumb clears my lips, I hawk back and spit a thick mixture of saliva and bright red blood straight into his face. It hits him dead on the cheekbone, a wet red splatter that spots the corner of his eye and dots his immaculately shaved jaw. "Rotten hell, Stronzo," I snarl, my chin dripping with my own blood. My chest is heaving. I stare him down, waiting for the backhand. I want him to hit me. I want him to break my nose, to give me a reason to funnel all this suffocating energy into pure violence. I am literally daring him to kill me. Lorenzo doesn't flinch. He doesn't pull his gun. He doesn't even blink. He stays perfectly, terrifyingly still. The drop of my blood slides slowly down his tan cheek. He raises the back of his massive hand and calmly wipes the blood away. He lowers his hand, looking at the smear of bright red on his knuckles, then rubs his thumb and forefinger together, actually feeling the texture of it. A slow, cruel smile spreads across his face, lighting up his eyes with a dark, predatory gleam that makes my stomach drop. "You have fire," Lorenzo says softly, his voice dropping an octave. "I like fire. It makes the breaking more satisfying." He leans in closer, the side of his face grazing mine. I can feel the heat of his breath against the shell of my ear. "Ti spazzerò fino all'osso, GINEVRA," he whispers, the gravelly Italian sliding over my skin like a threat and a promise. "I will break you to the bone." He pulls back, stands up in one smooth, powerful motion, and turns his back on me. He doesn't even bother checking to see if I'm going to lunge at his legs. He walks out the door, pauses at the heavy metal frame, and hits the switch. "Sleep well, Ghost. You're going to need the rest." The lights cut out instantly. The heavy steel door swings shut, and the deadbolt slides home with a massive vibrating thud that locks me back inside the void. I sit there in the pitch black, listening to the absolute silence rushing back in to suffocate me. My ribs ache, my wrists are bleeding, and the temperature is already dropping from my wet clothes. But that isn't even the worst part. The worst part is that my tongue is still heavy in my mouth, and I can still taste his fucking skin on my teeth.
Chapter 3. Lorenzo POV. I stood before the heavy obsidian-framed mirror in my private study, holding a damp silk handkerchief. I wiped the drying spray of Ginevra's blood and saliva off my cheek. Any normal man would be disgusted. A sane boss would have already ordered a cleaner to bag her body. But as I stared at my own reflection, the only thing I felt was a sick, unhinged fascination. I ran my fingers over the phantom heat of her defiance, still burning on my skin. I examined a small, angry scratch on my neck where her nail had caught me during the struggle. It stung sharply. A brand. A ghost that bites. Interesting. The logical part of my brain was screaming at me. A defiant captive is a massive fucking liability. But the biological response flooding my veins was pure, territorial adrenaline. Her hatred was doing more for me than any putana's submission ever could. I folded the blood-stained handkerchief with surgical precision, tucking the silk square into my suit pocket instead of tossing it in the trash. I kept thinking about my brother. About the basement. They beat empathy out of me down there. Taught me that feelings were for weak men who end up in the trunks of cars. They made me torture my own blood. But obsession? Obsession is a fucking tool. A weapon. I just didn't know. I'd finally found a blade sharp enough to cut me. She has the eyes of someone who's already been through hell and found it wanting, I muttered to the empty room. That sting, it's the only thing I've felt in weeks. I walked over and activated the wall-mounted monitor. The screen flickered to life with a quiet hum, throwing a high-contrast infrared feed of the panic room across my desk. Ginevra was a bright silhouette of heat against a dead-cold floor. I watched the rhythmic, measured rise and fall of her chest. Even locked in a cage, her body was coiled like a spring, ready to snap. The heavy, possessive tightening in my groin hit me so fast and hard, I didn't even bother trying to suppress it. I was already treating her like my fucking property, turning a lethal threat into a private spectacle before I'd even officially put my mark on her. I leaned forward, pressing my forehead against the cool glass of the monitor, staring directly into the glowing heat signature of her eyes. "Look at you. Trying to find the weak point in the dark," I whispered. "There are no exits, little ghost. Only me." I mapped the way her muscles bunched under her skin. She wasn't just an assassin. She was an athlete of death. And I wanted to see what those muscles did when they weren't fighting to kill. The heavy oak doors to my study swung open without a fucking knock. Silvio marched in, his face a sweating flushed mask of rage. Two other capos lingered in the doorway behind him, their hands twitching near their holsters like nervous rookies. The air in the room instantly thickened, suffocated by the stench of cheap tobacco and unvented panic. I didn't turn around. I kept my eyes locked on the monitor, forcing Silvio to speak to my back. It was a calculated insult. In this family, keeping an assassin alive was a fast track to a mutiny. This was a direct test of my authority, and I was going to crush it before it breathed. "I didn't hear a knock, Silvio," I said, my voice dead flat. "Has my house become a tavern?" He huffed, stepping closer. "You look like you're about to have a stroke. Sit down before you ruin the rug," I added, the heavy thud of his boots stopping dead on the Persian carpet behind me. I could smell the gunpowder and sweat rolling off him and his boys. It was cloying. Pathetic. I thought about how easy it would be to just put a bullet in his head right now. Fear smelled like garbage compared to the sharp, electric scent of GINEVRA's rage. Silvio slammed his palms onto the mahogany desk, rattling the crystal decanter. "Boss, the men are talking. You brought a viper into the nursery. She's silent hand, they don't miss twice. Kill her now, or I'll do it myself." I slowly turned my leather chair around. I picked up a silver letter opener off the desk, turning it over in my hands, letting the edge catch the light. "The men are talking. Since when do I care about the opinions of sheep?" I leveled a look at him that had sent better men running. "If you touch her without my word, Silvio, I will make what she planned for me look like a mercy. She is a viper, and I am the one who owns the cage." The heavy silence of the capos out in the hall answered me. I knew they were right. That was what made refusing them so fucking delicious. I was choosing her over them. I stood up. At 6'4", I towered over Silvio's stocky frame. I walked around the desk with slow, predatory intent, invading his personal space until he had to physically crane his neck to look at me. I reached out and calmly adjusted his crooked tie. My thumb brushed his Adam's apple, lingering there just long enough to feel the frantic, rabbit-like jumping of his pulse beneath the skin. "You're sweating, Silvio. It's untidy." Heat radiated off his face. I heard the rustle of my own expensive suit jacket as I shifted my weight, waiting for him to swallow hard. And he did. Do I look like a man who has lost his mind? Or do I look like a man who has found a new way to win? She isn't a problem. She's a resource. One you aren't smart enough to understand. Disgust flared in my chest. My men were so predictable. So boring. GINEVRA was the only thing in this entire compound that wasn't scripted. I turned my back on him and poured a finger of scotch, the ice clinking against the crystal. I dismissed them with a lazy flick of my wrist. Double the perimeter. If so much as a pigeon lands on my roof without a clearance code, I want it shot. As for the girl, she is my burden, not yours. Go. I threw the scotch back in one go. The peaty smoky burn mirrored the heat twisting in my gut as I looked back at the screen. Get out before I decide I need a new enforcer. And tell the cook I want a tray sent to the panic room. Water. No bread. Let her get hungry. Silvio backed up, practically tripping over his own feet. The next time you enter this room without knocking, make sure your will is signed. The heavy click of the oak doors shutting brought back the blissful silence. I was gambling my entire fucking empire for a woman who wanted to slit my throat. I'd never felt more alive. I moved out into the estate hallways, my pace brisk and authoritative. The cold touch of the marble walls grounded me. The smell of floor wax and ozone mixed with the distant steady hum of the estate's generator. I stopped at a security station, grabbing a tablet to check the sensor readouts. A guard was slouched against the console, posture sagging. "Eyes on the monitors, not your phone," I barked, my voice cracking like a whip off the vaulted ceilings. He scrambled to sit up straight, nearly dropping his device. "If she breathes too loud, I want to know about it. Check the thermal sensors in the ventilation. She's small enough to crawl through the ducting." I was locking down my cage. Every perimeter check, every rotation, it was all about ensuring the rest of the world stayed the fuck out, and Ginevra stayed exactly where I put her. The silent hand would come for their lost ghost eventually. My fortress needed to be perfect before they did. I walked past a painting of a violent sea storm. It was slightly crooked. I stopped, my knuckles grazing the canvas as I adjusted it back to perfect symmetry. Then I kept moving. I punched in the code and entered the security hub. The sanctum of the estate. The room was bathed in blue light, servers humming loudly in the heavily air-conditioned chill. 2 technicians jumped to their feet instantly. I didn't say a single word to them. I just pointed to the door. They scrambled to grab their shit and leave, smart enough not to ask why the Don wanted the hub completely empty. I waited until they were clear, then I locked the door manually from the inside. The heavy bolt slid home with a definitive clack. "Leave. Now," I muttered to the empty air. "Logs will be wiped after I'm done. Don't let me find a backup." The sudden drop in temperature felt good, against the heat rising under my skin. I sat down in the central leather chair, surrounded by screens like a digital crown. I keyed in my private override code. The monitors shifted seamlessly, giving me a 360-degree, high-definition view of the panic room. Infrared. Heart rate monitoring. Ultra-sensitive audio. The works. Ginevra's heat signature burned like a bright orange flame in the cold blue void of the room. I reached up and unbuttoned the top 2 buttons of my shirt, my chest suddenly too tight to breathe properly. The contrast between this sterile, high-tech surveillance and the raw, animalistic lust clawing at my guts was jarring. I was a predator using millions of dollars of tech just to hunt a caged animal. "There you are," I said quietly. The smell of heated plastic and ozone filled the space. The pulsing rhythm of her heart rate monitor blinked steadily. I could sit here and watch her for hours. "Show me what you're made of, Ginevra." She was the most beautiful thing I'd ever seen, entirely because she was lethal. On the main monitor, she started moving. She wasn't panicking. She was testing her environment like a pro. I watched her strain against the thick industrial zip ties binding her wrists. Her back arched, pulling her shoulder blades tight together so they moved like clipped wings under her skin. I zoomed the camera in. The high-definition feed perfectly captured the way the hard plastic cut mercilessly into her pale wrists, drawing a thin, dark line of blood. Her struggle wasn't victimhood. It was pure, lethal intent. She was fighting a battle she couldn't win, and she fucking knew it, but she fought anyway. That was what hooked me. I gripped the armrests of my chair so hard, the thick leather groaned loudly under my hands. "Pull harder. Let's see if you break before they do," I murmured to the screen. The high-gain speakers picked up her heavy, rhythmic breathing. "You're wasting your breath, but God, you look beautiful doing it." I pictured what her warm skin would feel like under my bare hands, instead of that cheap plastic. She contorted her body in a fluid, athletic twist, trying to hook the zip ties on a reinforced bolt sunk into the floor. It was like watching a violent dance. I leaned in close, my eyes hungrily tracking the long line of her thighs as she used the wall for leverage. The raw survival instinct radiating off her was intoxicating. I saw myself in her. That same feral, never-die spark that kept me breathing when I was bleeding out in the fighting pits years ago. I reached out, the static electricity from the screen tingling sharply against my fingertips as I traced the elegant curve of her spine while she bent. "So much fire. I'm going to enjoy putting it out," I breathed. The rhythmic thump-thump of her heart beat steadily over the audio feed. "You're not an assassin. You're a masterpiece." I wondered if she had ever been touched by hands that weren't trying to break her or kill her. I highly fucking doubted it. I was going to be the first one to own that fire. She couldn't snap the ties. She finally gave up, slumping back against the cold metal wall, her chest heaving with exhaustion. The audio feed caught a soft, frustrated growl ripping off her lips. It was almost a sob, but way too angry to be weak. Hearing it broke whatever thin restraint I had left. My hand moved down to my own thigh. My cock was straining violently against my tailored trousers, the hardening painful and entirely insistent. My arousal was completely tied to her failure. The fact that I had found something I couldn't immediately break, but that I currently held total control over, drove me wild. I closed my eyes for a long second, letting the sound of her ragged breathing fill my ears like a desperate confession. That's it, give in for a moment. Just a moment. The smell of my own musk thickened the air in the small room. "I can feel your heart beating from here, GINEVRA. It's calling to me." I wanted to be in that dark box. I wanted to feel her breath tearing across my neck while I was buried deep inside her. I opened my eyes and pulled up the archive footage from an hour ago. The moment she crashed through the skylight in my penthouse. I watched her disarm me in slow motion. I watched the brutal way I grabbed her by the hair, dragging her kicking and thrashing across the rug, her heels digging in to stop me. I replayed it 3 times. My pulse hammered in my skull. It was more effective than any fucking porn I'd ever watched. I froze the frame right on her face, as I had my hands wrapped tight around her throat. I studied the absolute, unfiltered defiance burning in her eyes. "Look at that hate. It's pure. It's perfect," I said, clicking the mouse. The blue light from the monitors cast a cold, marble-like glow over my skin. "You wanted to kill me. Now you're going to live for me." I kept thinking about the wire she'd brought to take my head off. I wanted to see those capable hands doing something else to my body. Something a lot slower. I clicked back to the live feed. GINEVRA had given up fighting the plastic and shifted into a meditative pose. Her eyes were closed, her breathing leveling out into a steady, controlled rhythm. She was a weapon at rest. The sight of her composure after such a violent, chaotic struggle sent a fresh jolt of respect and raw carnal need straight to my core. I couldn't treat her like some common putana. She was an equal in the dark. Breaking her wasn't going to be a simple job. It was going to be an art form. I reached down and adjusted my gold cufflinks, the sharp click of the metal reminding me of the civilized world I was about to throw away for her. "You're centering yourself. Good. I want you at your best when I come back." The flat green line of her heart monitor tracked across the screen. "A ghost that knows how to find peace in a tomb. We're more alike than you know." I was fully decided. I wasn't going to kill her. I was going to dismantle her soul piece by piece and rebuild her in my image. A red alert flashed on one of the secondary screens. The kitchen staff was approaching the panic room corridor with the tray of water I'd ordered. I watched the split screen as the armed guard slid open the small metal slot in the heavy door. The metallic clack echoed on the audio feed. I watched GINEVRA's reaction. Nothing. She didn't move a muscle. She completely ignored the delivery. She didn't beg. She didn't look up. She only recognized me as the authority. To her, the rest of the world had completely ceased to exist. I tapped my fingers on the armrest in perfect time with the guard's footsteps as he walked away, leaving her in silence. Starving yourself? Fine. Hunger is a great teacher. She was cutting out the noise. You only want me. You just don't know it yet. I wondered how long it would take for her biology to betray her stubborn mind. Tonight, I hoped. Then the dawn inside my head started screaming. The cold, logical bastard that built this empire. Silvio was right. The Silent Hand wasn't some street gang. They were a goddamn syndicate. They would come for her with everything they had. Keeping an elite assassin as a pet was a direct invitation for a bloody war one might not survive. I looked down at my scarred knuckles, the permanent reminders of the brutal price of victory in my world. Was she really worth burning everything to the ground? I rubbed my temples, a sharp headache beginning to thump behind my eyes. The room suddenly felt suffocating. "She is a death sentence in a silk shirt," I muttered. My own heavy sigh echoed over the server hum. "Kill her, Lorenzo. End it before it ends you." My father would have shot her the second she hit the penthouse floor. He was a man of rules. But I was a man of hunger. I tried to visualize the execution, the logical play. I imagined walking down the hall, unlocking the panic room, drawing my Glock and putting a single clean 9mm round straight through her forehead. Fast. Efficient. Smart. But the second the mental bullet struck her, a hollow, sickening pang ripped through my chest. It felt like I was actively destroying the only genuinely valuable thing I had ever owned. I reached for the silver letter opener resting on the console, my hand actually trembling slightly. I was losing my grip on my own ironclad rules, and I didn't even care. "I can't." "Not yet," I rasped, staring at her heat signature. The phantom smell of cordite filled my nose just thinking about it. One bullet is too simple. She deserves more than that. I was turning into a different kind of monster. Not the cold, calculating mafia boss my family had forged, but something darker. Something that wanted to keep its prey alive, just to watch it unravel. My mind flashed back to the blood she'd spat in my face. I could still feel the phantom warmth of it drying on my cheek. I remembered the exact look in her dead eyes. She wasn't afraid. She recognized me. We were exactly the same kind of fucked up. Two predators. Two orphans forged in extreme violence. That dark kinship hit me harder and faster than any street drug. I didn't just want her body wrapped around mine. I wanted the absolute validation of her darkness. I wanted her to look at me and know I was the only man on earth equipped to handle her. I unbuckled my belt slightly, the thick leather creaking loudly in the dead silence of the hub. The physical pressure of my arousal was driving me out of my fucking mind. You saw it, didn't you? You saw the mirror in me. The heat radiating off the monitors baked into my skin. My heartbeat thudded violently in my ears. "We're going to burn together, GINEVRA. And I'm going to enjoy every second of the heat." Every woman in my life had lied to me with her eyes. She was the first absolute truth I had ever found. The internal debate was over. Logic lost. Lust won. I wasn't going to kill her. Not tonight. Not ever. My goal shifted instantly from basic interrogation to a systematic psychological dismantling. I was going to peel back every single one of her tough assassin layers until there was nothing left but the raw, beating core that belonged only to me. I had fully embraced the fatal flaw that would probably get me killed. I stood up, the movement slow, deliberate, and heavy with intent. I fastened my belt tight and sharply straightened my suit jacket, shaking off the last remnants of the dawn. Silvio was wrong. You aren't a viper. You're my new world. I stared at the green heartbeat line pulsing on the screen. I'm coming for you, GINEVRA. And this time, there won't be a wall between us. The sound of my zipper and the heavy click of my dress shoes on the metal floor seemed too loud. The surge of adrenaline sharpened my vision to a razor's edge. I knew I was making the biggest mistake of my life, and I had never been more fucking excited to make it. I took one last look at her on the live feed. She hadn't moved an inch, but I knew she was waiting. She could feel the clock ticking down just like I could. I reached out and killed the main power switch. The screens went black instantly, plunging the security hub into heavy darkness. I turned and walked to the door, my massive frame casting a tall, imposing silhouette against the faint strip of light bleeding in from the hallway. I paused, with my hand resting on the cold metal of the door handle. I took one deep, steadying breath, letting the smell of my own anticipation fill my lungs. I imagined the metallic click of my belt buckle unfastening inside her cell. I wanted to see the exact moment the realization hit her eyes, that I wasn't coming in to ask questions. "Let the game begin," I whispered to the empty room. "God help us both." I shoved the heavy door open and stepped out into the hall. The lock clicked shut behind me. Time to go to work.
Chapter 4. GINEVRA POV. 74 beats a minute. I kept my internal metronome running because when you sit in an absolute vacuum long enough, your brain starts inventing things to keep from eating itself. The panic room was a sensory void of reinforced steel and concrete, pitch black and completely dead. No drafts, no hum of electricity, no ambient city noise bleeding through the walls. Just the smell of recycled stale air and my own sweat drying on my skin. I dug my fingernails into the meat of my palms, pressing down until the sharp, grounding sting of pain flared up my forearms. The silent treatment was supposed to break me. The silent hand had thrown me in boxes smaller than this when I was 9 years old, just to see how long it would take me to start screaming. Lorenzo Marchetti was out of his fucking mind if he thought a dark room was going to make me crack. Then the silence split open. A low mechanical hiss echoed as the pneumatic seals of the door disengaged. "Keep breathing, Conti," I muttered to myself, the sound of my own voice harsh and raspy in the tight space. I shifted my weight, muscles coiling instantly as the pressure in the room dropped. 1, 2, hit the floor if he fires. A sliver of harsh amber light from the hallway cut a sharp line across the black floor. Before the shadow even blocked the light, the smell hit me like a physical blow. Expensive peaty scotch, the sharp metallic ozone of a recently fired weapon, and a heavy suffocating masculine musk that immediately set my teeth on edge. It was the scent of a predator who had just finished a hunt, and was looking for a place to put his excess adrenaline. Lorenzo paused in the doorway. His large hand rested on the steel frame, his massive silhouette stretching across the floor until it touched the toe of my tactical boots. "You smell like a funeral, Marchetti," I said, keeping my tone dead flat. "Come to finish it?" Lorenzo stepped into the room. His movements were slow, deliberate, the soft creak of his Italian leather shoes the only sound besides the rhythmic heavy pull of his breathing. He didn't have a gun drawn. He didn't need one. He walked with that arrogant, gravity-altering swagger of a man who owned the air you were breathing. He adjusted his cuffs, the gold links glinting briefly in the amber light before he moved deeper into my space. The physical disparity between us was fucking offensive. He was a mountain of muscle and tailored wool, and every step he took made the walls feel like they were closing in on my throat. "You're still awake." "Good," he said, his voice a dry, gravelly rumble that vibrated right through the concrete. "Quiet ghosts are the most dangerous," I shot back, tracking his footfalls, doing the math in my head. 2 steps. 3 feet. If I dropped low, I could shatter his kneecap and go for the carotid before he hit the ground. But my body felt unnervingly heavy, the exhaustion of the past 24 hours clinging to my bones like lead. Without breaking eye contact, Lorenzo reached behind him. He slammed the heavy steel door shut. The magnetic lock engaged with a final booming thud, completely severing the amber light and plunging us back into a darkness so thick it felt like liquid pouring down my throat. I immediately shifted my weight to the balls of my feet, my heart hammering against my ribs. "Afraid someone will see what you're doing?" "Now we're both in the cage," Lorenzo replied calmly from the pitch black. He didn't move. He just stood there, letting the darkness work on my nerves, weaponizing the total lack of visibility. I strained my eyes, trying to pick up a reflection, a shift in the air, anything. The psychological bullshit of it pissed me off. Then the absolute silence was cut by a sharp, rhythmic rasp. Leather dragging on metal. He was pulling his belt through the loops of his trousers. The sound echoed like a slow-motion gunshot. "That sound, you want me to beg, Marchetti?" I scoffed, though my pulse ticked up a notch. "I've been beaten by better men than you." The heavy buckle hit the floor with a metallic ring, sliding away into the dark. "I'm not going to beat you," he said. He lunged. It was entirely too fast for a man his size. I tried to drop and roll, but he was already inside my guard. His massive hand slammed into the center of my chest, catching me mid-breath. The sheer force of his momentum drove me backward, my boots skidding across the floor until my spine cracked against the cold concrete wall. My head bounced lightly off the stone, white stars dancing across my vision for a split second, as his crushing weight pinned my shoulders absolutely flat. "Stay still, little ghost," he ordered, his voice right next to my ear. "Stronzo," I snarled, unleashing a frantic, calculated assault. I brought my knee up hard, aiming straight for his groin, but he simply dropped his hips, blocking the strike with his own tree-trunk thigh and pinning my leg against the wall. I twisted, reaching up to gouge his eyes, but he intercepted the motion effortlessly. His massive hand swallowed both of my wrists, hauling my arms up above my head and snapping them against the concrete with a bone-jarring impact. "Fight me," he breathed, leaning his forehead against mine. The scratch of his stubble dragged across my skin. "I want to feel how much you hate this." His grip was a vise of warm iron, compressing the bones in my wrists until they creaked. I thrashed wildly, but he absorbed the kinetic energy like a sponge, his stance completely immovable. "Motherfucker, let go of me." "Kazo, you're a wild one," he muttered, sounding completely unbothered, almost amused. "Stop. You're only making yourself bleed." With my arms pinned overhead and my torso trapped against the freezing wall, he pressed his entire body weight directly into me. The tactical gear I wore suddenly felt tissue paper thin. Through the layers of my pants and his wool trousers, I felt the unmistakable rigid length of his cock press heavily against my thigh. It wasn't an accident. It was a deliberate, blistering brand, a heavy physical reality that spiked a sudden, terrifying jolt of adrenaline through my nervous system. Lorenzo hooked his chin over my shoulder, his hot breath brushing the sensitive skin of my neck as he exhaled. "Feel that? That's the only truth in this room. Get the fuck off me." I wrenched my wrists, but he just squeezed harder, the pain shooting down my arms. "You're nothing but property now." He began to move. He didn't thrust. He just initiated a slow, punishing downward grind, using his hips to drive his massive weight into my center. The heavy friction of the denim and wool was a localized furnace. He dragged his hard erection directly over my clit through the fabric, the pressure so intense and unrelenting that my breath hitched in my throat. He was claiming the space, using my own body as a friction board. His free hand shot up, his large palm wrapping around my jaw. He forced my head back against the wall, angling my face toward the blackness where his eyes were. "Don't look away. I'm going to kill you," I spat, my voice shaking with a rage that was rapidly getting cross-wired with something else. The heat radiating from his chest was overwhelming. "I'm going to take everything you think you are," Lorenzo promised. He shifted his stance, wedging his thick knee forcefully between my thighs and prying them apart. The new angle opened me up entirely. He dropped his hips and dove deeper into the grind, settling right at the junction of my thighs. The sheer, uncompromising density of his body bearing down on me was electric. It bypassed every mental firewall I had built. I snapped my teeth toward his shoulder, trying to bite a chunk out of him just to make him bleed, to make it violent instead of this slow, humiliating burn. He just grunted, turning his face into the side of my neck and pressing harder. "Go on, bite. It won't stop me." He rotated his hips, grinding the rigid head of his cock hard against my clit through the layers. "You like the weight, don't you, assassin?" The adrenaline from fighting for my life was suddenly mutating into biological arousal, and it made me violently sick with myself. My pulse was roaring in my ears. The cold concrete on my back clashed with the absolute furnace of his body, the smell of my own panicked sweat mixing with his expensive scotch and gunpowder. He sped up the rhythm. His breath became a harsh, jagged rasp against my ear. The constant heavy pressure was coaxing a slick, agonizing response from my body. I was getting wet. Unwillingly, humiliatingly soaked, the moisture seeping into my underwear and only making the friction smoother, hotter, more intense. Lorenzo's hand moved from my jaw, his thumb sliding roughly across my bottom lip before forcing its way into my mouth. He hooked it over my lower teeth, checking me like a prized dog as he pumped his hips forcefully against mine. "Taste me, putana," he growled, the vibration of his chest rumbling against my breasts. "Your body is already giving up." I wanted to bite his thumb off. I wanted to spit in his face, but my throat was painfully tight. The salt of his skin was on my tongue, and the relentless driving thud of his pelvis against mine was scrambling my brain. Every time he bore down with his weight, a raw, unpolished spark of pleasure ignited in my belly. It was terrifying. I was trained to endure torture, to dissociate from pain, but no one had ever trained me to ignore a man who was systematically forcing my body to crave him. The friction hit a tipping point. My toes curled violently inside my boots. My back arched off the wall, my spine bowing automatically to chase the pressure, practically begging him to crush me harder. "There it is," Lorenzo praised darkly, his thumb dragging over my wet tongue. "You're shaking for me, Conti." "Shut fuck you," I choked out around his thumb, my internal walls pulsing in rhythm with his heavy grinding. Lorenzo let out a guttural, primal growl. Sensing the final fracture in my control, he delivered one last crushing grind. He pressed his erection so hard into me it felt like a bruise, trapping the sensitive bundle of nerves against my pubic bone and holding it there. The overwhelming sensory input triggered a violent spike of white-hot arousal. My system redlined. A strangled high-pitched gasp was ripped out of my throat, a pathetic, desperate sound of pure, unadulterated physical pleasure that I couldn't swallow down. My head fell back against the concrete, my eyes rolling into the darkness as the unwanted climax lanced through my core, making my knees buckle under his weight. "Good girl," he murmured, his voice a dark triumphant purr right against my ear. "Tell me you belong to me now." He held me pinned against the wall while the tremors racked my body, my chest heaving, lungs burning for oxygen. He didn't ask again. He didn't need to. The humiliation of my own biological response was louder than any confession. He stayed pressed against me, letting the cold air slowly sap the heat from the room. Then he shuddered once, his massive muscles locking up as he rode out his own dry release against my thigh, his breath hissing sharply through his teeth. Slowly, clinically, Lorenzo pulled his weight back. The sudden absence of his body heat felt like being thrown into freezing water. He released my wrists. They dropped like dead weights, hitting the wall with a dull thud, my fingers numb and completely useless. "First lesson over," Lorenzo said, his voice instantly reverting to that dry, authoritative calm. "I'll be back when you're hungry for more." I slumped against the wall, trying to lock my knees so I wouldn't fall over like a complete amateur. The darkness was suffocating again, but this time it was filled with the deafening sound of my own betrayal. Lorenzo stood right in front of me, his massive silhouette blotting out the ambient nothingness. I heard the scrape of leather, the metallic clack of the buckle, as he calmly threaded his belt back through his loops with steady, efficient movements. The sound was a final punctuation mark on how effortlessly he had just dismantled me. He tapped the toe of his expensive shoe against my boot. A dismissive little nudge. "Think about that sound, Conti." He turned toward the door. "Don't bother cleaning yourself up. I like the smell on you." The door hissed open. The amber light flooded in, blinding me instantly. I threw an arm up over my eyes. Lorenzo stepped out into the hallway without looking back, his suit perfectly intact. The door pulled shut, the magnetic lock slamming home like a vault ceiling. I was left in the pitch black. My legs finally gave out, and I slid down the rough concrete wall until I hit the floor in a heap. I scrubbed the back of my hand across my mouth, trying to erase the taste of him, but my skin was damp with sweat and completely ruined. I stared into the dark where his chest had been. My hands were shaking too hard to hold a knife anyway. Chapter 5. GINEVRA POV. I was crawling on all fours across the cold concrete like a fucking animal, and the worst part was that my skin was still humming. The phantom weight of Lorenzo Marchetti's body was a heavy, suffocating pressure pinning me down, even though I was entirely alone. My thighs felt bruised where his knees had wedged them apart, my chest tight where his broad torso had trapped me against the wall, and beneath all of that was a sick, twisted friction that made my stomach turn. I hated it. I hated my own biology for betraying me, for spiking with heat instead of pure adrenaline when he pushed into me. He wasn't a man, he was a fucking virus, infecting my conditioning and making me aware of my own pulse in a way that made me feel weak. I bit down on my thumb, hard enough to feel the skin break and the nerve flare. The sharp sting of pain cut through the fog of my lingering arousal. Focus, Conti. Focus or you die in this hole. He wants you weak. Be iron. I dragged my hands systematically across the floorboards near the ventilation duct, sweeping my fingertips over the rough wood grain. It was a tedious, agonizing process in the dark, my breath still coming a little too fast, the scent of Lorenzo's expensive wood-smoke and leather cologne clinging to my skin and clothes like a brand. I couldn't scrub it off, so I channeled every ounce of disgust into the search. My middle finger finally snagged on a jagged edge. A screw head. It was slightly raised and stripped, sitting in the corner of a plank. It was a tiny, stupid imperfection in an otherwise impenetrable panic room, but to me it was a master key. "There you are, you beautiful little bastard," I muttered, my voice raspy and dry. The screw was deeply embedded. Without tools, I was essentially trying to claw through a fortress with my bare hands. I pulled a loose frayed thread from the tear in my ruined tactical pants, wrapping it around the head of the screw to try and floss the debris out from the microscopic gap. I needed leverage. "Just a fraction of an inch more," I whispered, digging my thumbnail into the crevice. "Come on, give." The rough texture of the splintering oak tore at my cuticles, a fresh splinter driving deep under my nail bed. I ignored it. I dug my nails right into the narrow gap, feeling the nail beds actually begin to lift from the flesh. Pain is just information. The silent hand had beaten that into my skull before I was 10 years old. Blood is the price of entry. I sucked the blood from my torn fingernail, the metallic salty taste flooding my tongue and fueling the feral drive keeping me conscious. I'd survived worse than a floorboard. With a sharp, agonizing twist that sent a jolt of fire all the way up to my elbow, the metal gave way. I pulled the screw free, the wet schlick of my bloody finger slipping against the threads. I crawled to the heavy steel door, pressing my ear against the cold, vibrating metal. The hum of the security system was a low drone in my head. Earlier, when Lorenzo had swaggered in here to prove a point, I'd noticed a tiny pinhole bypass on the inside panel of the electronic lock. I inserted the narrow, threaded end of the bloody screw into the hole. If this snapped off, I was permanently sealed in this vault until Marchetti decided to come back down and play his sick dominance games again. I wiped the sweat from my palms onto my thighs, feeling the slick dampness of my own nervous sweat mixed with the grime of the room. "Steady hands, Conti," I breathed, feeling the tumblers shift against the metal threads. "If you break this, you stay here forever. One click. Just give me one click." I worked the screw with the surgical delicacy of a watchmaker. My entire world narrowed down to the millimeter of space between the metal threads and the lock's internal mechanism. I could feel the resistance. Then, a heavy footstep echoed in the hallway outside. I froze. The screw was poised at a critical angle. If I twitched, the metal would bind. I pressed my forehead against the steel door, counting my heartbeats to measure the time since the footstep. 1, 2, 3. "Keep walking, you overpaid grunt," I thought, the smell of gun oil radiating from the lock mechanism filling my nose. I pictured Lorenzo's smug, arrogant face looking at me on some security monitor upstairs, and the sheer, white-hot rage of that image steadied my shaking hands. Almost there. I can feel it. The lock disengaged with a heavy clunk that felt like a gunshot in the tiny, enclosed space. I didn't rush. The adrenaline was a cold fire in my veins now. I waited 5 seconds, letting the silence stretch, before I slowly pulled the heavy door inward. I jammed my bare foot at the base of the door, pressing my toes into the metal to catch the weight and prevent the hinges from groaning. "Freedom has a sound," I whispered to myself, the rush of cooler, fresher hallway air washing over my face. It smelled of expensive floor wax and stale electricity. Now the hunt begins. Don't breathe. Don't even blink. I slipped out of the panic room, dropping instantly into the low, fluid stance of a ghost walk. My weight was distributed perfectly over the balls of my feet, taking the pressure off the heels so the marble wouldn't echo. I pressed my back against the cool wall, shifting sideways into the shadows cast by the recessed lighting. There was a 360-degree dome camera mounted at the intersection of the basement corridor. I watched the tiny red light sweep across the floor. 3 seconds on the rotation. Left. Now? Stay in the gray. I moved like a shadow, slipping right underneath its blind spot just as the lens pivoted away. The distant, tinny sound of a television drifted from the guards' quarters down the hall. Let them watch their bullshit shows. Marchetti thought a locked door and a hard dick were enough to break my conditioning. He was a fucking idiot. I reached the stairwell and crouched. A guard was standing on the mid-level landing, leaning heavily against the brass railing. He was looking down at his phone, the blue light reflecting off his completely bored, slack jaw. He had a radio clipped to his belt and a holster resting on his hip. He was blocking the only path up, right in the choke point. Lazy. That's why you'll die, I thought, watching his jaw move. He was chewing gum, the rhythmic smack-smack sound echoing slightly in the stairwell. It gave me a perfect timing mechanism. Don't look up, kid. Just a few more steps. I smelled the stale cigarette smoke clinging to his cheap uniform, and the artificial reek of whatever discount body spray he used to cover it up. He was soft. He wasn't Lorenzo. He was just meat in my way. I flowed up the stairs, placing each footfall exactly on the reinforced outer edges of the wood where the structural integrity was strongest and least likely to creak. I was inches behind him. I could see the sweat on the back of his neck, the uneven line of his haircut. A microscopic groan came from the step under my left foot. The guard's head started to turn. Good night, I thought, my eyes locking onto the carotid artery pulsing under his skin. Too slow. No sound. Not one. In a blur of motion, I reached around, grabbed his chin and the base of his skull and wrenched. His neck snapped with a sickening muffled pop. The sudden dead weight of his body instantly collapsed backward into me. I strained my injured core, my ribs screaming in protest, as I caught him before he could hit the floor and dragged him backward into the deeper shadows of the landing. I laid him down gently. I reached out and pushed his eyelids closed with 2 fingers, a weird haunting habit I'd carried since the pits of the silent hand. Sorry, kid. Wrong house. I stripped his pistol from the holster. A Beretta. I checked the slide and the magazine release with a practiced thumb. Empty. Good. I'll take the Beretta. The oily, heavy steel in my hand was an instant anchor. A woman like me was naked without a gun. Now, I was dressed for the occasion. I crept up the rest of the stairs and slipped into the ground floor foyer. The space was a massive expanse of white marble and ridiculously high ceilings. The moonlight poured in through floor-to-ceiling windows, making the floor look like a lake of cracked ice. The front doors were visible, but the security lasers, faint red lines slicing through the dusty air, crisscrossed the main entrance. The openness of the room made my skin crawl. It felt like standing in the middle of a shooting gallery. Lasers. Sophisticated. Too much open space, I analyzed, indexing my finger along the slide of the Beretta. Move, Conti. Don't be a statue. I spotted the second guard stationed by the massive glass doors leading out to the courtyard. This one wasn't a kid looking at his phone. He was older, a veteran, his eyes constantly scanning the room, his hand resting comfortably on his holster. He had anchored himself in the one tactical spot that covered all the exits. I couldn't sneak past him, and if I shot him, the noise would wake every trigger-happy psycho in the compound. You're a pro. This will be harder, I admitted, my eyes darting around the room. The grandfather clock in the corner was ticking loudly. I needed a distraction. Need a distraction. Move your head, damn you. I slipped backward into the adjoining dining room, the heavy scent of spilled wine and polished mahogany hitting my nose. I reached out and gently nudged a heavy silver spoon off the edge of the ridiculously long dining table. It hit the marble floor with a sharp, metallic ring that seemed to bounce off every wall. I instantly threw myself behind the heavy velvet curtains framing the window, pressing my body flat into the dusty fabric and holding my breath. The guard was fast. He was through the archway in seconds, his weapon drawn, moving in a tight tactical crouch. He didn't just rush the noise, he sliced the pie, clearing the corners of the room methodically. I blended into the drapes, my lungs burning as I refused to exhale. "Come to me. A little closer. Check the table, you idiot." He stepped past the curtain, his heavy rhythmic breathing loud in my ear. 1 step. 2 steps. He was in range. I exploded from the velvet. The fabric whipped back as I lunged. He reacted instantly, bringing his gun up to center mass, but I was already inside his guard. I grabbed his right wrist, twisting the gun barrel away from me, and slammed my left palm up under his chin. His teeth cracked together. We crashed backward into the dining table, sending expensive silverware and crystal glasses scattering across the floor like rain. He was incredibly strong. He recovered from the blow and slammed a vicious elbow directly into my bruised ribs. The world went blinding white with pain, all the air rushing out of my lungs in a ragged gasp. He reached down to his tactical vest, his fingers wrapping around the hilt of a combat knife. "Die. Just die." I snarled, the words tearing out of my throat. "You're not taking me back?" I threw my head forward and clamped my teeth down hard onto his ear. I bit down until I tasted hot salt and copper, grinding my jaw. He roared in agony, his hand abandoning the knife to claw blindly at my face. I used the opening. I grabbed the back of his tactical vest, used his own frantic momentum, and drove his head straight down into the sharp edge of the mahogany table. There was a sickening crunch, and he went entirely limp, sliding off the table to hit the floor like a sack of wet cement. I stood over him, my chest heaving violently, my vision blurring black at the edges. My ribs throbbed with a toxic heat. I grabbed a linen napkin off the destroyed table and wiped the smear of his blood off my chin. "Stay down," I rasped, my breath echoing too loudly in the quiet house. Too loud. Way too loud. "Run. Now." I sprinted back into the foyer, bypassing the front doors and heading straight for the courtyard exit. The glass doors were locked electronically with a heavy mag strike. I flipped the Beretta in my hand and used the heavy steel butt to smash the keypad into plastic shards. The alarm instantly started, a low-frequency chirp, a countdown to the main siren. I yanked the manual release lever. The maglocks hissed, the heavy glass doors sliding open. I plunged out into the night. Air. Finally. The sudden drop in temperature hit my sweaty skin like ice water. The scent of wet grass and blooming jasmine filled my lungs, a sharp contrast to the smell of blood and old money inside. I hit the gravel pathway, my bare feet crunching loudly with every step. "Don't look back." "Gate. Where is the gate?" I sprinted across the courtyard, ignoring the sharp rocks slicing into the soles of my feet. The black iron spikes of the perimeter fence loomed 100 yards away. Through the bars, I could see the distant hazy neon glow of the Milan skyline. The city was right there. I pumped my arms harder. Suddenly, massive floodlights snapped on with a loud clack, bathing the entire courtyard in a blinding clinical white glare. I was a completely exposed silhouette in the middle of a massive kill zone. I ducked my head, expecting the crack of a sniper rifle, pushing my legs to move faster, my shadow stretching out long and jagged in front of me. "Keep going. Don't stop. Don't you dare stop." Almost there. I didn't hear a gunshot. I didn't hear shouts. I just heard the crunch of my own desperate footsteps. I was 30 yards from the gate when a massive figure stepped out from behind a stone pillar. Lorenzo. He wasn't running. He wasn't yelling. He didn't even have a gun in his hand. He was standing there in a crisp white dress shirt with the sleeves rolled up to his forearms, the moonlight catching the silver links of his watch. He had a lit cigarette between his fingers. He looked perfectly calm, utterly unbothered, just watching me run toward him like he was observing a dog off its leash. He took a slow drag of his cigarette, exhaled a cloud of smoke into the cold air, and checked his watch. "You're 3 minutes slower than I estimated, GINEVRA." His dark, gravelly voice cut through the distance, authoritative and dripping with arrogant amusement. "Did you have fun in the basement?" I tried to pivot, my bare feet sliding in the gravel, desperately looking for an angle to bypass him. But he moved with the terrifying fluid speed of an apex predator. He cut off my angle instantly, his massive frame blocking the only path to the iron gate. He was way too fast for a man his size. "Look at you," he taunted, his eyes dropping to my torn clothes, the dirt and blood smeared across my face. "Feral." I raised the stolen Beretta, gripping it with both hands, the sights lined up perfectly with the center of his chest. My hands were shaking. I could end it right here. One trigger pull. But his eyes never left mine, completely unfazed by the barrel of the gun. "Don't do it, little ghost," he murmured, his voice dropping an octave, heavy and vibrating with the promise of violence. "You don't have the stomach to kill me yet. Drop it." Why couldn't I pull the trigger? My finger was resting on the reset. I could blow a hole through his fucking heart right now. But looking into those cold, dead eyes, I felt that same sickening heat pool in my stomach. He was looking at me like he already owned me, like this whole escape was just foreplay. I let out an inarticulate snarl and lunged forward, trying to strike him with the gun barrel. He stepped inside my reach before I even registered the movement. He caught my wrist, twisting it violently until the gun dropped into the rocks and tackled me. The impact was like being hit by a freight train. We crashed into the gravel hard. He drove all of his massive weight down onto me, crushing the air out of my lungs in a violent wheeze. The sharp rocks tore into my cheek and shoulder. I fought back wildly, clawing at his face, trying to gouge an eye, rip a throat, anything. But it was useless. He pinned my arms down with effortless, punishing brutality. "Stay down," he barked, his voice raw and loud now. "You think you can run from me? Get off me." I spat, tasting dirt and my own blood as he ground my face into the stones. He shifted his weight, flipping me violently onto my stomach and pinning me flat against the earth. It was a suffocating blanket of heat and hard muscle. He pressed his hand into the back of my neck, gripping me like a leash, forcing my face into the cold, damp soil. I felt his knees lock my thighs down, and then the undeniable hard line of his erection pressing heavily into my hip. I stopped struggling for a second, my breath catching in my throat as the terrifying memory of his hands in the panic room came rushing back. He leaned down, his mouth right next to my ear, his breath hot against my cold, dirty skin. "I told you. You're mine. You're going to regret making me chase you." I bucked my hips, trying to throw him off, but he just applied more pressure to the back of my neck, making my vision swim with black spots. "Do you like the dirt, GINEVRA?" he whispered cruelly, his chest rumbling against my back. "Because you're going to be intimately familiar with it. I'm going to ruin you for this." He pulled my wrists roughly behind my back. I heard the sharp zip of heavy-duty plastic ties, the plastic biting brutally into my skin as he secured my hands. He stood up abruptly, hauling me right up to my feet by my hair. A sharp cry tore out of my throat as my scalp burned. I was covered in dirt, bleeding, my legs trembling from exhaustion, but he just looked down at me with a dark, satisfied smirk. I gathered the spit in my mouth and tried to aim for his face, but I was too weak. It landed on his shirt. He didn't even blink. He just wiped it away casually with his thumb. "The basement was too kind for you," he stated, his hand wrapping tight around my bicep. "Upstairs, Conti. You're moving into my room. You're never seeing the sun again without my permission." He dragged me backward, my bare feet scraping over the gravel. I looked back at the iron gate one last time, watching the neon glow of the city fade into the darkness as the massive oak doors of the house swallowed us whole. The dead-bolted clack of the locks sounded behind me. He was right. It was just another cage. Only this one was going to be a lot harder to survive.
Chapter 6. Lorenzo POV. I'm standing over her, the floodlights of the estate casting long, jagged shadows across the gravel. She's gasping like a dying fish, her face pressed into the sharp stones, a disgusting mixture of mud and sweat matting her dark hair. I adjust my right cufflink. It's smeared with her blood. Fucking ridiculous. The basement obviously can't hold a ghost. The guys are going to throw a fit, but I don't give a fuck. I need her where I can see her every breath. I use the toe of my handmade Italian leather shoe to flip her over onto her back, so I can see the defiance in her fucking eyes. The basement was a mercy you didn't deserve, I snap, my voice harsh in the stinging cold of the Milanese night air. She wheezes, chest heaving against her ruined tactical vest. Stop breathing like I've already killed you, I tell her. I haven't decided yet. She glares at me. The smell of wet gravel and ozone, mixed with her metallic blood, hits my nose. I look down at her. You're a mess, GINEVRA. A beautiful, murderous mess. I'm thinking about how her neck would feel under my hands right now, if I just squeezed until she stopped moving entirely, but my groin is heavy and throbbing with a much darker intent. I want to own every inch of her. I reach down and haul her up by the front of her tactical vest. She's lean muscle and spitting rage, immediately trying to find her center of gravity to headbutt me. I simply pivot, catching her around the waist and hoisting her over my shoulder like a sack of fucking flour. Her weight is nothing to me. Just a slight pressure against my traps. She starts hammering my back with her fists. Keep hitting me, I say, adjusting my grip on her thighs. I want to feel how much you hate me. Her hair brushes against my lower back, leaving a wet streak of mud on my bespoke wool blazer. Fantastic. That's a €5,000 suit ruined. I give her a solid smack on the ass. Cazzo, you're as light as the ghost they say you are, I mutter. She grunts and punches my shoulder blade again. The dull thud echoes. She smells like gunpowder and dirt. Save your strength, I warn her. You'll need it for what comes next. I like the way her thighs feel against my chest as I carry her. It's a primal, territorial high. She's mine. She just doesn't know it yet. I stride through the grand foyer, my heels clicking and echoing on the cold marble floors. The smell of expensive beeswax polish fills my lungs. I pass two of my guards. They look away immediately, terrified to even meet my eye. Good. Silvio is standing near the mahogany library doors. His arms are crossed. He's watching me carry the woman who just slaughtered two of our brothers right into my private wing. He looks disgusted. I stop for a second. I glare at Silvio. I let the silence hang like a threat until the enforcer finally looks down at the floor in submission. Fucking right. Get the bodies out of my courtyard, I bark. Silvio nods tightly. She's my problem now, Silvio. Don't look at her again. He opens his mouth to argue, but I cut him off. If anyone enters the North Wing tonight, they die. Understand? I know I'm practically begging for a mutiny from my own men, but right now, I find I don't give a single fuck. The prize on my shoulder is worth the war. I start climbing the grand staircase. Every step is deliberate, boots hitting marble. The higher we go, the more isolated we get. This staircase is the line. She's leaving the world of men and entering my fucking cage. GINEVRA has stopped hitting me. Her body goes eerily still, dead weight against my back. It's the stillness of a predator, waiting for the absolute right second to strike. I can feel the heat radiating off her through my ruined suit, this feverish, desperate warmth that sinks right into my skin. Her fingers suddenly curl into the fabric of my jacket, nearly tearing the seam in a moment of reflexive panic as we reach the top landing. Don't go quiet on me now, ghost, I tell her, my breathing heavy. The gold leaf banister feels cool under my hand. My shadow stretches massive up the wall. You smell like the dirt you crawled through, I say. This is the last time you'll see those stairs for a long time. I wonder if she's planning to kill me the second I put her down in the bedroom. I almost hope she tries. I kick open the double oak doors to the master bedroom and toss her straight onto the floor. She hits the plush Persian rug with a heavy thud, instantly rolling to her feet. The contrast is jarring. She's covered in blood-stained, tactical filth, and she's standing in the middle of my white silk sheets and gold-trimmed furniture. She's a stain on my perfection, and I fully intend to scrub her clean until she bleeds. She immediately scans the room for exits, her dark eyes darting to the balcony, and then the heavy wardrobe. "Welcome home, Patana," I say, locking the door behind me with a loud click. The scent of sandalwood and old money fills the air. She shifts her stance. "Don't even look at the window," I tell her. "It's reinforced glass. You're not going anywhere." I point at the floor. "Look at the mess you're making on my rug." Seeing her in my room makes it real. She's no longer just a prisoner down in the dark. She's a fixture. My fixture. As I turn my back for half a second to head toward the bathroom, she lunges. Of course she does. She doesn't have a gun, but she's found a shard of glass from the Scotch tumbler I left on the nightstand yesterday. She aims straight for the soft tissue of my neck with a desperate, animalistic grunt. I pivot fast. I catch her wrist inches from my throat, but the edge of the glass nicks the side of my thumb. Blood immediately beads up. "Still trying to earn your fee?" I ask, my heart racing, not from fear, but from the sheer fucking adrenaline of her lethality. I've never wanted a woman more in my entire life. She snarls, trying to drive the glass forward. "Drop it before I break your arm in 3 places, I growl. She doesn't. "You never learn, do you?" I slam her hand against the wall. Hard. The impact echoes through the quiet room. Her fingers pop open. The glass shard falls to the floor with a clatter, sliding across the wood. I kick it under the bed and keep her pinned there. My massive chest is crushing her smaller frame. I press my injured hand flat against the expensive wallpaper, leaving a bright smear of red right next to her head. She's gasping, her ribs straining against my chest, her eyes wide with a mix of raw fury and the very first flickers of real fear. "That was your last chance to be a person," I breathe, my mouth inches from her ear. The smell of my expensive cologne mixes with her sour sweat. I can feel the rapid thud of her heart straight through my shirt. I lean my weight heavier into her. She winces. "Now you're just a dog that needs a bath," I say. I want to bite her. I want to mark her right here against the wall, so she knows exactly who she belongs to. "Do you like blood, GINEVRA? Because I have plenty to give." I drag her by the arm into the ensuite bathroom, a massive space of cold marble and mirrors. The LED lights are harsh and blinding. I don't give her a second to breathe. I start stripping her. I don't go for buttons or zippers, I just tear the tactical fabric apart. The sound of ripping nylon fills the room. I rip her black undershirt straight down the middle, the fabric snapping like a whip against her skin. She tries to cover herself, slapping at my hands, but I swat her arms away, stripping her down to bare skin, forcing her to stand completely exposed in the bright light. "Stop hiding. I've already seen everything," I tell her. She shivers as the cold air hits her damp skin. The light reveals every single one of her scars. "You're covered in the filth of my men," I sneer, taking in the bruised, battered side of her. The knife scars on her hips make my pulse throb violently. "Look at yourself. Bare and broken." I shove her roughly into the massive glass-walled shower and reach in to crank the handle all the way up. The water comes out in a punishing, scalding spray. Steam begins to rise instantly, billowing out and turning the entire bathroom into a humid, claustrophobic cage. She flinches violently as the heat hits her raw, scraped skin, her breath hitching in her throat. The roar of the water hitting the tile is deafening. The steam quickly fogs up the massive mirror over the double vanity, erasing the rest of the world and leaving only the two of us. "Too hot for you?" I ask, my voice cutting through the roar of the water. She tries to back into the corner. "Don't move," I command. "Stay right under the spray. Wash the smell of the road off you. I want the water to burn away everyone else's touch. I want her skin red and hypersensitive for me." I step right into the shower with her. I don't even bother taking off my ruined suit. The expensive wool instantly grows incredibly heavy with water, clinging tight to my broad frame. I corner her against the wet marble wall, my large, soaked body acting as an impenetrable physical barrier. I'm towering over her, a dark, heavy shadow in the thick mist. Water drips from the brim of my nose and lands right on her forehead. "Nowhere left to run, Ghost," I say. The weight of my soaked suit feels like armor. I'm fully erect under my trousers, the friction of the wet, heavy fabric rubbing aggressively against her bare thighs. It's driving me absolutely out of my fucking mind. She glares up at me, water streaming down her face. "You look smaller when you're wet," I tell her. She tries to look away. I grab her chin. "Look at me when I'm talking to you." I grab a glass bottle of sandalwood body wash from the shelf and pop the top, pouring a thick glob of the rich soap into my calloused palm. I start to wash her, my touch rough, heavy, and extremely possessive. I scrub her shoulders, dragging my thumbs hard across her collarbones, digging right into the tight muscles of her neck. I'm not being gentle. I'm claiming the goddamn territory of her skin. I grab a coarse sponge from the rack, load it with soap, and take her hand. I scrub the dried blood off her knuckles, grating the sponge over her skin until the area is flushed pink. "Is this what you wanted?" I ask her, my voice dark. "To be in my shower?" She tries to yank her hand back. I lock my grip tighter. "Be still. I'm cleaning my property," I growl. The smell of rich sandalwood cuts through the metallic tang of blood. The slippery texture of the soap against the friction of my rough palms on her soft skin is intoxicating. "Tell me you like my hands on you." She just spits water at the drain. Her skin feels like silk stretched over steel wire. I want to see her flush from my touch, not just the hot water. I ditch the sponge and move the soap down her torso with my bare hands. I trace the sharp curve of her waist, my palms dragging heavy over her ribs. I'm taking a visual and physical inventory of my new asset, noting every old jagged wound and every fresh purple bruise. I'm mapping her. My fingers trace the deep dip of her spine with a slow, agonizing deliberation that makes her shudder. I bring my hand around to her front. My thumb brushes over a faded, puckered bullet wound right on the point of her hip. I press down on it firmly. She gasps, her hands flying to my wrist. "Who gave you this scar, GINEVRA?" I ask, staring at the mark. The heat of my gaze matches the scalding water. She doesn't answer. "Every mark on this body belongs to me now," I tell her, sliding my hands up to cup her ribs just below her breasts. I can feel her heart hammering against my thumbs. Don't shiver. I haven't even started. I'm already imagining exactly how she'll look when I add my own teeth marks to her collection. I move higher. My soapy hands slide over her chest, thumbs deliberately dragging across her hard nipples. She lets out a sharp, choked noise. I don't stop. I grab a fistful of her hair, tilting her head back to wash the grit and mud out of the dark strands. The water pours straight over her face, and for a few seconds she's blinded and gasping for air. I hold her right there, completely vulnerable, my grip firm and unyielding. I am asserting total control over her very breath. I rinse the thick lather from her hair, my fingers massaging her scalp with a strange, dark intimacy that contrasts with the violence of the last hour. The water rushes loud over her ears. "Close your eyes," I order. She squeezes them shut, water tracking down her cheeks. "You're finally starting to look like a woman instead of a soldier," I murmur, watching the mud wash away down the drain. Her chest rises and falls rapidly. "Good girl," I say. The praise slips out before I can stop it. Just like that. I like the way she visibly flinches at the words. It means I'm getting in her head. I drop to one knee, the water soaking my trousers completely. I grab her ankle and lift one of her legs, forcing her to rest her foot on my knee so I can scrub the gravel and dirt from her shins. My large hand wraps entirely around her calf. My strength is absolute, evident in the way I hold her pinned in place. The proximity is overwhelming. My soaked, rock-hard groin is pressing directly against her other hip as I work the soap over her leg. I deliberately let my rough knuckles raise the incredibly sensitive, pale skin of her inner thigh. She jerks. You're shaking, I say, looking up at her through the steam. Is it the cold or me? She tries to pull her leg down. I tighten my grip, my thumb digging into her calf muscle. Don't pull away. I'm not finished. I run my soapy hand up past her knee, dragging my palm up her thigh, teasing the edge of her core before pulling back down. You're so soft where you haven't been cut. I'm so close to completely losing my mind. I want to hike her other leg up, pin her dead against the slick glass, and take her right fucking here until she screams her real name. I drop her leg and stand back up. I grab the heavy steel handheld sprayer from its mount. I turn the dial to blast and rinse her off one last time. The direct, high pressure of the water hits her chest and stomach, making her gasp and twist away, but there's nowhere to go. I watch the white soap suds swirl down the silver drain, taking the very last remnants of her assassin identity with them. She stands there, clean, pink-skinned from the heat, and utterly defeated by the overwhelming weight of my presence in her space. I turn off the water abruptly. The sudden silence is jarring, heavier than the roar ever was. The dripping of the showerhead and her frantic wet breathing are the only sounds left. Now you're clean, I say, dropping the sprayer. The cold air from the vents rushes back in through the open stall door. She goes to step out. I block her with my chest. Don't move. I'll tell you when you can step out. I stare at her pale face. You look like you've seen a ghost. The hunt is over. The training begins now. I step out of the shower first, my heavy leather boots squelching loud on the marble floor. I leave wet, muddy footprints everywhere. I don't care. I pull open the cabinet and grab a massive plush black towel. I wrap it around her shoulders as she steps out, but instead of letting her hold it, I grip the ends and rub her dry myself. My movements are brisk, rough, and completely devoid of any gentle romance. I dry her hair by pulling the towel over her head and rubbing it vigorously, completely ignoring her muffled curses and protests. I said don't move, I bark, yanking her forward when she tries to step away. I dry her arms, her back, dragging the terry cloth over her sensitive skin. Come here. I'm not done with you. I catch our reflection in the full-length mirror. I look like a fucking monster, suit soaked, hair plastered to my forehead, a bloody cut on my thumb. And she looks like my victim, stripped, dripping, wrapped in my towel. It's absolutely perfect. I grab her by the arm. You're staying in my sight from now on. I pull her out of the bathroom and back into the master bedroom. The air conditioning hits us both. I drag her to the bed and throw her down onto the silk sheets. While she's still tangled up in the black towel, trying to orient herself, I reach into the drawer of my nightstand and pull out a heavy polished steel chain. She freezes when she hears the clink of the metal. I grab her ankle, the skin still damp from the shower, and snap the cold, thick manacle shut around it. The click of the lock is loud, final, and it echoes across the large room. She kicks out instantly. I just step back and tug on the chain once hard. Her leg flies out from under her, her ass hitting the mattress as the chain pulls tight against the reinforced steel bed frame. It doesn't give an inch. This is your world now, I tell her, watching her stare at the metal wrapped around her ankle. The smell of the sandalwood soap lingers heavily on her skin. I drop my end of the chain onto the floor. From the skylight to a 6-foot chain. Quite a fall, isn't it? I say, walking toward my closet to finally peel this ruined wetsuit off my body. I feel a sick, deep sense of peace that I haven't felt in years. She's chained to my bed. She's finally safe. She's finally mine. Sleep, ghost. I'll be watching. I unbutton my cuffs, tossing the bloody one into the trash. Nothing else matters now. Chapter 7. Lorenzo POV. The rain is hammering against the reinforced glass of my study like a firing squad, but it barely registers over the sound of Silvio slamming his heavy fist onto my mahogany desk. The crystal decanter of scotch rattles violently, amber liquid sloshing against the glass. The whole room is thick with the scent of expensive cigars, old peat, and the heavy electric ozone of the storm rolling over the Milanese skyline. I stand with my back to the room, looking out at the city I own, a silver cigar cutter in my hand. I slowly, methodically clip the end of a cohiba. The steel snips with a sharp, clean sound. I'm taking my time. I'm making him wait. You're keeping a viper in your bed, boss, Silvio barks, his voice vibrating with a suppressed rage that makes him pace the carpet like a caged animal. The men are losing their minds. They're talking. Is she worth a mutiny? I've followed you for 10 years, but this is madness. It's a fucking security risk. I turn around with a fluidity that immediately halts his pacing. I don't look angry. I'm far past anger. I'm bored. I pick up my glass from the desk and take a long, deliberate sip of the scotch, feeling the burn coat my throat. My eyes are hooded, tracking the pulse jumping in Silvio's jugular like a predator watching a frantic rabbit in a trap. The silence stretches out. I swirl the scotch, listening to the sharp clink of the ice against the crystal side, counting the seconds in my head. The low hum of the floor-to-ceiling humidor fills the space, mixing with the flickering yellow light of a dying lamp in the corner. Silvio's hands are shaking. It's not fear yet, it's the adrenaline of perceived righteousness. That makes him incredibly fucking dangerous, and incredibly fucking stupid. Are you finished, Silvio? I ask, my voice a deadpan drawl. I didn't realize my bedroom was a matter of committee vote. You're making a lot of noise for a man who serves at my pleasure. Silvio leans entirely over the desk, his face flushing a deep mottled purple. He's pushing it. He's pushing boundaries he doesn't have the weight to cross, talking about how the men are whispering, how I've gone soft, how I'm trading the family's iron fist for a piece of tail upstairs. Over by the door, Marco, one of Silvio's cockier young soldiers, lets out a sharp, derisive snort. The sound echoes too loudly in the study. Marco leans against the doorframe, picking at a piece of dried mud on his tactical boot, looking up with a smirk that doesn't quite reach his nervous, twitching eyes. Next to him, Luca stays perfectly still, smart enough to realize the temperature in the room just dropped 20 degrees. Respect isn't given, Lorenzo. It's maintained, Silvio says, pushing off the desk. They think you're compromised. The girl is a cleaner, and you're treating her like a fucking queen. I shift my gaze past Silvio, letting it lock dead onto Marco. I offer the kid a small, terrifyingly thin smile. I gesture with my glass toward him, setting it down on a leather coaster with surgical precision. It doesn't make a sound. Something funny, Marco? I ask softly. Speak up. I value the opinions of my loyal soldiers. Tell me what you think of my house guests. Marco's smirk falters, but the idiot is fueled by the silence and Silvio's presence. He actually straightens up, hitching his belt like he's trying to look larger, even though his shadow on the wall is trembling. We all know what you're doing up there, boss, he spits out, his voice dripping with vulgar confidence. A ghost sent to kill you, and you're keeping her like a pet. It's a disgrace to the name. Fucking the enemy, we used to have standards. Now you're just a puppet for some stray putana. Nobody says a fucking word. Silvio completely pales, suddenly realizing his dog just bit the hand that holds the leash. The air tastes like copper. A distant thunderclap shakes the floorboards, and the heat radiating off Silvio's embarrassed, panicked face is suffocating. I don't move a muscle, but I can feel my own presence expanding in the room, a cold, heavy tide of violence rising up in my chest. I welcome it. God, I've been craving it all damn day. I glance at the grandfather clock on the mantel. It's exactly 2 a.m. I slowly reach up and unbutton my suit jacket, draped perfectly over my broad shoulders, and let it slide off, dropping it carelessly onto the leather chair. A disgrace, you say? I murmur. Silvio, did you hear that? Marco thinks I've forgotten how to handle my property. I move. I don't walk. I cross the space in a blur of tailored shadow. Before Marco can even raise his hands to defend himself, my fingers are buried deep in his throat. My thumb crushes directly into his windpipe as I launch him backward. He slams into the floor-to-ceiling bookshelf with a deafening crash. Heavy leather-bound books rain down on the rug around us. My gold signet ring digs into his flesh, leaving a jagged, welling red mark on his neck as I grip tighter, lifting him an inch off the ground. He lets out a wet, pathetic rattle, his hands clawing uselessly at my iron wrists. "Repeat it," I snarled directly into his face. "Look at me when you die, you little shit. Whose house is this?" Marco's legs kick out, his boots scuffing the wood. I ignore Silvio's frantic step forward behind me. I pull my right fist back and drive a massive short-range punch directly into Marco's solar plexus. The air leaves the soldier in a sickening wheeze, his eyes bugging out of his skull. The impact vibrates up my forearm. It feels fantastic. "Don't look away, Silvio," I bark over my shoulder, keeping Marco pinned. "Is this what you wanted to see? Watch him." I release his throat, only to grab him by his greasy hair. I yank him forward and slam his face straight down onto the sharp edge of the mahogany desk. There's a wet, splintering crack that echoes over the rain. Marco's nose shatters on impact. A fine spray of blood arcs across the green leather blotter and stains my white cuff. A single drop of crimson lands squarely on the glass face of my watch. I don't even blink. "My standards, Marco. Let's talk about them," I say, my breathing steady and perfectly even while he groans in agony. "You like to talk about what happens in my bed? You're bleeding on my desk." I let go of his hair and let him drop. Marco hits the floor and curls into a fetal ball, sobbing through a ruined mask of red, holding his shattered face. I stand over him, looking down at the pathetic mess. I slowly flex my fingers. My knuckles are split and weeping blood, the pain a distant grounding hum that sharpens everything in the room. I carefully adjust my cufflinks, completely ignoring the blood dripping from my right hand onto the expensive Persian rug. "Get up," I command. Marco just whimpers, a ragged wet sound. "I'm not finished with you. Look at your loyal brother, Silvio." I turn my flat, predatory gaze back to my underboss. Silvio has backed up against the wall, his hands raised defensively, his pupils blown wide. I walk toward him, closing the distance until we are inches apart. The smell of fear coming off him is sour and sharp. I reach out and wipe a smudge of Marco's blood onto Silvio's crisp lapel with a slow, mocking caress. He trembles. "Do you have something to add, Silvio?" I ask, my voice dropping to a low, gravelly rumble that vibrates right into his chest. "Is the message clear enough for you? I'm waiting for your whispers." He shakes his head fast. I lean in closer. "She is mine. Every breath she takes in this house is by my leave. If you ever speak her name again without my permission, I'll take your fucking tongue and feed it to the dogs. She's a viper, yes. And I'm the one with my boot on her neck." Silvio's posture collapses. He bows his head, staring at the blood I just smeared on him. "I was out of line, boss," he mutters, his voice cracking horribly. "It won't happen again. I understand. She's yours." "Get him out of my sight," I say, giving a sharp flick of my bloody hand toward Marco's twitching body on the floor. I turn my back to them, looking out the window again. "Burn the rug. Don't come back until the smell of cowardice is out of the air." I hear the dragging sound of Marco being hauled across the floor by Luca and Silvio, followed by the heavy click of the study door closing. I'm alone. I pull out a fresh silk handkerchief from my pocket and begin to meticulously wipe the blood from my knuckles. The silence in the room isn't peaceful. It's loud as hell. The adrenaline from beating a man half to death hasn't dissipated. It's just mutated into a raw, feral hunger. The sight of the blood on my white shirt triggers a sudden, sharp flash of GINEVRA's cold, dead eyes in the dark upstairs. My heart thuds heavily against my ribs. The pain in my split skin is a stimulant, and my groin tightens so hard it actually aches. I drop the bloody handkerchief into the wastebasket, watching the red silk unfurl like a dying rose among the trash. Not enough, I mutter to myself. I need GINEVRA. I stride out of the study, my footsteps echoing like gunshots on the cold marble floors. The guards stationed in the hall take one look at my face and the blood on my clothes and immediately shrink back against the walls. I ignore them. I rip my tie off my neck as I walk, throwing it carelessly onto a side table. Stay back, I snap at the two men guarding the staircase. No one enters the east wing. Leave us. They scramble to obey. I take the grand staircase 2 steps at a time, the cool touch of the marble banister grounding me as the shadows stretch long and heavy in the dim hallway. The air smells like rain and old woodwax up here. I reach the heavy oak doors of the master bedroom and stop. My hand hovers over the brass handle. Through the thick wood, I can hear the faint rhythmic clink of metal. She's testing her chain. The sound sends a direct, high-voltage jolt of electricity straight to my cock. She's still fighting, I whisper, looking down at the dried, crusty blood under my fingernails. Good. Let her fight. I push the door open and step inside. The only light comes from a single bedside lamp, casting long, jagged shadows across the massive bed. Ginevra is huddled on the edge of the mattress, her knees pulled up, the steel cuff around her ankle glinting in the amber light. Her toes are curled tightly into the silk sheets, her entire lean, athletic body coiled like a spring ready to snap. The second I walk in, she freezes. Her cold eyes lock immediately onto the fresh blood smeared across my white shirt and coating my hands. The room goes dead silent, except for the storm raging outside the window. You're bleeding, she says, her voice low and guarded. Did you kill them? You look like a monster, Lorenzo. I don't answer her. I turn around, push the heavy oak door shut, and slide the iron bolt into place. The heavy thud of the lock is absolute. It seals the cage. I lean my back against the door for a second, my eyes dark and fixed on her, unblinking. The metallic scent of blood fills the small, claustrophobic space between us. I can hear her shallow, rapid breaths. I slowly start unbuttoning my ruined shirt, pulling the fabric apart to expose the hard, scarred planes of my chest. The world is outside that door, Ginevra, I tell her, my voice completely devoid of mercy. But in here, there is only you and me. And I am very, very hungry. I move toward the bed, my stride slow and deliberate. I stop just out of her reach, my broad shadow swallowing her up. She's terrified, but the spark of violence is still there in her eyes, burning bright. I hold up my hand, showing her the split, weeping knuckles. I reach out. She flinches, but I don't hit her. I brush a stray, sweat-damp hair from her face with a finger still stained with Marcos' blood. They wanted to take you from me, I say quietly. I broke them for it. Now I'm going to break you. She swallowed hard, her pulse hammering visibly in her throat. I stared at the vein fluttering under her pale skin. My knuckles were throbbing like a bitch. I needed to wash the idiot's blood off my hands before it ruined the fucking sheets.
Chapter 8. Ginevra POV. I sit on the edge of the massive bed, watching the door like a cornered animal, while the dead silence of the room just amplifies the heavy, aggressive thud of footsteps echoing down the hallway. He's coming. The door swings open with this violent, unhinged force that makes the thick hinges actually groan in protest. Lorenzo stands in the threshold, completely blocking the harsh hallway light with his massive frame. His tuxedo jacket is completely gone, and his white button-down is ripped open halfway, splattered with fresh, bright crimson droplets that definitely aren't his. His knuckles are completely raw, swelling up red and purple with the obvious evidence of a brutal beatdown he just handed out to whatever poor bastard crossed him. His eyes aren't the cold, calculating voids of the businessman who locked me up. They are the black, dead-ass eyes of a predator who has just tasted blood and is actively starving for more. I can literally smell the metallic tang of blood mixed with expensive wood smoke wafting off him. He's unhinged. This isn't an interrogation anymore. The monster standing in the doorway is just looking for a place to put his violence, and I'm chained directly to the target area. He didn't make it easy, Lorenzo growls, his voice a low, gravelly scrape that grates against my nerves. He smears a streak of blood from his split knuckle onto the dark mahogany doorframe as he closes it. The heavy, rhythmic click of the lock engaging sounds like a fucking gunshot in the quiet room. They think I've gone soft because of you. Rotten hell, Stronzo, I spit at him, my muscles already coiling tight. Don't look at me like that, he snaps, stepping further into my cage. His chest is heaving under the thin cotton of his shirt. The silence in here is a lie. As he takes his first real step toward me, my brain just bypasses logic entirely. I lunge backward, scrambling away from him across the massive mattress. My heels dig frantically into the expensive silk duvet, trying to drag my body to the far side of the bed just to get out of his immediate blast radius. But the heavy steel chain around my ankle snaps taut with this jarring metallic crack that vibrates straight through the solid bed frame. It jerks my leg back, completely pinning me in place. I claw at the bedsheets, my fingernails catching on a loose thread in the silk and tearing a small jagged hole in the fabric. Fucking useless. It's humiliating. My body wants to bolt, to find a weapon to tear his throat out with my bare hands, but this dead weight of steel just turns my tactical retreat into a pathetic display of helplessness. Keep moving. See how far that steel lets you go, Lorenzo taunts, watching my panic with this sick, dark satisfaction. There is nowhere else, GINEVRA. Fuck you, I snarl, fighting the metal biting into my skin. Sit still, he commands, his tone absolute. The chain is the only thing keeping you on this earth. He doesn't even rush. He stalks toward the foot of the bed with this agonizing, deliberate slowness of a man who knows deadass that his prey has zero chance of escaping. I watch him reach for his wrists, his massive fingers undoing his gold cufflinks and dropping them onto the glass-top dresser with two sharp, final clicks that make my teeth grind. He starts rolling up his sleeves, exposing these thick, corded forearms absolutely covered in the faded, jagged scars of a dozen street fights. He doesn't look away from me for a single fucking second. His stare is practically stripping me bare before he even touches the mattress. I try to find the void, that blank space in my head where the silent hand trained me to go when things got bloody, but the heat radiating off this man is too overwhelming. He kicks a strayed designer shoe out of his path, sending it skidding aggressively across the cold marble floor. I'm tired of the games, he says, the scent of the expensive scotch he must have downed rolling over me. Silvio thinks I should kill you. Maybe you should let him try, motherfucker. I have a better use for you, he counters, a cruel smirk playing on his lips. You've been waiting for this, haven't you? Reaching the edge of the bed, he doesn't even go for my skin. He goes straight for the hardware. Lorenzo wraps the cold, heavy links of the chain around his massive fist, his knuckles turning stark white with the grip, and gives it a single violent yank. The sheer physical force of it drags me flat onto the mattress, pulling my entire body across the sheets until my hips are yanked right to the very edge, dead center in front of him. He towers over me, his broad shoulders blotting out the light from the crystal chandelier above us. The chain hums with tension, the vibration traveling straight from his closed fist right through to my ankle bone. He's treating me like a piece of fucking furniture, just positioning an object for his own convenience, and the absolute audacity of it makes my blood boil. Come here, ghost, he breathes out. Look at me when I take you. I glare up at him, refusing to shrink away from the shadow he casts over my face. You're exactly where I want you, he murmurs, his eyes tracing the line of my body. Does the steel bite? Good. My conditioning finally snaps back into place, overriding the panic. I lash out, driving a vicious hooked kick straight upward aimed right at his jaw while my fingers claw out blindly toward his eyes, seeking to maim, blind, destroy. I move with desperate, animalistic speed, trying to take his head off. But Lorenzo just reacts with a feral snarl. His hand shoots out and catches my flying ankle midair, his grip clamping down like an industrial vice. He twists my leg just enough to force my momentum off balance, making me roll flat onto my back, and then he slams his knee down, pinning my other leg to the mattress with the sheer, unmovable weight of his thick thigh. The physical mismatch is infuriating. I hear skin slapping against skin, and his heavy grunt of effort. I see his split lip actively bleeding a dark drop onto my bare leg. My hair fans out across the white pillowcase like a dark ink stain. I hate that my heart is hammering right now, not just from the fight itself, but from the terrifyingly heavy, certain way his hands feel on me. Fight me. It makes it better, he growls, leaning his weight into the pin. You're a little viper, aren't you? Get the fuck off me. Try to kill me again, GINEVRA. I dare you, he challenges, his face inches from mine. You're fast but you're mine. He reaches out and pins both of my wrists straight above my head with one hand. His fingers are so ridiculously huge they encircle both of my arms with total ease, locking me down to the headboard. With his free hand, he grabs the collar of the thin, useless silk shift I'm wearing and just rips it downward with zero hesitation. The fabric literally screams as it gives way, the buttons popping off and flying through the air to clatter against the wood. A stray button bounces hard off my collarbone, leaving a tiny, fleeting red mark on my skin. The cool air hits my suddenly exposed body, and his pupils dilate so fast his eyes look entirely black. The sound of the dress tearing feels like the very last shred of my armor being ripped away, but there's this twisted, terrifying spike of relief in my chest that the pretense of this whole situation is finally fucking over. "You don't need this," he mutters, tossing the torn shreds aside. "Let's see what I bought." "You didn't buy shit." "Stop hiding," he demands, his starving gaze raking over my scars. "Bella, but so broken." He doesn't wait for my brain to process the nakedness. He shoves me completely flat into the mattress, his heavy muscular body following me down and crushing the air straight out of my fucking lungs. The weight of him is like a mountain of solid muscle, pressing me into the sheets. The smell of his sweat mixed with his expensive cologne is everywhere, invading my senses. He reaches down and unbuckles his belt with a sharp, rhythmic snap and slide of leather, moving frantically but with total, terrifying control. The belt hits the floor with a heavy thud, the metal buckle ringing loudly against the marble. He uses his knee to forcefully wedge my thighs apart, the rough wool of his trousers scratching harshly against my sensitive inner skin. I try to squeeze my legs shut to keep some tiny fraction of my body to myself, but his knee is an immovable, dominant force. "Open for me," he orders, his voice vibrating against my chest. "Don't fight the weight." "I'll fight whatever the fuck I want." "You're shaking, GINEVRA," he notes, his tone shifting into something dangerously observant. "I'm going to ruin you for anyone else." His hand slides down the length of my stomach, his palm incredibly hot and heavy. He finds the slick, wet heat gathering between my legs, and this dark, cruel, knowing smirk twists his mouth when he realizes exactly how bad my own biology is betraying me. I want to die of sheer embarrassment. He doesn't even give me a second to brace before he thrusts two thick fingers inside me. A sharp, invasive stretch that makes my lower back instantly arch right off the bed. I bite my lower lip so hard a bead of blood appears, desperately trying to stifle the moan clawing its way up my throat. I want to scream at him that it's just a biological response to friction, but the words totally die in my mouth, as a wave of absolutely unwanted, sickening pleasure washes over me. The sound of my own wetness as he works his hand is maddening. "Look at this. You're soaking for the man who keeps you in a cage," he mocks, his hot breath brushing my cheek. "Your body is a traitor, little ghost." "Shut up," I gasp out, squeezing my eyes shut. "Tell me you want me to stop." "Lie to me," he whispers darkly. "Patana. My beautiful, lethal Patana." He sheds his trousers with violent, practiced efficiency. No lube, no prep, nothing. He positions himself bluntly at my entrance, the broad, thick head of his cock pressing hard against my slick folds. And then, with a single brutal thrust, he drives himself into me all the way to the fucking hilt. The entry is this sharp, terrifyingly deep stretch that completely steals the breath from my lungs and forces a raw, jagged cry straight out of my throat. My hands, still pinned above my head, clench into tight fists, my knuckles turning stark white against the headboard as the bedframe groans under the massive impact. He's too big, too unyielding, and the way he's staring down at me, like he's literally devouring my soul, is so much more overwhelming than the physical invasion. "Breathe through it," he commands, watching my face contort. "Take it all." "Fuck." "Kazo, you're tight," he groans, his jaw clenching. "Now you know who owns you." He starts moving. His rhythm is completely relentless and punishing. Every single thrust is impossibly deep, bottoming out hard against my cervix with a force that vibrates violently through my entire skeletal frame. He's not trying to be gentle or romantic. He's actively trying to imprint his sheer existence onto the very walls of my body. The rhythmic slap of our skin colliding echoes in the room. He grabs a massive fistful of my dark hair, yanking my head back hard to expose the long line of my throat, forcing my gaze up to the ceiling as he pounds relentlessly into me. His bloody knuckles leave a faint, smeared print on the white silk pillow right next to my head. I try to count his thrusts, trying to turn this into a tactical exercise just to survive it, but the overwhelming heat of his skin against mine is building into this terrifying, uncontrollable tide of sensation. "Whose are you?" he demands, his voice a guttural bark. I clench my jaw, refusing to answer. "Say my name while I break you," he insists, thrusting harder. "You're going to remember this every time you close your eyes." "Go to hell." "More. I know you can take more." The friction builds into an absolute fever pitch. My mind is a chaotic kaleidoscope of burning shame and intense spiraling pleasure. Against every single ounce of my willpower, my hips actually begin to rise to meet his violent thrusts. My body is just blindly seeking the release it's been denied for so long, turning me into a desperate animal. Lorenzo feels the shift instantly, letting out this deep, vibrating growl of pure victory. He leans his heavy body down, his teeth grazing the highly sensitive skin of my neck as he hammers into me with even more frantic speed. His broad chest is slick with sweat, rubbing roughly against my bare breasts. A bead of sweat drips from his firm chin and lands directly onto my collarbone. I'm completely losing the war. The assassin is gone, replaced by this screaming white-hot feral need that makes me want to claw his fucking back to ribbons. "That's it. Fight for it," he encourages, sensing my absolute undoing. "Give up, GINEVRA." "I hate you," I sob out, the sensation pushing me to the absolute brink. "Show me how much you need this," he pushes. "You're mine. Every inch." As I physically near the edge of breaking, his hand leaves my tangled hair and drops directly onto my throat. He doesn't squeeze hard enough to choke me out, but his grip is completely absolute. A dominant, heavy, grounding pressure that forces my entire chaotic world to focus solely on the point of impact between our bodies. The slight restriction of my airway sends this wild spike of adrenaline straight through my veins. He stares down into my wide, blown-out pupils with intense, unblinking focus, demanding my complete attention. The pulse in my neck thrums frantically against the hot palm of his hand. That grip is the final key. It just totally strips away the very last wall of my stubborn resistance, leaving absolutely nothing but the raw, biological craving for completion. "Don't you dare close your eyes," he orders roughly. "Look at me." I can't look away. I'm trapped in his gravity. "I've got you," he promises, his thumb pressing into my pulse point. "Break for me, little ghost." The climax hits me like a literal explosion. My body convulses in this violent, uncontrollable full-body shudder as I completely shatter under him. A raw guttural scream is ripped from my lungs, muffled only slightly by the heavy pressure of his hand on my throat. My toes curl so hard they literally cramp, my heels digging frantically into the mattress, as wave after wave of blinding pleasure rips through me. I squeeze him internally with this desperate, intense reflex, my orgasm completely taking over my physical autonomy. There's no training, no logic, just the terrifying absolute surrender to his control. "Yes, Kazo," he barks out, feeling my walls clamping down on him. "Take it all." I can't speak. I can only ride the electricity. "Mine," he growls. "Again. Feel it again." My impossibly tight contractions push him straight over the edge. Lorenzo lets out a deafening primal roar of victory and release as he drives one final bone-deep thrust into me. He holds himself buried deep inside my body as he climaxes, his massive frame shuddering with a violent, unrestrained force that effectively pins me dead into the mattress. He pumps into me, filling me with a scorching heat that feels exactly like a physical, permanent brand. He drops his weight, burying his face in the crook of my neck. His breath comes in hot, ragged bursts against my sensitive skin. I can feel his heart hammering wildly against my ribs, the warmth spreading deep inside my core. It's over, but it's really not. The way he just took me can never be undone. "Mia," he whispers roughly against my ear. "God, you're perfect." I try to shift, to get an inch of space from the overwhelming crush of him. "Don't move," he commands, his voice tired but still carrying that unyielding authority. "Stay right there." He remains heavily sprawled on top of me for several long, suffocating moments, his weight completely crushing and grounding me to the bed. He slowly lifts his head. His hand is still resting deliberately on my throat, though the grip has softened into just a heavy reminder of his power. He leans in closer, his lips brushing right against the shell of my ear as he speaks with this raw, terrifying finality that chills my blood. A single drop of sweat from his forehead falls onto my cheek, sliding down my skin like a tear I refuse to fucking cry. He makes damn sure I hear and process every single word, ensuring the psychological claiming cuts just as deep as the physical one. "You belong to me now," he states, the words heavier than his actual body. "This is your life, GINEVRA." I swallow hard against his hand. "Don't ever forget how this feels," he continues. "My cage, my rules, my woman." He slowly, agonizingly withdraws from my body. The slick sound of the separation is ridiculously loud in the now quiet room. He sits up on the very edge of the bed, giving me a view of his broad back, a solid wall of scarred, permanently tensed muscle. He doesn't look back at me immediately. He just sits there catching his breath, the cold air hitting my wet, sensitive, ruined skin. I can already see the dark bruises beginning to form heavily on my hips where his hands gripped me. The proprietary air around him is thicker than ever. He looks down at his hands, staring at his bloody knuckles that are now mixed with the sweaty, slick marks of our brutal encounter. He reaches out and grabs his discarded, ruined shirt off the floor, using the fabric to wipe his hands clean with a completely dismissive, detached gesture that makes me feel like an absolute object. I feel like a discarded weapon, but the sickest part is that my body is still thrumming with the heavy echo of him. I fucking hate the part of my brain that actually wants him to turn back around. "I have a meeting at dawn," he says flatly, his voice shifting right back to the cold, calculating Mafia boss. "Try to sleep." "Go fuck yourself," I whisper, my voice hoarse and broken. "You're a mess," he remarks, ignoring my insult entirely. "I'll see you in the morning, GINEVRA." He stands up, effortlessly adjusting his trousers, his movements brisk and totally efficient. I pull a corner of the ruined, torn duvet over my violently exposed body, the movement small, pathetic, and defensive. He walks to the door, pausing for just a split second with his hand on the handle. He looks back over his shoulder at me one last time. I'm lying there naked, chained, bruised, and thoroughly ruined on his expensive sheets. He gives this tiny, dark nod of absolute satisfaction before stepping out into the hall. "Locking you in for your own safety, of course," he deadpans. "Good night, ghost." He shuts the door. The heavy clack of the deadbolt locking slams into my skull. "Think about what we did," his voice drifts faintly through the wood. "You're not going anywhere." The fading sound of his footsteps leaves behind this crushing silence. I just stare up at the ceiling, the phantom pressure of his massive hand still wrapped around my throat. I didn't just lose a physical fight in this room. I lost the fucking war for my own mind. Chapter 9. GINEVRA POV. Coming out of the dark felt like swimming through wet cement. I pulled myself up from the absolute bottom of a heavy, trauma-soaked sleep, my brain booting up in slow, disjointed sequences. The physical feedback hit me before my eyes even opened. Sore. I was completely, fundamentally wrecked. There was a deep, rhythmic throb radiating through my pelvis, an undeniable ache settling deep in my bones that made my muscles feel like they'd been run through a meat grinder. The insides of my thighs stung with hot, raw friction burns every time the high thread count silk sheets brushed against my skin. The air in the master bedroom was thick, heavy with the suffocating scent of the aftermath, stale sweat, expensive cedar cologne, the sharp bite of scotch, and the faint, unmistakable metallic tang of blood Lorenzo had brought in on his knuckles. My body felt like a crime scene I was being forced to inhabit. I dragged my thumb across my thigh, the scratchy texture of the silk dragging against raw skin, and found a small dried smear of blood. I stared at the dark red flake on my fingertip. I didn't know if it was mine or his. I didn't even care. The physical pleasure I'd let him rip out of me hours ago felt like a massive, unhinged betrayal of my entire existence. My silent hand conditioning was built on iron, on being untouchable, on feeling absolutely nothing. Now, I was just a weapon blunted by my own fucking biology. Quiet. Too quiet. I swallowed hard, the muscles in my throat protesting. My body isn't mine anymore. I stayed perfectly still, a deeply ingrained habit from the pits. Never move until you know where the predator is. But I didn't need to look. I could feel the heat radiating off Lorenzo's massive, absolute unit of a frame right behind me. He was spooning me. His chest was a solid brick wall pressed flush against my back, the heavy rhythmic thud of his heart hammering against my shoulder blades. The coarse prickle of his chest hair scratched through the impossibly thin fabric of my chemise. His breath was steady and hot against the nape of my neck, right over the bruised skin he'd claimed last night. I closed my eyes and tried to summon the cold void. The mental drop. The meditative state of pure, clinical emotional numbness that kept me alive when I was just a nameless kid killing for scraps. But the void wouldn't come. Every time I tried to lock down my mind and find my hatred for this man, my body short-circuited. I felt the ghost of his hands wrapping around my throat, and instead of rage, a sick, heavy spark of heat flared up right in my gut. The fortress was compromised. Deadass breached. Don't feel. Just breathe. I forced my eyes open and stared at a single dust mote dancing in a narrow sliver of blue-gray early morning sunlight slicing through the heavy curtains. I fixated on it. I tried to sync my ragged breathing to the erratic floating of the dust, rather than the slow, dominant rise and fall of Lorenzo's chest behind me. The hum of the central air kicked on, a dull white noise over the silence of a house built entirely on secrets and body counts. I hated him. I hated the fact that my skin was practically humming, reaching backward to soak up his body heat, even while my brain screamed at me to put distance between us. The void is gone. It was just me, and the raw, pathetic reality that I liked his hands on me. Moving nothing but my eyes, I carefully glanced over my shoulder. Lorenzo in the dawn light looked completely different. The harsh predatory lines of his face, the ones that usually promised extreme violence, were smoothed over by sleep. His dark, thick lashes cast long, deceptive shadows across his sharp cheekbones. For a split second, he didn't look like a mob boss. He looked human. He looked like a man instead of a monster. A sleeping devil. I hated how tempting that momentary softness was. It was way more dangerous than his violence. Seeing him as a person just meant I was accepting my role as his victim, rather than his enemy. I stared at his jaw, and noticed a jagged pale scar cutting across the line of his bone that I hadn't seen before. My fingers twitched. I felt an absolutely insane, unhinged urge to reach out and trace it. To touch him voluntarily. What the fuck is wrong with me? Is this what a master looks like? I aggressively reminded myself of the dried blood coating his knuckles last night. He beats men to death with his bare hands. He chained me to a bed. That killed the rising, pathetic sympathy real quick. The tactical, cold-blooded part of my brain finally rebooted. I analyzed the room. He was asleep. He was vulnerable. There were no guards stationed inside the bedroom. No loaded gun in his massive hand. He was just meat and bone right now. My conditioning screamed at me. This was the opening. This was the moment to finish the contract I dropped through the skylight for. Kill him now. End it. But I didn't move. A new, paralyzing inertia gripped my limbs. My muscles felt like lead, weighed down not by exhaustion, but by a dark, toxic loyalty to the exact man who had systematically broken me down. I stared at my own hand, slowly clenching and unclenching my fist, testing the strength returning to my fingers. The coppery taste of my own bitten lip flooded my mouth. The cold morning air hit my exposed shoulder where the chemise had slipped down. I ran through the mental Rolodex of lethal strikes. 2 fingers to the eyes. A crushed windpipe. A shattered temple. It was basic geometry and force. 1 move and I'm free. But my heart deadass wasn't in it. I shifted my leg a fraction of an inch and felt the cold bite of the heavy steel shackle locked around my ankle. The chain was short, bolted directly to the massive oak bedframe. It was the ultimate symbol of my degradation, the physical proof that I was property. But my assassin brain looked at the steel links and saw garrote. If I could gather the slack and loop it around his thick neck, I could use my entire body weight to drop off the side of the bed and snap his cervical spine before he even woke up. I was going to reclaim my identity by killing him with the exact thing he used to cage me. My chain, my cord. I slid my foot backward, millimeter by painstaking millimeter. I kept the tension perfect, minimizing the sound of the metal links sliding against each other. The faint, rhythmic chink of the steel was barely a whisper over the hum of the AC. The metal felt ice cold against my bruised skin. Let's see how you like being choked. I focused purely on the mechanics of the kill to drown out the loud, pathetic voice in my head telling me I didn't want to leave this bed. I centered my gravity. I coiled my leg muscles under the heavy duvet like a compressed spring. I visualized the exact trajectory. The loop. The violent pull. The sound of his trachea crushing under the steel. This was the only way to survive. You don't escape a cage, you kill the warden. If I didn't move right now, I was going to belong to Lorenzo Marchetti for the rest of my miserable life. I bit down hard on my tongue, ensuring no sound would escape my lips when I lunged. I could practically see the handlers at the Silent Hand standing over me, sneering at my hesitation. They'd think I was weak. They'd think I was compromised. Die, Marchetti. I slowed my heart rate to a crawl. The shadows stretched long across the ceiling. 1, 2, 3. I exploded. In one fluid, hyper-violent motion, I twisted my entire body around, whipping my leg up and catching the length of the chain in my hands. I threw my weight forward, ripping the slack upward toward the gap between his chin and his broad chest, fully intending to bury the heavy steel links deep into his throat. The chain snapped taut with a vicious metallic whip crack that echoed like a gunshot in the silent room. Got you. Ha. It was a split second of pure, murderous hope. The rush of air, the blur of silver, the heavy mattress shifting violently under my sudden momentum. And then I hit a brick wall. Lorenzo's hand moved with a speed that defied his massive size. He didn't flinch. He didn't gasp. His dark eyes simply snapped open, wide, pitch black, and completely awake. He caught my wrist mid-air. His grip was an absolute crushing vice that instantly stopped the heavy chain barely an inch from his carotid artery. He hadn't been asleep at all. The motherfucker had been waiting for me to try it. His long fingers squeezed my wrist so hard I felt the radius and ulna bones literally grate against each other. A sharp gasp punched out of my lungs. You think I'm that easy, Piccola? Lorenzo's voice was a dark, raspy gravel that vibrated through the air. The terrifying focus in his eyes stripped away every illusion I had of having the upper hand. Did you really think I'd let you win? I was playing checkers while this bastard was playing chess. My stealth routine? The slow movement of the chain? It was a performance he generously allowed me to have before shutting it down. Without another word, he rolled. He used his sheer, overwhelming bulk to drive me backward, pinning me flat against the mattress. He didn't bother throwing a strike, he didn't need to. He just occupied every square inch of my space, his heavy weight forcing the air completely out of my lungs in a harsh rush. He wrenched my arm back at an angle that made my shoulder joint scream, forcing my fingers to spasm and drop the chain. It clattered uselessly against the wooden headboard. Drop it, he ordered, the tone dry and authoritative. He pinned my knees down with his heavy thighs, completely neutralizing my lower body in a single movement. You never learn, do you? The transition from lethal predator back to helpless captive was instantaneous. It was humiliating. The scent of his skin enveloped me, raw, dark, and overwhelmingly dominant. My own breathing was frantic and shallow against the crushing pressure of his chest. He felt like a mountain dropped on top of me. There was zero leverage. No escape. He gathered both of my wrists in one of his massive hands, dragging them up and pinning them effortlessly against the pillow above my head. He loomed over me, his broad shoulders blocking out the morning sun. His face was inches from mine, and the expression looking down at me was one of bored, cruel amusement. I twisted my jaw and hawked a glob of spit at his face, aiming for his eye. He casually shifted his head a fraction of an inch. It completely missed, hitting the sheets, and his smirk just widened. "You have so much spirit for a dead girl," he murmured, his breath hot against my cheek. He pressed his weight down harder. "Stay still." I glared up at him, my chest heaving, the rough calluses on his thumb slowly rubbing against the sensitive skin on the inside of my pinned wrists. His dark pupils were so dilated, they almost swallowed the iris. He was genuinely enjoying this. My violent resistance was nothing but an appetizer to him. With his free hand, he reached down. He didn't strike me. Instead, he slowly, deliberately traced the dark purple and red bruises mottling my throat. His touch was light, almost tender. It made my skin crawl because it was 10 times more terrifying than a closed fist. He was taking inventory. He was mapping the damage he'd inflicted last night, rubbing it in my face exactly who owned me. He pressed his thumb deep into the hollow of my throat, applying just enough pressure to restrict my airway. I was forced to swallow hard, the muscles jumping under his heavy touch. "These look good on you," he said, his voice dropping an octave, thick with arrogant satisfaction. "They match the chain." I bared my teeth at him, but my heart was hammering a frantic, traitorous rhythm. He was checking his work, looking at me like I was a piece of custom furniture he'd just finished staining. He shifted his weight again, moving fluidly. Before I could even brace myself, he grabbed my hip and roughly rolled me onto my side, forcing my back to face him. He yanked me backward, pulling my body flush against his chest in a brutal, suffocating spoon. His thick arm hooked around my waist like an iron beam, clamping me down so tightly I could feel every hard ridge of muscle in his torso. He denied me the ability to look him in the eye, stripping away my defiance and forcing me into a position of absolute submissive vulnerability. He tucked his chin over my shoulder, the harsh scrape of his dark stubble dragging across the shell of my ear. "Go back to sleep, Patana," he growled against my skin, his grip tightening. "You're going nowhere." The heat radiating off his chest seeped through the thin silk of my chemise. It felt like being encased in solid stone. I inhaled the smell of expensive leather and mint on his breath. But it wasn't just his arm caging me. The hard, thick ridge of his morning erection was pressing dead center into the small of my back. It was an undeniable, crude, physical statement of his absolute power over me. I just tried to snap his neck with a chain, and he was hard for me. It was unhinged. "Feel that?" Lorenzo whispered harshly, grinding his hips forward just a fraction to make sure I couldn't ignore it. "That's the only thing you need to worry about." A violent jolt of heat sparked between my legs, a sudden heavy dampness that I wanted to carve out of my own body. My biology was betraying me again. My trauma-wired brain was furious, but my body remembered the sheer weight of him inside me last night, and it wanted it again. I snapped. A massive wave of panic-induced rage flooded my system. I started thrashing wildly in his hold, throwing my weight from side to side, kicking my legs against his shins. I twisted my head and clamped my jaw down hard on his forearm, sinking my teeth into his skin. I made raw, feral, animalistic sounds, deep in my throat, completely desperate to claw my way out of his suffocating heat. "Let go. Fuck you, let go." I screamed, the words tearing out of my raw throat. I ripped my head back, trying to headbutt him. "Kill me or let me go." Lorenzo didn't fight back. He didn't punch me. He didn't even flinch when my teeth broke the top layer of skin on his arm. His muscle just felt like cured leather under my bite. Instead of striking me, he simply tightened the cage. He scissored his heavy legs around mine, completely locking my lower half in place. He shifted his massive arm up, locking it directly across my chest, his bicep crushing my breasts. His strength was so absolute, so entirely overwhelming, that my frantic thrashing was instantly reduced to useless, pathetic twitching. He made a low, rumbling sound deep in his chest, a dark, warning growl that vibrated through my spine and rattled my teeth. He buried his face in the crook of my neck, inhaling deeply, taking a drag of my scent like my sheer panic was his favorite fucking aesthetic. "Quiet," he commanded, the word a heavy weight dropping on my head. "Fight all you want. You're still mine." The fight drained out of me all at once. It wasn't a gradual fade, it was a sudden, jarring collapse of my nervous system. Muscle failure. My limbs went completely limp. The feral screams died in my throat, replaced by ragged, humiliating sobs that I couldn't hold back. I sagged backward against him, a dead weight, my forehead dropping to rest against the mattress. My spirit finally snapped in half, under the physical reality of his superiority. He was an anchor, and I was dead-ass drowning. A long, pathetic, shuddering exhale ripped out of me, ruffling the edge of the silk pillowcase. "I can't." I rasped out, the words barely audible. "Stop. Please." The silence in the room stretched out, thick and heavy. The sweat on my skin started to cool in the AC. I could feel the steady, rhythmic pulse of his blood pumping through the arm locked across my chest. There was no point in fighting. He was too strong. He'd won. But as the adrenaline crashed out of my system, a terrifying new sensation washed over me. In the total stillness of the room, the heavy, crushing weight of Lorenzo's body stopped feeling like a cage. It felt grounding. The solid, immovable wall of his chest at my back, the unrelenting iron grip of his arms wrapping around me, it provided a physical boundary I hadn't felt in my entire life. I had spent 26 years floating in the dark, looking over my shoulder, waiting for the knife in the dark. "Why is it warm?" I subconsciously let my muscles relax, leaning back a fraction of an inch to soak up his body heat. He didn't ease up. He's not letting go. The Stockholm shift hit my brain like a freight train. It was horrifyingly rational. I realized with a cold jolt of clarity that this literal cage, this locked master bedroom, this steel chain, these heavy violent arms, felt safer than the world outside. Outside this penthouse, the silent hand was hunting me. The cleaners were coming to erase me. Outside, I was a broken tool, a liability. But in here, under him, I was property. And Lorenzo Marchetti protected his property. "I'm safe here." I curled my toes against the mattress. The steel chain rattled softly against the oak frame. I listened to the chink of the metal and realized I didn't hate the sound anymore. He won't let them take me. I stopped fighting him in my mind. The internal war just shut down. I let my head fall back fully against his shoulder, letting my entire body soften and melt into his hard lines. It was a surrender way more profound than giving up my body. I wasn't just tapping out of the physical fight. I was mentally signing over the deed to my life. I was accepting his total ownership. "I give up. Your cage. My world." I reached my hand back. I tentatively rested my palm against his thick forearm, my fingers slowly tracing the heavy, rope-like veins standing out beneath his tanned skin. My heartbeat slowed down, the frantic rhythm smoothing out until it matched the slow, calm thud of his chest against my back. Lorenzo felt the shift the absolute second it happened. The brutal tension in his arms didn't disappear, but the nature of it changed. It went from active, violent restraint to a heavy, proprietary claim. He nuzzled his nose into the curve of my neck, his hot lips lightly brushing against the dark bruises he'd left on my skin. He knew he had won this round completely. The war was over. He placed a slow, heavy, deliberate kiss on the crown of my head. His massive hand slid down from my chest, resting possessively over the curve of my hip, his fingers digging into my flesh just enough to remind me who was in charge. "Good girl," he murmured, the dark satisfaction in his voice wrapping around my brain like a warm blanket. "Finally found your place, haven't you?" I closed my eyes, letting the suffocating darkness of his embrace swallow me whole. The truth was way more terrifying than taking a bullet. I didn't want to leave. This monster's arms were the closest thing to a home I'd ever known. I threaded my fingers through his, my grip tightening on his hand as we both settled deeper into the pillows. "Don't let go. I'm yours." The chain gave one final quiet clink as I adjusted my weight perfectly against him. I stared at the wall, feeling nothing but his heavy arm and his steady breath. Outside, people were probably already trying to figure out how to kill us both. Inside, I was just tired, sore, and wrapped around a man who would burn Milan to the ground before he let anyone else touch his property. It was what it was. Chapter 10. Ginevra POV. Lorenzo tosses the dress onto the rumpled bedsheets. It's made of midnight blue silk, and it lands with a soft, expensive shiver near my feet, right next to where the thick metal cuff of my chain still bites into my left ankle. I stare at the fabric like it's a fucking bomb, calculating how long it would take me to choke him out with it, but the reality is I don't have the leverage. My ankle is still bolted to the heavy bedpost, and he's standing there looking like he owns the absolute concept of breathing. I reach out and run my calloused finger over the delicate hem, feeling my rough, battered skin snag on the fine threads. It's a blatant, obnoxious reminder that I don't belong in this opulent hellhole. I run my hands along the inner lining, checking the seams for a gap where I could hide a ceramic blade, searching desperately for a weapon, and finding absolutely fucking nothing. "Put it on, Ginevra. No one likes a pet that doesn't follow instructions," Lorenzo says, his voice pitched low and entirely devoid of warmth. "Is this the part where you turn me into a doll before you break me?" I snap, glaring up at him. "Don't flatter yourself. You're a message, not a toy." I can smell his expensive sandalwood cologne, mixing with the metallic bite of the chain on my ankle, a scent that makes my stomach twist in this sick combination of adrenaline and unwanted biological heat. I watch him turn toward the full-length mirror, adjusting the silk tie of his immaculate charcoal suit. His dark eyes lock onto mine through the glass, heavy and completely devoid of mercy. He casually mentions that tonight's dinner is with the wolves, his capos who have been demanding my head on a silver platter since the second I dropped through his skylight with a garrote wire. He picks up a heavy gold cufflink from the mahogany dresser, the metal flashing under the harsh recessed lights as he clicks it into place with clinical, maddening precision. "They want to see the woman who dared to come for the king's throat," he says, smoothing his cuff. "And if I decide to take it again tonight, then they'll kill you before you can blink. And I might let them." The entire estate is suffocatingly quiet, broken only by the faint, distant crunch of tires on the gravel driveway outside as his men arrive. I'm literally being thrown into a pit of vipers just to see who bites first. I realize I'm not just a dinner guest. I'm a test of his absolute authority, a walking target for their resentment. The danger spikes my pulse, a familiar rush of combat adrenaline, but the lack of weapons makes it a living nightmare. I wonder if my old syndicate handlers would prefer I died tonight, or stayed rotting in this gilded cage. To me, they feel like the exact same thing. I remain coiled on the edge of the mattress, my muscles tight as a loaded spring. I calculate the distance to the heavy bronze lamp on the nightstand, figuring out if I can cave his skull in before he draws his weapon. He watches the gears turn in my head with a dark, knowing smirk that makes me want to rip his fucking face off. I pick at a loose thread on the expensive duvet, my knuckles turning white because my hands are shaking with the raw need to hit something until it stops moving. "I'm not a showpiece, Marchetti," I spit. "Tonight you're whatever I tell you to be. Dress. Now. Cazzo, you're going to regret bringing me into that room." I snatch the silk off the bed, the fabric rustling loudly in the tense silence. The grandfather clock out in the hall ticks like a countdown to my own execution. Compliance isn't surrender, I tell myself. It's camouflage. I have to preserve my energy, map the exits, wait for a real opening, instead of throwing a petty tantrum that will just end with me pinned to the mattress covered in bruises. Lorenzo crosses the room and pulls a key from his pocket, unlocking the chain from the heavy bedpost. I brace my legs, ready to move, but instead of leaving me free, he takes the loose end of the short steel chain and snaps it directly onto a cuff around his own thick wrist. He jerks his arm backward. Hard. The sudden pull forces me to stumble forward, my chest crashing into the solid wall of his suit jacket. The metal chain clinks sharply against his heavy gold watch, this dissonant metallic sound that rings in my ears. 2 feet. That's your world tonight, he murmurs, looking down at me. I'll trip you. I'll make you look like a fucking fool. Try it and I'll make you crawl. The chain is ridiculously short. I can't even stand fully upright without leaning into his space. It's a visceral, aggressive declaration of ownership. I am literally his physical extension right now. The psychological weight of being tethered to him in front of his crew is a brand new kind of torture, designed to strip away the absolute last shreds of my identity as an assassin. I pull the silk dress over my head. It slides down my body like cold water, the static clinging to my skin, putting every faded knife scar on my ribs and back on full display. I hate this. I feel completely exposed, stripped of my tactical gear, shoved into a vulnerability that feels like I'm walking into a firing squad naked. I catch my reflection in the mirror, and don't even recognize the lethal shadow I used to be. I reach around to grab the tiny zipper at the small of my back, struggling with the metal clasp, until Lorenzo's massive hand swats mine away. His cold fingers drag deliberately down the line of my spine, raising a violent shiver of goosebumps before he pulls the zipper up, the teeth clicking together loudly in the quiet room. It hides the blood but shows everything else, I mutter, refusing to look at him in the mirror. You look like a queen. A captive one, but a queen nonetheless. I look like a target. He turns me forcefully by the shoulder and leads me out into the grand hallway. The steel chain is draped over his forearm, partially obscured by the cut of his jacket and my body, but I feel every single tug. He plants his large hand firmly on the small of my back, his thumb digging punishingly into my lower spine to dictate my pace. Every step I take feels like a massive humiliation, yet I find my body instinctively matching his long stride, my muscles betraying my mind's rebellion. I drag my heel deliberately, scuffing the bottom of my shoe loudly across the pristine, polished marble in a petty act of defiance. His grip immediately tightens on my waist, bruising the soft flesh. Chin up, GINEVRA. You're a Conti. Act like one. A Conti is dead. This is just a ghost in a blue dress. Then be a ghost they're afraid of. I smell heavy floor wax and old oil paintings. I'm counting the doors we pass. 3 to the left, 2 to the right. Even strapped into this stupid silk dress, my brain is mapping the house, logging potential cover points and exit routes. I have to. It's the only thing keeping me from completely spiraling. We reach the top of the sweeping marble staircase. From the floor below, the low guttural murmur of male voices and the sharp clinking of glassware rise up like a physical threat. Lorenzo stops at the landing, deliberately pausing so the men below can get a good look at us before we descend. This is the coronation of my captivity. The shift from the private cage of his bedroom to the public cage of his dining room. I grip the freezing marble banister so tight my joints ache, fighting every screaming instinct telling me to turn around and run back to the darkness. Listen to them. They're already picking your bones clean, he says quietly. Let them try. I've killed men for less than a look. Not tonight. Tonight you smile and stay quiet. The air actually feels thinner down there, like all the oxygen is being sucked out by the massive, fragile egos of a dozen murderers. I smell the expensive cigar smoke drifting up the stairs, blinded slightly by the harsh glare of the massive crystal chandelier above us. As we step through the heavy double doors into the formal dining room, the entire place shuts the fuck up. It's instantaneous. A dozen men in sharp tailored suits stop mid-sentence. Forks freeze in the air. Glasses stop halfway to mouths. The silence is a physical weight that bears down on my chest as I stand tethered to Lorenzo's side. The hostility is insane. These men don't look at me like a woman, they look at me like a massive security breach, a walking insult to their operation. A younger capo near the end of the table drops his linen napkin onto his plate, the soft thud sounding like a gunshot. Good evening, gentlemen. I believe you've all heard of my guest, Lorenzo says smoothly, his voice commanding the room. We heard she was a ghost, Lorenzo. She looks remarkably solid, an older man grunts. Looks like a lot of trouble for one dinner. I smell roasted meat, heavy red wine, and the sweat of men who know they're in the presence of a predator. I meet their stares with a dead-eyed flat gaze, my assassin's mask firmly glued in place. I know exactly how to drop 7 of these motherfuckers before they can even unholster their weapons. It's the only thought keeping my knees from buckling. My eyes immediately lock onto Silvio. He's sitting halfway down the ridiculously long table, leaning back in his chair, refusing to stand out of respect. His heavily scarred face is twisted in a permanent sneer. He looks me up and down, his eyes raking over my breasts and hips with a disgusting mix of naked lust and blatant hatred. He's the alpha of the pack, testing Lorenzo's leash, seeing what he can get away with. I want to vault the table, tackle him backward, and drive a butter knife straight through his eye socket. He slowly licks a drop of dark wine off his thick thumb, never breaking eye contact with me. Does the assassin come with the dress, or is she just for show, boss? Silvio asks, his voice thick with arrogance. Watch your tongue, Silvio. It would be a shame to lose it, Lorenzo says, his tone completely flat. I was just wondering if she bites as well as they say. The smell of Silvio's cheap, greasy pomade cuts right through the expensive food. He's the one. He's the first one I'll kill when this chain comes off. I can almost feel his throat collapsing under my thumbs. Lorenzo pulls out the heavy mahogany chair directly to his right. He shoves me down into it with a heavy hand on my bare shoulder, then takes his own seat at the head of the table. Under the cover of the thick white tablecloth, completely out of sight from his men, he unclips the chain from his wrist and snaps it onto a heavy steel hook bolted to the underside of the table. The click of the lock makes my stomach drop. I am literally anchored to the furniture. A leashed dog sitting at her master's side. I grab my silver spoon, feeling the engraved G crest digging painfully into my palm, my knuckles turning white with suppressed violent fury. Sit. Behave, Lorenzo orders under his breath. You're making a mistake, Lorenzo. I don't make mistakes. I make examples. The chain rattles lightly against the wooden table leg. He's using me as a fucking prop in a play, showing his crew he can tame the untamable. The meal officially begins. Servants move like silent shadows around the room, pouring dark wine and placing steaming plates of braised veal in front of the men. Lorenzo immediately engages the capos in a cold, clinical discussion about a weapons shipment coming through the port, his voice steady and commanding. I sit in frozen silence. I'm forced to be a quiet observer while these men discuss life and death as if I don't even exist, yet their eyes constantly flick toward me, undressing me, assessing me. The sensory overload of the heavy garlic smells, the clinking crystal, and the aggressive, suffocating male energy is making my skin crawl. The port of Genoa is closed to us until the inspector is paid, a capo says. We handle it the old way. No witnesses, Lorenzo replies. And what about the ghost? Is she part of the new way? I stare at a single drop of condensation rolling down the side of my crystal water glass. I focus on it so intensely my vision blurs, just so I don't have to look at these arrogant pricks. They talk about murder like it's a grocery list. They have absolutely no idea what it actually feels like to watch the life drain out of someone's eyes. Silvio barks out a loud, obnoxious laugh at a comment from across the table, then leans forward, fixing his dead eyes on me again. I've always preferred my bitches with a bit of fight in them. Have you got her house broken yet, boss, or does she still try to piss on the rugs? The insult hits my brain like a physical strike. My right hand immediately twitches toward the heavy steak knife resting next to my plate. It's an automatic, lethal reflex. My breathing completely flattens out, my eyes dropping to a flat, predatory black. The men at the table chuckle nervously, the tension ratcheting up to a breaking point. Silvio, you're testing my patience, Lorenzo warns softly. Just making conversation, boss. It's a long dinner. I smell his cigar smoke blowing across the table. I see the vein pulsing in his thick neck. I could reach him. I'd have to dislocate my own thumb to slip the metal cuff, but I could clear the table and sever his carotid artery before he even registers the movement. Lorenzo feels the shift in the air. He doesn't even bother looking at Silvio. He just turns his head slowly to me. He reads the lethal geometry in my posture. He knows I'm 2 seconds away from starting a bloodbath that will completely compromise his position and force him to put a bullet in my head to save face. He has to neutralize me right now. He sets his wine glass down on the wood. It makes a soft, deliberate click that sounds exactly like a gavel dropping in a courtroom. Ginevra. Look at me. I'm going to kill him, Lorenzo, I whisper, staring a hole through Silvio's chest. No. You're going to remember who owns you. Beneath the heavy linen tablecloth, his massive hand drops off his armrest and lands heavily on my bare thigh. The weight of his palm is a massive shock to my nervous system, instantly short-circuiting my violent rage. He squeezes my muscle so fucking hard I know it's going to leave dark bruises right through the thin silk, his large knuckles casually brushing the underside of the table. Stay still, he murmurs. Get your hand off me, I hiss under my breath. The heat radiating from his palm burns right through the fabric, drawing every ounce of my focus down into the dark space beneath the table. He turns his attention back to the captain on his left, casually continuing his conversation about the port shipments, completely unbothered, while his thumb begins to move. He presses down, dragging slow, punishingly firm circles into the hypersensitive skin of my inner thigh, inching his way upward toward the lace hem of my underwear. My legs jerk instinctively, trying to close, but he just uses his heavy thumb to pin my flesh in place, forcing me to sit perfectly still and endure the slow, methodical friction. As I was saying, the inspector is a dead man, Lorenzo states calmly to the table. Don't do this here, I whisper, panic spiking in my chest. His hand slides higher. The hard heel of his palm presses firmly over my mound, grinding down with a heavy, deliberate pressure. He doesn't even glance my way. His face is a mask of absolute, bored authority as he nods at a capo's logistics report. I grab the rough underside of the mahogany table, my fingernails digging into the wood so hard they feel like they might snap off. The shipment arrives at dawn, he says smoothly. Stop? Please, I choke out. The friction of his palm against my silk-covered heat is unbearable. It's a dull ache that's rapidly spiraling into a sharp, insistent throb. He knows exactly where to push. He's using my own body to cage me. I can't mentally prep to kill Silvio if I'm fighting a war against my own biology. His thick fingers find the lace edge of my panties. He stops right there. His rough fingertips just barely graze my dampening skin, letting the pure anticipation of the intrusion completely obliterate whatever was left of my concentration. With his free hand above the table, he casually taps his crystal wine glass, the high-pitched ringing sound perfectly contrasting with the silent, filthy violation happening in the dark below. Are you listening, Ginevra? He asks, loud enough for the table. I hate you, I breathe. My lungs feel like they're full of wet cement. Without breaking eye contact with Silvio, Lorenzo hooks 2 long fingers under the elastic and drives them straight up inside me. I'm already soaking wet, my traitorous body fully surrendering to his overwhelming dominance while my brain is screaming in absolute protest. My eyes widen in shock, my pupils dilating until the room goes slightly blurry, my gaze locking desperately onto the empty chair across from me. You were saying, Silvio? About housebreaking, Lorenzo asks effortlessly. Caso. I whimper silently. He's inside me. Surrounded by a dozen men who want me dead, he's taking me and I can't even scream. He sets a slow, relentless rhythm. His fingers curl upward, striking my G-spot with the same clinical, ruthless accuracy he uses for a kill shot. His thumb finds my clit through the damp, ruined silk of my underwear, circling it with a harsh, demanding pressure that forces my entire reality down to that single, localized point of contact. I bite my lower lip so hard the metallic tang of blood floods my tongue, using the sharp pain to ground myself against the overwhelming, sickening wave of pleasure. Sit still. Be a good girl for the guests, he mutters, leaning closer to my shoulder. I'll kill you for this, I gasp. Lorenzo speeds up. His hand becomes a blur of relentless motion beneath the table, pumping in and out of me while he casually picks up his wine glass and takes a slow sip. My lower back arches right off the chair, my chest heaving as I fight desperately to swallow the moan tearing up my throat. My head falls back against the high wooden trim of the chair. The world is shrinking. There's only his fingers, the heavy table, and the absolutely crushing shame. You're very quiet, GINEVRA. Don't you like the wine? He taunts softly. Please stop. I beg, completely ruined. His thumb locks onto the most sensitive bundle of nerves, pressing down hard and vibrating intensely while his fingers drive as deep as they can possibly go. It's a total sensory assault. Every ounce of my assassin's discipline is completely vaporized. My toes curl tightly inside my stilettos, my jaw locking so hard my teeth are grinding together to keep from screaming. Look at Silvio. Look at the man you wanted to kill while I do this to you, Lorenzo whispers brutally. I can't. I sob. A massive silent orgasm rips straight through me. My entire body goes rigidly stiff, my vaginal muscles contracting violently around his thick fingers in heavy spasming waves. I bury my face into my own bare shoulder to muffle the desperate ragged gasp that tears out of my lungs, my vision completely whiting out for 3 full seconds. The metal chain under the table rattles sharply against the wood, a sudden metallic clink that gets entirely swallowed by a capo laughing boisterously at a joke. That's it. Take it all, he commands darkly. Lorenzo. I weep into my own skin, utterly hollowed out. He doesn't pull out. He keeps moving, slowing down to a mocking, tortuous pace as I come down from the peak, forcing me to ride out every single hypersensitive tremor. He uses the moment to cement his absolute ownership, ensuring the explosive pleasure is inextricably linked to his control. He leans in close, his hot breath hitting my neck. You're mine, GINEVRA. Even when you want to kill. You're mine. I hate you more than him, I whisper, shaking uncontrollably. He slowly drags his fingers out of me. The soaking wet silk of my dress clings to his hand for a second before he pulls it completely free. He brings his hand back above the table and discreetly wipes his slick fingers on a white linen napkin, his expression completely blank, like he didn't just mentally and physically dismantle me in front of his entire crew. I sag heavily in my chair, my limbs feeling like liquid water, my face burning out of control. Eat your dinner. You'll need your strength, he commands quietly. Go to hell. He drops his hand back onto my thigh, but this time it's just a calm, possessive anchor. He turns his full attention back to the room, completely satisfied. I reach for my fork with violently trembling fingers, but my hand is too weak to grip the heavy silver. It slips right through my fingers and clatters loudly onto the porcelain plate. As I was saying, Silvio, respect is non-negotiable. Of course, boss. My apologies, Silvio mutters, completely unaware of the absolute destruction that just took place 2 feet away from him. The cage didn't just close. It locked. And I'm the one who handed him the key.
Chapter 11. Lorenzo POV. I'm sitting at the head of the long mahogany table, and the silver fork in my right hand feels like a goddamn weapon. I'm ignoring the expensive Amarone in my crystal glass. I don't give a fuck about the vintage or the taste. My eyes are locked on GINEVRA, and they haven't moved for the past 10 minutes. She looks devastating in that red silk dress, the fabric clinging to every sharp line and soft curve of her body, her bare shoulders looking pale and fragile under the harsh, flickering candlelight. But it's the way she's breathing that's keeping my blood simmering right at the boiling point. Her breaths are shallow, jagged. The rise and fall of her chest is a dead giveaway to anyone paying attention. She's still coasting on the high I forced into her under this exact table. 10 minutes ago, my fingers were buried deep inside her, stretching her, claiming her right under the noses of my top capos, and she had to sit there and take it. She fought it, but her body caved, slicking my skin and soaking her panties. Now, the metallic scent of her fear is clashing with the rich smell of roasted lamb and rosemary that the maids brought in. It's intoxicating. The low hum of the air conditioning is barely audible over the rush of blood in my ears. I slowly rotate my signet ring around my finger, the heavy gold clicking against the polished wood of the table rhythmically. Click. 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 I'm fighting the urge to lean over, grab her by the hair, and bend her over her plate. I want to claim her right here, right now, just to make sure every single motherfucker in this room knows exactly who she belongs to. My capos are restless. The silence in the room is suffocating, a silent challenge to my authority. They think I'm weak for keeping an assassin breathing, let alone bringing her to the dinner table. They have no fucking idea. I think about how her skin felt under the table, hot and desperate, and how much I absolutely despise that these men can even see the flush on her cheeks. She's mine. Her reactions are mine. Her body is mine. Seeing her exposed to them, even just visually, is twisting my guts into knots. Eat your dinner, Ginevra, I say, my voice a low, dry rasp that cuts through the quiet like a blade. She flinches. Barely, but I see it. I see everything she does. The wine is from my family's private vineyard, I add, staring dead into her cold, dark eyes. It has a bite. Much like you. Silvio is talking. The bastard is mid-report about the shipments coming into the port of Genoa, but his delivery is sloppy, arrogant bullshit. He's leaning back in his chair like he owns the fucking place, his tie loosened around his thick neck, acting like we're in a cheap dive bar instead of my home. The acrid smell of his cheap tobacco is burning my nostrils, ruining the dinner. But that's not what's making my fingers itch for a gun. It's his eyes. Silvio keeps looking away from me. His gaze keeps sliding down the table, straying to the curve of Ginevra's neck where a faint dark bruise is blooming against her pale skin. A bruise I put there with my teeth. The disrespect is staggering. Silvio taps his cigarette ash onto a pristine porcelain bread plate, instead of the crystal ashtray sitting 2 inches from his hand. It's a small movement. A deliberate, cocky sign of disrespect meant to test my boundaries. The light catches the layer of grease on his chin as he breathes heavily through his mouth. I note the exact angle of his head. I look at his thick neck and map out the 3 different ways I could kill him before my guards at the door even had a chance to draw their weapons. I could shove this fork into his jugular. I could shatter his trachea with a blunt strike. I could pull my sidearm and blow his fucking brains all over the ugly wallpaper behind him. Are you following the numbers, boss, or are you too distracted by your new toy? Silvio asks, his tone laced with a vile sneer. The entire table freezes. Nobody moves. Nobody breathes. The other capos are waiting for the explosion. Silvio chuckles, a wet, disgusting sound. She's a quiet one, isn't she? Must be nice to have a guest who knows when to shut up. I ignore him for a second. My eyes cut back to Ginevra. I notice the way her thighs are pressing together under the table. Hard. Desperate. The red silk of her dress is visibly damp in the center, clinging to the space between her legs. She's still coming down from the brutal, degrading high I gave her, her body betraying all her elite, stone-cold training in the most humiliating way possible. I feel a surge of dark, twisted pride in my chest. I broke her conditioning. I took a ghost, a weapon built by those nameless handlers, and I turned her into a shivering, needy mess. But that pride is immediately poisoned by the reality that she is sitting here, visible, exposed to other men while in this vulnerable state. I hate it. I fucking hate it. Ginevra's hand trembles as she reaches for her water glass. She picks it up, but her grip is weak, and the ice clinks loudly against the crystal, a sharp, erratic sound that broadcasts her unraveling to the entire room. The rustle of her silk skirt as she shifts uncomfortably in her leather chair is driving me insane. I can practically feel the heat radiating off her body from 3 feet away. I want to reach over and tighten my grip on her throat just to see her eyes go wide again, just to remind her that I am the center of her universe, not these staring pigs. Keep your hands on the table, GINEVRA, I command, my tone leaving absolutely no room for negotiation. She slowly lowers the glass, her knuckles white. You're shaking, I say, leaning slightly forward, my eyes locked on her flushed face. Is the room too cold for you? The air in the room curdles as Silvio stops talking entirely. He discards the pretense of a business report. He stares openly, hungrily at the dark mark on GINEVRA's collarbone. A smirk tugs at the corner of his fat mouth. He's looking at her like she's a piece of meat on a butcher's block, like he's vividly imagining how she'd look spread out under him. It's the final straw. This isn't just a look anymore. It's an act of mental trespassing on my goddamn domain. Silvio licks his lower lip, a slow, wet, predatory movement that is a direct spit in my face. He's challenging me. He's looking at what is mine, and daring me to stop him from wanting it. The silence in the dining room becomes heavy, oppressive. The perceived temperature drops 10 degrees. I pick up my steak knife. The sound of the serrated metal scraping against my ceramic plate echoes like a scream in the quiet room. All logic, all the calm calculation required to run this empire, evaporates from my brain. Everything turns red. I've always liked them lean, Silvio drawls, his eyes dragging down GINEVRA's chest. Built for endurance. My grip tightens on the knife handle. Does she bite, Lorenzo? Silvio asks, a mocking grin splitting his face. Or did you pull her teeth already? My hand clenches around the thick bone handle of the steak knife. The serrated edge bites into the callous skin of my palm, but I don't feel a fucking thing. The pain is nothing compared to the roaring in my head. I see a vivid, hyper-realistic image of the silver blade sliding smoothly through Silvio's eye socket, the wet, satisfying pop of the eyeball rupturing, the spray of hot blood hitting the white tablecloth. It's a battle between the cold, rational Don who needs his underbosses to run the streets, and the feral, violent animal that just wants to protect what belongs to him. And the animal is winning. It's slaughtering the Don. A single drop of sweat rolls down the back of my neck, hidden by the stiff collar of my tailored shirt. The sound of my own heartbeat is thumping in my ears like a war drum. The edges of my vision blur, narrowing in on Silvio's smug fucking face. The metallic smell of my own blood hits my nose as the knife breaks the skin on my palm. I should kill him. I should kill him and every single man sitting at this table for even breathing the same air she exhales. Silence, I say. The word drops like an anvil. Nobody twitches. I lean forward, my voice dropping to a lethal, gravelly whisper. You're treading on thin ice, Silvio. Very thin. My knuckles are bone white. The skin is stretched so tight over the joints, it looks ready to split open. I haven't moved an inch from my chair, but the sheer suffocating aura of violence pouring off me makes the other capos go stiff. I can smell their fear mingling with their expensive colognes. The physical tension in the room has reached its absolute limit. If someone drops a fucking napkin right now, this table will explode into a bloodbath. My chest heaves once, a sharp, controlled intake of breath through my nose. I listen to the creak of the leather chair under my heavy weight. Outside the bulletproof windows, a distant dog barks, breaking the eerie quiet. The flickering shadows from the candlelight dance on the gold leaf walls, making the room feel like a goddamn cage. He's mocking me. Silvio thinks I'm soft, because I haven't put a bullet in this assassin's head yet. He thinks my obsession makes me weak. I'm about to show him exactly how wrong he is. I don't remember inviting your opinion on my personal effects, I say, staring a hole through his skull. Silvio keeps his eyes on GINEVRA, ignoring me. Look at me when I speak to you, Silvio, I snap, the command cracking like a whip. Silvio shifts his gaze back to me, but the damage is done. He realizes he's won the psychological round. He leans back even further, crossing his arms over his broad chest. A triumphant glint flashes in his dull eyes. He's just proven to the entire leadership of the Marchetti family that their Don can be rattled, distracted, and provoked by a woman. He has exposed my fatal flaw to the room. My absolute blinding possessiveness is laid out on the table like a raw nerve. Silvio picks up a green grape from the fruit bowl in the center of the table and pops it into his mouth. He chews slowly, loudly, the wet smacking sound grating on every single nerve I have left. The cold sweat is beading on the brows of the men sitting next to him. They know he's dead. He just doesn't realize it yet. I'll kill him later. I swear to God I'll carve him to pieces. But right now, right this fucking second, I need to deal with the root of the problem. I need to remind GINEVRA exactly who she belongs to, because she's the reason this is happening. Just making conversation, boss, Silvio says, swallowing the grape. No need to get possessive. He chuckles again. She's just a ghost, right? And ghosts are meant to be shared. My fury violently pivots. The red haze shifts from Silvio to GINEVRA. I look at her, sitting there paralyzed, and in my twisted, boiling mind, her silence is an invitation. Her stunning beauty is a betrayal. She is a siren I didn't ask for, but now I'm chained to the mast, and I hate her for how much I need to own her. I blame her for being desirable. I blame her for existing in a way that makes other men look. My eyes narrow, tracking a bead of sweat as it rolls down her pale throat, sliding slowly over the swell of her breasts and disappearing into the deep cleavage of the red silk. The sound of her sharp, jagged intake of breath echoes in my ears. I can smell her expensive perfume. The vanilla and bergamot turned sour and desperate by her adrenaline. I let the dark, heavy weight of my gaze crush her. She's mine. Every fucking inch. Every thought in her head. And she's sitting here letting this pig stare at her like she's common street meat. Look at me, GINEVRA, I demand. She slowly drags her dead, dark eyes up to meet mine. You enjoy the audience, don't you? I sneer, my voice dripping with venom. I drop the steak knife. The heavy clang of silver hitting porcelain is as loud as a gunshot in the silent room. Every man at the table jumps. I stand up so abruptly that my massive chair screeches backward across the marble floor and topples over with a violent crash. I am completely abandoning all decorum, all the cold composure I was taught to maintain. I am putting my raw, feral obsession above the dignity of the family. I don't give a fuck anymore. My wine glass wobbles from the force of me hitting the table, a few dark red drops splashing onto the pristine white tablecloth. It looks like fresh blood spatter. The collective gasp of my men is pathetic. The heavy, terrified silence that follows is exactly what I demand. I am a monster off the leash, and they all know it. Dinner is over, I announce, my voice echoing off the high ceiling. Nobody moves fast enough. Get out, I roar. All of you. Now. I don't wait for the men to scramble out of their chairs. I don't care how fast they run. I reach out across the corner of the table, my hand shooting forward like a striking snake. My fingers hook like iron claws around GINEVRA's bare upper arm. I squeeze. Hard. I squeeze with enough force that I know my fingerprints will leave deep dark purple bruises on her pale skin by tomorrow morning. I am physically claiming her in front of them all. I am treating this lethal elite killer like a captured animal being led to the slaughterhouse. My thumb digs into the soft underside of her bicep, finding the frantic racing pulse point. Her heart is hammering against my skin. The heat of my palm burns against her cold flesh. The sharp sound of her silk dress tearing slightly at the seam tears through the quiet. My own chest is tight, filled with a sick, twisted mixture of rage and overwhelming lust. She is mine. I will make sure she never forgets it for the rest of her miserable life. Don't say a word, I warn her as she opens her mouth. I lean closer, my grip tightening until she winces. You and I are going to have a talk. I yank her out of her chair with so much force that she goes flying. She stumbles hard, crashing into my side. I don't catch her gently. I don't give a fuck if she loses her balance. I simply use my own massive momentum to start walking, dragging her with me like a rag doll. The power imbalance is on full, undeniable display. She might be a trained weapon, a ghost sent to put a bullet in my brain, but right now, trapped in my grip, she is absolutely nothing but my property. GINEVRA's hip strikes the sharp wooden edge of the table as she's pulled past it, causing the silver platters and crystal glasses to rattle violently. She lets out a quiet gasp of pain. "Move," I bark, dragging her toward the double doors. Her small hand grasps desperately at the lapel of my suit jacket, trying to find her footing. The extinguished candles smell like burnt wax and smoke. "Keep your head down," I command. Her weakness, her frantic scramble to keep up with me, is the only thing that calms the roaring in my skull. Her submission is the only thing that matters. I march toward the exit, my boots hammering against the marble. I ignore the way Silvio is watching us go, with that dark knowing grin plastered on his ugly face. The other capos look down at their plates, completely avoiding eye contact, sensing the lethal, explosive volatility of the moment. It's public humiliation. I've sacrificed the untouchable mystique of the Don to parade my possessiveness in front of my subordinates. I don't care. Let them whisper. If they whisper too loud, I'll cut their fucking tongues out. Silvio raises his glass of wine in a mock toast as we pass his chair. I don't even look at him. I register the movement in my peripheral vision, but my focus is locked on the hallway ahead. The cold air of the corridor hits us as my guards scramble to pull the heavy doors open. The dining room doors swing shut behind us with a solid thud, plunging us into the echoing silence of the sprawling estate. I'll kill Silvio tomorrow. I swear to God I will. But tonight, I am going to ruin her. Enjoy your evening, boss, Silvio's voice floats through the closing gap. Looks like the viper needs taming. The cold marble floor of the hallway is a blur under my boots. My strides are long, aggressive, and punishing. Ginevra is practically forced to run, just to keep from being dragged face first across the stone. Her high heels click frantically, echoing off the vaulted ceilings. I don't look back at her once. My eyes are locked straight ahead on my destination. It's relentless forward motion. I am a goddamn steamroller of pure intent, and she is caught completely in my wake. She stumbles, her shoulder violently brushing against a priceless Ming vase sitting on a marble pedestal. The heavy porcelain wobbles precariously, nearly toppling over and shattering, but I don't slow down. The rhythmic swish of her torn silk skirt sounds like panic. My breathing is heavy, labored, tearing through my chest as the adrenaline spikes. "Lorenzo, you're hurting me," Ginevra gasps, her voice tight with real pain as my fingers dig deeper into her muscle. I don't loosen my grip. I squeeze harder. "Shut up, Ginevra," I snarl without turning my head. "Just shut up." She tries to plant her feet. Her elite training kicks in for a split second, a desperate, futile attempt to regain her center of gravity and her dignity. She drops her weight, pulling back against my arm. I don't even break my stride. I simply jerk my arm forward, using the sheer brute strength of my shoulder to rip her off-center and drag her forcefully back into my rhythm. The futility of her resistance is pathetic. I am physically superior to her in every single way that counts right now, and I'm making sure she feels it in her bones. The violent jerk causes her hair to come loose from its elegant pins. It falls in a dark, messy curtain over her pale face, making her look wild, broken. I can smell the lemon floor wax and the dust from the old oil paintings lining the walls. The cold draft from the high-security windows hits my sweating face. The heat radiating from her arm where my fingers are crushing her flesh is burning me. "Don't fight me," I say, my voice a dark rumble. "It only makes me want to break you more." She stumbles again, letting out a choked sound. "Is this what you wanted?" I demand, dragging her past a line of armed guards who immediately look at the floor. For me to snap? My mind is a spinning kaleidoscope of violence. I keep seeing Silvio's arrogant smirk. I keep seeing the way Ginevra's chest rose and fell at that table, flaunting what's mine to a room full of jackals. I feel like my own skin is too tight for my skeleton. The rage is entirely physical now, a relentless throbbing pressure behind my eyes. I have totally lost my grip on rationality. I am operating on pure, primal territorial instinct. My jaw is clenched so hard that a muscle in my temple is twitching violently. I can taste the sharp copper of blood in my mouth from biting the inside of my cheek. The ticking of a massive antique grandfather clock we pass sounds like a countdown to an execution. The gold leaf frames on the walls are nothing but a blur of yellow light. Nearly there, I mutter, a promise of devastation. I tighten my grip on her arm, hauling her around a corner. I'm going to show you what happens when you let other men look at my things, I warn her. I'm going to mark her. I'm going to bruise her so deep and fuck her so hard that even she forgets what she was before I put my hands on her. We reach the west wing, containing my master suite. The bedroom is right there down the hall. But I don't turn toward it. I keep walking straight, heading for the heavy double mahogany doors of my private office. The room where I run the syndicate. The room where I order executions. This isn't about soft sheets and a mattress. This isn't about rest or making love. This is about fucking business. It's a total shift in venue, from lover to absolute master. The office is my throne, my seat of power. I kick a stray, expensive Persian rug out of my way without breaking my stride, sending it bunching up against the wall. The rich smell of old leather and expensive Cuban cigars is leaking from under the office door. My heavy boots echo louder as the hallway narrows. The bedroom is for sleeping. The office is for ownership. Not the bedroom tonight, GINEVRA, I tell her, my voice completely devoid of mercy. I drag her to a halt in front of the doors. We have business to settle. I reach out, grab the brass handle, and shove the heavy mahogany doors open. I let go of her arm and practically throw her inside. GINEVRA stumbles hard from the momentum. She pitches forward, her bare hands hitting the dark polished wood of the floor with a loud slap, as she barely catches herself from face planting. I watch her scramble up, her movements frantic. Her eyes are wide, wild, darting around the room as she backs away until she's standing right in the center of the large rug. The violent entry has stripped away any remaining pretense of care I had for her. Her torn dress strap finally snaps completely, sliding down her pale arm to her elbow, exposing the curve of her breast. The dim, warm light from a single green banker's lamp on my desk casts long, harsh shadows across her face. I can hear her heavy, ragged breathing over the sound of my own pulse. The room smells like old paper, gunpowder, and raw power. Stay right there, I order, stepping over the threshold. She keeps backing up, looking like a cornered, terrified rabbit. Look at me when I'm talking to you, I roar. I step inside and grab the brass handles, slamming the heavy double doors shut behind me. The noise is deafening. I reach up and turn the thick brass deadbolt. The sharp clack of the lock falling into place sounds exactly like a death sentence. I leave my hand on the lock for a second, leaning my broad back against the heavy wood of the door. I watch her. My towering silhouette blocks the only exit in the room. The absolute finality of that lock echoes in the silence. We are truly alone now. The rest of the world is locked out, and in this room the power dynamic is absolute. The world ends at this door. In here I am God. My hands are actually trembling slightly from the sheer volume of adrenaline pumping through my veins as I reach up to loosen my silk tie. I can feel the heavy vibration of the door, still humming in its frame against my spine. The brass lock is cold against the back of my hand. My pulse is visible, jumping erratically in my throat. Nobody is coming to help you, I tell her, my voice dropping back to that lethal, quiet rasp. I pull the tie free from my collar. Not that anyone would dare. GINEVRA stands her ground in the center of the room. She tilts her chin up, trying to project defiance, trying to look like the cold-blooded killer she was trained to be. But her body betrays her. Her white-knuckled fingers are digging so hard into the torn silk of her skirt that I hear the fabric groaning. She is visually sweeping the room, her eyes darting to the heavy glass ashtrays, the letter openers, the heavy bronze statues. She is desperately searching for a weapon, looking for a way out. But this room is a fortress built to keep enemies out and secrets in. It's a cage of my own making. The struggle between her ingrained pride and the terrifying reality of her situation is palpable. She's trying to summon the assassin, but right now all that remains is the captive. She bites down on her lower lip to stop it from trembling. She bites so hard that a single drop of dark blood blooms on the dry, cracked skin. The soft, rhythmic ticking of the antique wall clock sounds like a hammer against glass. I watch her chest heaving, the red silk sliding precariously low. My shadow stretches across the floor, completely swallowing her feet. "What are you going to do, Lorenzo?" she asks, her voice shaking despite her effort to keep it steady. I push off the door. "I'm going to remind you who you belong to," I promise her. I start walking toward her. I stalk her, my movements fluid, heavy, and completely predatory. I wrap the expensive silk tie around my fist, rip it the rest of the way off my neck, and toss it onto a leather armchair without even glancing at it. I reach up and brutally unbutton the top 3 buttons of my collar, my dark eyes never once leaving hers. My stare is pitch black, swimming with a volatile mixture of homicidal rage and raw carnal need. I am closing the distance, systematically narrowing her entire world down to just me. My platinum cufflinks clatter loudly onto the hardwood floor as I aggressively rip my sleeves back, exposing my scarred forearms. The sound of her silk dress tearing more as she breathes is deafening. My heavy boots thud against the thick Persian rug. The scent of my cologne, sharp sandalwood and cold steel, fills the small space between us. I can feel the heat radiating off her skin from 2 feet away. She's terrified. And she's soaking wet. It's disgusting. It's absolutely perfect. "Do you have any idea how close I came to killing him tonight?" I demand, taking another step, backing her up. She swallows hard, her eyes wide. "All because you couldn't keep your eyes on your plate," I growl, closing in. I invade her personal space completely, stepping right into her aura. My physical presence forces her to take frantic, stumbling steps backward. She retreats until her back hits the hard edge of my massive mahogany desk. The solid cold wood presses against her bare thighs where the slit of her dress falls open. She tries to panic, tries to dart to the side and sidestep me, but I'm already there. I shift my weight, blocking her path effortlessly. It's total physical containment. I have her trapped, pinned directly against the very symbol of my authority and power in this syndicate. Her frantic hand reaches back to brace herself and brushes against a neat stack of operational files. They spill, sliding wildly across the polished surface of the desk and scattering onto the floor. The sharp edge of the thick mahogany is visibly digging into the pale skin of her thighs. "Nowhere to go, little ghost," I taunt her, stepping between her legs. I press my hips forward, caging her. "You're exactly where you're supposed to be." I slam my heavy hands down flat on the desk, right on either side of her narrow hips. The impact makes the massive piece of furniture shudder. My broad shoulders box her in completely, forming a solid wall of muscle and anger that she can't escape. I lean in. I lean in so fucking close that our noses are almost touching. My towering frame casts a shadow that swallows her whole. It's a total physical eclipse. I am her entire horizon. She can't see the room, the door, or the light. All she can see is me. I lean my chest forward until the coarse hair exposed by my unbuttoned shirt roughly brushes against the delicate lace at the top of her dress. The desk vibrates under my hands. The sound of my teeth grinding together is a horrible grating noise in the quiet space. Her pupils blow wide, consuming the dark irises as she stares up at me, frozen in absolute terror and sick anticipation. "Look at me," I command, my voice a dangerous vibration. She tries to turn her head away, unable to bear the intensity. I said, "Look at me," I roar, the sound echoing off the walls. My voice drops into a low, vicious growl that vibrates deep in my chest. I don't yell anymore. I don't have to. The terrifying quietness of my rage is so much worse. I let my dark gaze drag slowly, insultingly down her body. I stare at her mouth, the drop of blood on her lip, the bare shoulder, the ripped silk, the damp spot between her legs. I am marking her visually, looking at her exactly like a starving predator looks at a fresh kill. It's a complete psychological assault. I am systematically breaking her spirit, grinding her pride into dust before I even touch her body. My breath hitches, a jagged, uncontrollable sound in the suffocating quiet of the room. The oppressive heavy weight of my physical presence is crushing the air out of her lungs. I can feel my hot, angry breath hitting her trembling lips. She thinks she's a person. She thinks she has agency. She doesn't. She is nothing but an extension of me. You let him look at you, I state, the words laced with poison. She shakes her head quickly. Lorenzo, no. You sat there, I interrupt, leaning closer, and let him imagine his hands on your skin. On my skin. I snap. I reach out with my right hand and grab her jaw. My thick, calloused fingers dig brutally into the delicate bone of her face. I grip her with enough force to hold her entirely still, forcing her head back, tilting her face up to the dim light so she has absolutely no choice but to meet my furious, pitch-black stare. I search her wide, panicked eyes for any hint of defiance. I am actively looking for any microscopic sign that she liked the sick attention Silvio gave her, ready to tear the room apart if I find it. It's forced and compromising eye contact. I am demanding her total, undivided focus. The pressure of my grip on her jaw is so intense that her eyes immediately well up with involuntary tears. They pool on her lower lashes, catching the light from the desk lamp. I can feel the rough pads of my thumb pressing into the soft skin of her chin. She lets out a soft, pathetic whimper that hits me right in the fucking gut, but I ignore it. The smell of my own blind rage is toxic in the air. If she lies to me right now, I will ruin her right here on this desk. Did you like it? I hiss, my face inches from hers. Did it make you feel special? A tear spills over, tracking a hot path down her pale cheek. Tell me the truth, I growl, my thumb pressing harder, or I'll find it out another way. I don't wait for her answer. I don't want to hear her voice. I lean in even closer, tilting my head until my lips are roughly brushing against the delicate shell of her ear. I slide my hand down from her jaw, wrapping my large fingers completely around her slender throat. My thumb presses directly against her windpipe, just hard enough to restrict the air, making her let out a desperate broken gasp. I whisper the word directly into her ear. It isn't a question. It's a branding. It's the ultimate, filthy degradation. I am ripping away her title of elite assassin and reducing her to a crude slur. I pull my face back just a fraction of an inch so I can watch the impact of the word hit her eyes. My face is a frozen mask of cruel, absolute possessive triumph. The sharp, sudden intake of her breath as my thumb presses her throat is the sweetest sound I've ever heard. The dark finality of the moment settles over us like a shroud. You're nothing but a beautiful, treacherous. I pause, letting the tension strangle her. Putana. Chapter 12. Lorenzo POV. I hauled her through the corridor, the silver chain attached to her ankle snapping taut with every long stride I took. I didn't look back to see if she was keeping up. I didn't give a fuck. I simply expected her body to follow my lead, letting the brutal rhythm of the drag do the talking. I could feel the heat radiating off her skin through the narrow space between us, a glaring fucking reminder of the orgasm I'd forced out of her under the dining table just minutes ago. My blood was a toxic cocktail of adrenaline and pure territorial aggression. I was disgusted. Silvio, a goddamn tool, a dog I kept around to bite my enemies, had the audacity to look at her with hunger. He looked at GINEVRA like she was meat, like she wasn't mine. I wanted to snap his neck right there over the veal, but what pissed me off even more was the fact that GINEVRA's mere presence was making me lose my legendary fucking composure. I wrapped the excess chain around my knuckles like a weapon, the cold metal biting deep into my skin as I jerked her forward. Walk, Putana. My patience died back in that dining room, I growled, my voice vibrating in the empty hall. She stumbled, a sharp gasp escaping her. You think you're still a ghost? Ghosts don't tremble this hard. She kept her eyes on the marble. I gave the chain another vicious yank. Don't look at the floor. Look at the man who owns you. The rhythmic clink-drag of the chain on the cold floor echoed like a death march. The smell of the expensive lilies arranged in the hallway clashed with the raw salt of her sweat. It was driving me insane. I thought about how easy it would be to just march back into that room, put a bullet between Silvio's eyes, and call it a night. But the real problem was the woman trailing behind me. The way her vulnerability, Her cracked edges made me want to burn my own fucking house down just to keep her warm. Her knees knocked together, and she stumbled hard, nearly going down. I stopped abruptly, turning and grabbing her upper arm to steady her. My thumb dug deep into the soft flesh. I dragged her to the side, forcing her to face the large, gilded mirror mounted on the hallway wall. I made her look at her own disheveled state, the messy hair, the flushed skin, the red silk dress sitting on her like a target. "See that?" I hissed into her ear. That's what they saw. A toy. She blinked at the blurred reflection of her red silk against my charcoal suit. Her chest heaved, her breathing hitched and heavy in the narrow space. Even now, stumbling and wrecked, there was a flicker of that dead assassin's coldness in her eyes. I hated it. I needed to extinguish it. I used my free hand to wipe a smear of lipstick from her chin, my touch more of a scrub than a caress, dragging my thumb hard enough to chafe. "Silvio saw a woman," I told her, my voice dropping an octave. "I see a mistake I haven't fixed yet." She swallowed hard, staring at our reflection. "Do you like being the center of attention, GINEVRA?" I noticed the faint red marks my fingers were leaving on her pale arm, and felt a dark surge of pride. I wanted her covered in my fingerprints. I wanted to mark her up so badly, no one would ever mistake who she belonged to. I dragged her the rest of the way to the heavy oak doors of my office. My sanctum. I didn't reach for the handle right away. I pressed my forehead against the cool wood, closing my eyes and taking a single sharp breath to cage the monster tearing at my ribs. Then I shoved the doors open and hurled her inside. She stumbled onto the Persian rug. I followed, slamming the door shut. I left the key in the lock, turning it with a slow, deliberate twist that grated the metal loud enough for her to hear. The click sounded like a guillotine blade dropping. "Nobody hears you in here," I said, leaning against the door for a second to watch her. She was a captive in red silk, breathing like a cornered animal in a room that smelled of old paper, cedarwood, and the sharp tang of the scotch I'd left decanted on the sideboard. "The world ends at that door." She took a step back, her bare feet silent on the rug. The office was soundproof, a realization I knew terrified her as much as it fucking excited me. "Now," I said, crossing the room, "we talk about why my dog thought he could eat from my plate." I walked to my desk, but I didn't sit. I stood behind the high-backed leather chair, my hands gripping the top of it until the seams groaned in protest. GINEVRA stood near the center of the rug, her chest heaving, the red silk dress slipping slightly off one shoulder. The low hum of the air conditioning was the only sound. I picked up a silver letter opener from the desk, balancing the sharp point on my index finger while I stared her down. The metal glinted under the dim lamp. I was waiting for her to break the silence. A plea, an apology, anything that proved she understood the gravity of her fuck-up. Nothing. Just the rustle of her silk dress as she shifted her weight. "You stood there and let him scan you like a piece of meat," I said, my voice dead flat. She didn't blink. I gripped the letter opener tighter. "Is that what the silent hand taught you? To use your body to distract the help?" Still silent. Every second she didn't speak was a fucking needle under my skin. Was she weaponizing her silence? Playing the trained ghost? "Answer me," I snapped, tossing the letter opener onto the desk with a sharp clatter, "or I'll give Silvio exactly what he wants after I'm done with you." That got a reaction. Her jaw tightened, the gold flecks in her pupils flashing with defiance. "Good." I shed my suit jacket, letting the tailored wool fall to the floor like a dead skin. I rolled my sleeves up, exposing the scarred forearms that had choked the life out of better men than my enforcer. I unbuttoned my cuffs, the silver cufflinks clicking onto the mahogany desk like falling coins. I walked toward her, shedding the untouchable boss persona and letting the animal out of its cage. "I'm tired of the games, GINEVRA," I told her, closing the distance until the space between us evaporated. I could feel the heat radiating from my own body, could feel my pulse jumping in my neck. She tracked the movement of my hands, her eyes wide. "Fear." "Good." Fear was the first step toward surrender. "You're trying to remember your training. Forget it. It won't help you tonight." I raised my hands. Look at my arms. Do you remember what they felt like around your throat? I stopped inches from her, letting my towering shadow swallow her whole. I reached out, but not to touch her skin. I grabbed the collar of her dress, hauling her closer until our noses touched. She tasted like ozone and panic. You're my ghost, right? My little shadow? I asked, keeping my voice a dangerous whisper. I blew a puff of air into her face, watching her eyelashes flutter, though her gaze remained stubbornly fixed on mine. Tell me, did Silvio's eyes make you feel alive? Her breathing was shallow, frantic. The friction of the silk collar against my knuckles was driving me crazy. I hated how much I wanted her right now. It felt like a weakness, a massive fucking crack in my armor that only she could fill. I should carve my name into your hip so there's no confusion next time, I muttered, my lips brushing hers. I abruptly let go of her collar and stalked over to the office bar. I grabbed the crystal decanter and poured a glass of scotch, my hands shaking with so much rage the amber liquid splashed over the rim. I knocked it back in one go, the burn mirroring the fire in my gut. I looked at the heavy crystal glass in my hand, my knuckles turning white. I was trying to hold back the urge to simply break her in half. This needed to be a lesson. I set the glass down on the marble bar top so hard the base cracked, a sharp spiderweb of fractures appearing in the crystal with a loud clack. I could have you killed for less than this, I told my own distorted reflection in the decanter. The men are talking. They think I'm soft because I haven't put a bullet in you. I turned to face her, wiping my mouth with the back of my hand. Maybe I should let them see what happens when you fail me. The alcohol did nothing. The noise in my head was deafening, a relentless roar that only the sound of her screaming my name could quiet. I walked back to my desk. In a sudden, violent motion, I swept my arm across the massive mahogany surface. My laptop, the stack of classified dossiers on the Milanese shipping routes, and a heavy brass inkwell went flying. The inkwell shattered against the far wall with a heavy crash, staining the expensive wallpaper like a fucking blood spatter. The laptop hit the floor with a crunch of plastic and glass. The smell of spilled ink, metallic and sharp, filled the room. I watched a single drop of black ink drip down the wall, my chest heaving with the effort of my rage. The destruction felt like a prelude, a clearing of the stage. The business of the family was over. Clear. Everything is clear now, I panted, turning my eyes to her. The sudden, ringing silence in the room was deafening. Nothing matters but this. Right here. I pointed to the desk. Get over here. Now. She remained frozen, her eyes tracking the mess on the floor, the ink on the wall. She didn't move an inch toward me. My lip curled into a snarl. I didn't ask twice. I lunged across the short distance between us, my hand fisting violently in her hair at the nape of her neck. She gasped, but I gave no quarter, forcing her head back until she had to look at the ceiling, exposing the pale, vulnerable line of her throat. I twisted my fingers deeper into her hair, ensuring she couldn't move an inch without pain. She smelled like rain and gunpowder, a lethal fucking combination that went straight to my cock. I said, get over here, Stronza, I growled, dragging her toward the desk. You want to play the professional? Fine. Let's see how professional you stay. I hauled her right up to the edge of the mahogany. The desk is waiting. And so am I. I shoved her chest down onto the wood. She hit the desk with a heavy thud, her hands slapping the surface to brace herself. I immediately hooked my fingers into the hem of the red silk and yanked it upward. The fabric rucked up over her hips, exposing her pale scarred thighs and the black lace of her thong to the harsh office light. I flattened my heavy palm and smoothed the silk flat against the small of her back, pressing her down into the wood, marking the territory before I took it. The cool wood was smooth against her stomach, and she shivered violently. I stared at the faded knife scar on her right buttock. She was so small against the expanse of my desk. I felt like a fucking god in my own temple. Too much silk, I murmured, my voice thick. You don't need this. I ran my hand over her thigh, feeling the muscles trembling. Look at that. All that training, and you're shaking for me. Stay still. If you move, I'll make it hurt twice as much. I reached down and unbuckled my belt. The leather slid through the loops with a predatory hiss, the metallic clink of the buckle hitting the floor ringing out in the room. I didn't bother taking my trousers off. I simply opened them, freeing my erection. It was dark, heavy, and painfully hard. I stepped in close, pressing my front against her rear, letting her feel the massive size of me through the thin lace of her thong. I leaned down, opening my mouth over the cord of muscle where her neck met her shoulder, and bit down hard enough to leave a permanent mark. She let out a sharp, choked noise. "Do you feel that?" I whispered against the bite mark, the heat of my skin burning through my shirt. "That's the man who owns you. Tell me you want it. Tell me you need the punishment." I grabbed her hips. "Silvio wouldn't know what to do with a woman like you. But I do." I was throbbing. The need to be inside her was so intense, it was blinding. I didn't use my hands to slide the lace out of the way. I hooked my thumb under the string and ripped it aside, the fabric tearing with a sharp snap. I gripped her hips with bruising force, my fingers sinking deep into the flesh of her waist, anchoring myself. And then I drove into her with one long, punishing stroke. I bottomed out instantly. The air left my lungs in a sharp grunt. Cazzo. The wet, sliding sound of entry, the sharp intake of her breath, and the immediate, desperate grip of her internal muscles nearly sent me over the edge. My knuckles turned stark white as I anchored myself against her hip bones. "Cazzo, so tight," I groaned, gritting my teeth. "You were made for this. For me. Take it all. Every inch." I began a brutal, rhythmic assault. Each thrust was deep and jarring, completely devoid of finesse. I was pounding into her, sending her sliding forward on the polished wood until her head hung over the edge of the desk. I grabbed her waist, yanked her back, and slammed into her again. The heavy desk groaned under the assault, shifting an inch across the floor with a rhythmic thud against the wall. "I'm going to fuck the ghost right out of you," I roared, the smell of sex and expensive wood polish filling my head. Her fingers were clawing frantically at the mahogany, trying to find purchase. I wanted to break her open. "Whose are you, GINEVRA? Tell me." I slapped my hand flat on the desk next to her head. "Don't you dare close your eyes." I reached around her, fisting one hand back into her hair to yank her head back while my other hand traveled down to her front. I found her clitoris, slick and swollen, and my thumb began moving with a rough, practiced friction that offered zero mercy. I watched her face in the dark reflection of the office window. Her lip was trembling, her teeth grinding together as she tried to suppress a moan. Her back arched into a tight bow under my hand. "You like this, don't you?" I taunted, my thumb working relentlessly. The rough hands. "Your body doesn't lie as well as your eyes do." I thrust deeper. "Come on, little bird. Sing for me." She was close. I could feel the violent tremors starting in her thighs. I pulled my hand away from her front and used both hands to grip her shoulders, pinning her flat against the desk. I changed the angle of my hips, my thrusts hammering directly into her G-spot with every pound. My breathing was coming in harsh, ragged stabs. I leaned down, dragging my tongue up the nape of her neck, licking the salt and sweat from her skin. "You're not a ghost tonight. You're just mine," I panted in her ear. Her skin was slick, her hair fanned out wildly across the dark wood. I was drowning in her, and I didn't care if the whole fucking family was watching through the door. "Say my name. I want to hear it while you break. I'm never letting you go. Do you hear me?" Her resistance finally snapped. She let out a broken, high-pitched wail as her orgasm hit her like a freight train. Her core clenched around my cock like a vice, milk-warm and pulsing furiously. I groaned loudly, the sensation nearly enough to end me right then, but I pushed through, continuing to pump relentlessly into her while she was mid-climax. I stared down at her face, watching her pupils blow out until her eyes were almost entirely black. "Yes. That's it. Give it to me," I shouted, the intense rhythmic squeezing of her internal muscles driving me feral. Her ragged, sobbing breaths filled the room, the smell of her overripe musk intoxicating. "Good girl. Surrender for me. Whose are you?" She broke. Yours, she screamed, the word raw, ugly, and soaked in absolute desperation. I'm yours, Lorenzo. Please. She repeated my name over and over, her voice cracking, her forehead thumping against the wood in time with my thrusts. Her hand reached back blindly, her fingers clutching desperately at my forearm for stability, her nails digging into my skin. Lorenzo, Lorenzo, please, she sobbed, the vibration of her voice trembling through the desk. The salt of her tears hit the wood. I'm yours. I'm yours. Don't stop, please don't stop. Total, limp surrender. I'd won. The city was mine, the family was mine, and this lethal fucking weapon was mine. Her admission was the trigger. I let out a low, animalistic roar, my entire body stiffening as I delivered 3 final, lightning-fast thrusts. I seated her deep, my frame shuddering violently as I emptied myself into her. I buried my face in her hair, muffling my shout against the side of her head. The searing heat of my release locked my muscles up entirely. Mine, I rasped out of breath. Always mine. The sudden, heavy silence that followed the climax was deafening. Don't ever forget this feeling. Kazo. A soul-deep exhaustion washed over me. For the first time since she dropped through my skylight weeks ago, the noise in my head was completely quiet. I didn't pull out. I collapsed over her, my chest heaving against her back. The air-conditioned room began to cool our sweat-slicked bodies. I kept my heavy weight entirely on her, a physical reminder that the punishment and the pleasure was over only when I decided it was. I reached down and traced the line of her spine with my index finger, my touch surprisingly light compared to the violence of the last 10 minutes. Stay still. I'm not done holding you, I breathed into her ear. The sound of our lungs trying to find a rhythm echoed in the room. The dim glow of the desk lamp flickered slightly. You see? No more Silvio. No more ghosts. You're grounded now, GINEVRA. Right here with me. I felt a terrifying urge to protect the very thing I had just broken. I slowly pulled back, the wet sound of our parting loud in the quiet office. She let out a soft whine. I reached into my discarded suit jacket on the floor, pulling a silk handkerchief from the breast pocket. I stepped back to the desk and began to clean her with a clinical, possessive care. It was almost more intimate than fucking her. I lifted her leg slightly to clean her inner thigh, wiping away my own fluids, my eyes never leaving her face. She wouldn't meet my gaze. Look at me when I touch you, I commanded softly. She slowly turned her head, her eyes heavy. You're a mess. My mess. I should lock you in here and never let you out. I saw a new bruise forming on her hip from my fingers. I'd tell her it was a gift later. I pulled her up from the desk. Her legs wobbled, failing to support her weight. I walked over to my leather chair, sat down, and pulled her onto my lap, tucking her back against my chest. I wrapped my arms around her, resting my chin on her shoulder. We looked like a twisted parody of a couple in a normal world. I buttoned my trousers but left my belt undone, the cold metal buckle resting against her bare thigh. You're staying here tonight, I told her, my voice a rumble against her back. No more cells. Just this room. Just me. Tell me you belong to me again. Whisper it. She leaned back against me, her strength entirely gone. I'm yours, she whispered, her voice barely carrying over the hum of the AC. I started stroking her hair, my fingers gently detangling the knots I had violently created moments before. I noticed a stray shard of glass on the edge of the desk from the decanter I'd smashed. I reached out and flicked it away with my thumbnail. It hit the floor with a tiny ping. You're a lethal little thing, aren't you? I murmured, feeling the first moment of genuine peace between us. A distant siren wailed in the Milanese night outside, but in here her heart was finally slowing down. But even weapons need a place to rest. I'm your cage, GINEVRA. And you're my bird. I reached blindly for my glass of scotch on the bar, my hand hitting empty air before the realization hit me that it was broken, the liquor gone. I sighed, a heavy, contented sound. I shifted her on my lap, pulling her closer, making her more comfortable. I closed my eyes for a brief second and nuzzled the crook of her neck, inhaling deeply. We have a war to win tomorrow, I told her, the smell of her skin anchoring me. But tonight, there's only us. Sleep, little ghost. I've got you. I held her in the dim light, my hand moving to rest possessively flat over her chest. I tightened my fingers slightly, feeling the steady, subdued thump-thump of her heart against my palm, as if I could physically hold onto her life force. The wreckage of my office surrounded us, ink on the walls, broken glass, papers scattered like snow. Mine, I whispered to the empty room. Don't ever look at another man again. This is where you stay. I claimed her. The cage is locked, and I'm in here with her. Deal with the rest tomorrow.
Chapter 13. GINEVRA POV. The first bullet doesn't just break the window. It vaporizes the reinforced glass into a fine, stinging mist that showers down like broken ice. 1 second my brain is completely wrecked, dissolved into static from the brutal, humiliating orgasm Lorenzo just ripped out of me on his mahogany desk, and the next second the entire pressurized atmosphere of the office vents with a high-pitched scream. The cool outside air hits my damp, sweat-slicked skin like a slap. Lorenzo's hand is still clamped on my hip, his fingers digging into the bruising flesh from where he just claimed me, but the grip changes instantly from a possessive hold to a violent shove, forcing me down into the narrow footwell of the desk. Get down, he barks, the raw, dominant growl from a moment ago instantly replaced by flat tactical command. My psychological surrender is violently aborted. My brain is literally glitching, struggling to reconcile the shattered, obedient toy I was 3 seconds ago with the cold-blooded soldier I need to be right now. I'm raw and leaking, and my nervous system is completely fried, but the conditioning kicks in before the fear even registers. My fingers slide uselessly on the polished mahogany as I try to find purchase, finally kicking off my ruined high heels to get better traction on the floor. Don't move until I tell you, Lorenzo snarls, pressing his back to the heavy desk as the wall behind him gets chewed to shit by suppressed automatic fire. They're here, I say, the words tasting like copper in my mouth. I ignore the stinging cuts from the glass shards peppering my bare shoulders. My torn silk dress is snagging on the sharp edges of the destroyed desk, pulling the fabric tighter across my chest. I scan the floor, not looking for a way out, but looking for a weapon. My survival instinct doesn't give a fuck that I'm basically naked and trapped with my captor. I pick up a jagged shard of safety glass from the carpet. The sharp edge immediately draws a bead of blood from my thumb as I test its lethality, the tiny droplet falling onto the Persian rug. The high-pitched whine of another suppressed rifle round tears through the ozone smell of shattered electronics. 3 shooters. East balcony, I say, my voice dead-ass calm, listening to the rhythmic thud of tactical boots hitting the roof above us. They aren't your men, Lorenzo, I add, my eyes tracking the trajectory of the bullets punching through the plaster. I know the sound of those barrels. The realization clicks into place, heavy and suffocating. That specific rate of fire, the absolute silence of the breach until they had a line of sight. They aren't a rival family. They're the silent hand. They didn't come for the boss. They came to clean me for failing to put a bullet in him. Lorenzo ignores the bullets tattooing the wall. He shifts his massive frame, focusing on a heavy hidden compartment beneath his desk. His knuckles are still bright red from the punishment he just inflicted on my skin, hovering over a concealed biometric scanner carved into the ornate wood. If you turn this on me, I'll kill you with my bare hands, I tell him, watching the scanner read his thumbprint. A hydraulic hiss cuts through the gunfire, a heavy drawer sliding open to reveal a cache of matte black hardware. The heavy scent of CLP gun oil immediately cuts through the ridiculously expensive cologne saturating the room. This is the ultimate test. His fatal flaw is control, and handing a loaded gun to the assassin who dropped through his skylight to kill him is pure, unhinged insanity. Do you want to live, Ghost? Lorenzo asks, his eyes snapping from the hallway to me, cold and devoid of anything remotely human. He grabs a customized Sig Sauer for himself and rips a Glock 17 from the foam padding. Prove you're worth the trouble you've brought me, he says, and he doesn't just hand the gun to me, he throws it with a grunt of exertion. The weapon spins through the air, glinting in the strobe light flashes of gunfire from the balcony. I catch it by the grip, the weight settling into my palm like a phantom limb reattaching itself to my body. The cold, checkered polymer against my skin is a rush. I instantly rack the slide, the metallic clatter slicing through the ringing in my ears as my eyes track the chambered round with predatory focus. I wipe a smudge of his blood from the slide of the Glock with my thumb. The victim is gone. I'm back. Check the safety, he orders, racking his cig. Don't miss, GINEVRA. I never miss when the target is real, I spit back. Our eyes meet for a pulse-pounding second. The air between us isn't filled with the desperate, suffocating heat of the desk anymore. It's a cold, dry vacuum. Two apex predators recognizing a shared hunt. A silent pact signed in blood and cordite. He knows I could put a bullet between his eyes right now, and I know he'd probably take me with him. Stack on the door, he says, the authoritative boss slipping back into place. On my lead. I don't take leads. I take targets, I reply, moving out from under the desk. Lorenzo barks the command, and I'm already in motion before the last syllable leaves his mouth. We flow out of the shattered office into the dim hallway in a perfect high-low stack. My bare toes curl into the plush Persian rug, grounding my stance as I pivot 180 degrees to check our rear. Lorenzo is a broad-shouldered wall of muscle beside me, using the doorframe for cover as the emergency lights flicker, casting monstrous, shifting shadows down the corridor. Clear left, I murmur. Contact, Lorenzo shouts. Down? I drop to one knee just as two cleaners round the corner. The hallway explodes. Lorenzo's cig roars, a heavy, authoritative boom that vibrates in my chest. My Glock is a surgical flat crack. He fires a double tap into the chest of the cleaner on the left. I drop the second one with a precise, single shot to the neck. Both men drop simultaneously, their blood spraying the expensive vintage wallpaper in a grotesque Rorschach blot of red. A hot brass casing from Lorenzo's gun ejects and bounces off my bare shoulder, leaving a tiny stinging welt on my skin. I ignore it. Two down, Lorenzo says, his breathing barely elevated. More coming from the atrium, I tell him, the ringing in my ears mixing with the metallic tang of fresh blood flooding the corridor. Keep moving. We push forward through the smoke. I pause for a fraction of a second, towing the body of the cleaner I just dropped. I look at the matte black tactical gear. No insignia. No ids. But as his sleeve rides up, I see it. The small black tattooed hand on his wrist. My chest tightens, a sick wave of adrenaline and guilt crashing over me. I tighten my grip on the Glock until my knuckles go completely white, my breath hitching in my throat. I brought this here. I failed, and now the most efficient killing machine in the world is inside his house. They're mine, I say, my voice dropping an octave. The silent hand doesn't leave survivors. Lorenzo steps over the corpse, his tailored wool suit covered in plaster dust, his eyes burning into mine. Then we'll give them a reason to start. We reach the top of the grand marble staircase. The distant sound of shattering porcelain echoes from the ground floor as more windows are breached. We step onto the landing, and Lorenzo moves ahead, exposing his back to the mezzanine above. I see the shadow shift. A cleaner leans over the gilded railing. A submachine gun leveled directly at the center of Lorenzo's broad, unprotected back. The glint of the emergency lights flashes off the scope. Time slows down to a crawl. I feel the heavy vibration of Lorenzo's boots through the marble under my feet. I have a split second to let the man who chained me die, to let the universe correct this fucked up situation. Lorenzo! I scream, my body moving before my brain can argue the logic. Get down, damn you. Eyes up. I launch myself at him. My shoulder slams into his hip with brutal force, tackling him out of the line of fire. We go tumbling down the first few marble steps in a tangle of limbs. I spin on one knee, ignoring the sharp pain as I scrape it across the hard stone, my blood smearing a bright red streak against the white marble as I stabilize my aim. I fire 3 rapid shots upward. The cleaner jerks violently, tumbling completely over the railing. He crashes down into the priceless marble fountain in the center of the ground floor with a wet, heavy thud, bloody water splashing everywhere. Stay down, I yell, keeping my gun trained on the ceiling. I've got him. Are you hit? Lorenzo recovers from the fall, pushing himself up on the stairs. He looks up at me standing above him, gun raised, smoke curling from the barrel. He wipes a smear of marble dust from his sharp cheekbone, never taking his eyes off me. He doesn't look pissed that I shoved him. He looks at me like a newly discovered weapon. The boss is gone. The man who actually sees what I am is looking right at me. You're faster than I thought, he grunts, his voice gravelly. Don't let it go to your head. Move. We're not done, he says, rising to his feet and gesturing to the ground floor. We sweep into the ground floor foyer. It's a fucking war zone. Modern art is shredded, and the air is thick with the dust of pulverized drywall. Every shadow is a threat. I duck behind a shattered sculpture of a Roman head, resting my weapon on the broken marble to steady my aim. The crunch of glass under my bare feet, and the rhythmic dripping of a broken pipe, acting as a metronome for the chaos. Contact 10 o'clock, Lorenzo calls out, his eyes scanning the darkness. Flanking right, I reply. Stay in the light, I'll take the shadows. We move into the dining room. 2 Marchetti guards are slumped against the long mahogany table. Single clean entry wounds through the eye sockets. No struggle. The eerie silence of the dead guards mixes with the smell of cold espresso on the table. Lorenzo's jaw ticks, a dangerous muscle flexing under his skin. He looks at me, the irony loud and clear. The only loyal thing left in his house is the assassin hired to kill him. I reach down and pick up a fallen guard's radio, pressing it to my ear. Static, followed by the crisp, coated chatter of the cleaners closing the net. They knew the patrol rotation, I say, dropping the radio. These were my best men, Lorenzo says, his voice dangerously low. They weren't trained for ghosts. Before he can answer, a hail of gunfire erupts from the balcony and the front entrance, pinning us instantly behind a massive marble pillar in the main foyer. Pieces of the stone explode around us, the shrapnel peppering my skin with sharp grit. They are funneling us into a crossfire. I press my back against the pillar, Lorenzo right beside me. I feel the intense heat radiating off his body, the friction of his wool suit rough against my bare arm. They're pinning us, Lorenzo says, his breath hot against my ear over the thwip-thwip of bullets chewing away our cover. The vibration of the impacts travels right down my spine. I need a distraction, I say, my mind racing through the tactical geometry of the room. I'll give you 5 seconds. He turns to me, squeezing my arm with a hard bruising grip that says more than words ever could. It's a suicidal level of trust. He's going to use his massive frame as bait to give me the angle. When I move, you fly, he commands, his dark eyes locking onto mine with grim finality. Don't let them take you alive. They won't take me at all, I promise, smelling his sweat mixed with the sharp scent of gunpowder. Lorenzo breaks cover. He doesn't just step out, he roars, a terrifying primal sound that echoes over the gunfire. Here I am, you bastards. He unleashes a wild barrage from his SIG, absorbing the focus of every shooter in the room. Come and get the king. Go, GINEVRA. I see a bullet graze the sleeve of his jacket, tearing the wool, but he doesn't even fucking flinch. I move. I am a streak of torn red silk and pale skin darting through the darkness. I flow through the debris, my bare feet finding the quietest paths across the blood-slicked marble. I slide under a massive overturned table, the jagged wood splinters catching in my hair, but I don't stop. I feel the cold air on my back, and the rhythmic pounding pulse of my own blood in my ears. Found you, I whisper to myself as I spot the first cleaner on the left flank, his attention completely locked on Lorenzo. Die silent, I mutter. 1. I rise up behind him like a specter. I don't even raise the gun. I strike his throat with the rigid edge of my hand, throwing my entire body weight into the blow. I feel the sickening, satisfying crunch of his larynx cartilage collapsing under my palm. He goes down in a heavy heap of tactical gear, his hands flying to his ruined throat, Shish, I whisper, leaning over him as he makes a frantic wet wheezing sound. The smell of his sudden absolute fear hits my nose. Not today. Look at me when you go. I snatch the AR-15 from his twitching hands, discarding my empty Glock. I adjust the heavy stock against my bare shoulder, the cold metal a sharp contrast to my overheated skin. I flip the fire selector to auto with a sharp click. 2, I say, pivoting to find the next cleaner turning toward my position. Target locked. Finish it. Across the foyer, the sickening hollow click of an empty chamber rings out. Lorenzo stands totally exposed in the center of the wreckage, out of ammo. He drops his empty cig to the floor, his hands curling into massive fists, as he actually prepares to charge the final shooter bare-handed. The last cleaner steps out from behind a shattered statue, leveling his rifle for the execution shot. Click, the cleaner taunts. End of the line, Marchetti. Now GINEVRA, Lorenzo bellows. I maintain my sight picture, regulating my breathing for 3 perfectly calm seconds. I squeeze the trigger. The AR-15 thunders through the foyer. The cleaner's head snaps back violently, a bright spray of crimson painting the white marble floor behind him. He falls backward like a stone, his weapon clattering uselessly across the tiles. 3, I breathe out, the smoke clearing from the barrel. Clear. It's over. The absolute stillness of the room crashes in, deafening after the chaos. The only sound is our ragged, synchronized breathing. Dust motes dance in the shafts of moonlight pouring through the ruined roof. I let the rifle strap slide off my shoulder, the weapon hitting the floor with a heavy thud. Are you whole? Lorenzo's voice cuts through the dark, rough and out of breath. I'm alive, I say, my chest heaving, the adrenaline making my skin hum like a live wire. We're both alive. He walks toward me. He doesn't check his dead men. He doesn't check the perimeter. His heavy boots crunch over the broken glass until he's standing inches away, his towering presence a suffocating weight. He reaches out, his rough thumb catching a stray drop of blood on my cheek and intentionally smearing it across my skin, marking me. You saved me, he says, his eyes black with a feral mixture of victory and lust. I saved my future, I shoot back, refusing to flinch. I lean my head back against the pillar, exposing my throat to him in a gesture that is equal parts defiance and absolute surrender. You're mine, GINEVRA. More than ever. They'll send more, I tell him, my hand going to his chest, my fingers curling tightly into the fabric of his blood-stained shirt. Let them come, he growls, his hand gripping my jaw, his fingers digging into my skin. We'll kill them all. The wail of police sirens finally breaches the estate walls, the flashing red and blue lights bleeding through the broken windows, washing over the corpses and the wreckage. Reload, he says, his thumb tracing my lower lip. Always. Good girl? The sirens just keep getting louder. I let go of his shirt and look toward the front gates. Standard response time for this sector. We have 3 minutes before the uniforms start breaching the doors, and 100 bodies to explain.
Chapter 14. Lorenzo POV. My custom leather shoes crunched over shattered safety glass and brass casings. It was the only sound left in the corridor, loud and grating as fuck. I stopped beside a cleaner, whose head had been turned into a red smear against the white Carrara marble. The air was thick, a suffocating, disgusting cocktail of cordite, ozone from the discharged weapons, and the heavy metallic tang of fresh blood. It smelled like a goddamn slaughterhouse. I looked down at my own hands. They were steady as stone, but my knuckles were raw, the skin split and bleeding from where I had beaten a man's face in with bare fists. I stopped to adjust my gold cufflink, finding the metal bent from the struggle, my fingers brushing against a wet fleck of gray brain matter clinging to the expensive wool of my sleeve. I flicked it off onto the floor. The silence that follows the roar of a gunfight is always heavier than the noise itself, and it was currently pressing down on my chest like an anvil. This was my sanctuary. I am a man who thrives on absolute, undisputed control, and my home had just been shot to shit. I was already calculating the cost in my head. Not just the ruined marble and the dead men bleeding out on my rugs, but the reputation. If I can't keep my own fucking halls clean, the other families in Milan are going to smell blood in the water. They'll swarm like rats. I looked at the two guards, staggering out from behind a shattered pillar. Clean up this mess, I ordered, my voice dead and completely stripped of whatever adrenaline was still pumping through my veins. They didn't come for the money, Cazzo. Stay alert. We aren't done. My gaze shifted down the destroyed hallway and locked onto GINEVRA. She was leaning heavily against a bullet-riddled pedestal, her chest heaving in shallow, rapid breaths. Her emerald silk dress was completely shredded at the hem, one thin strap hanging off a pale, scarred shoulder. Her skin was painted with a violent spray of blood across her cheekbone, like war paint. She didn't look like a woman. She looked like a fallen angel of death, completely unbothered by the hellscape around her. I should feel blind fury that she brought this Black Ops bullshit to my doorstep. I should put a bullet in her right now to save myself the headache. Instead, looking at her, I just felt a dark, twisted sense of pride. She was the first thing in years that had actually challenged my reality. The first thing that didn't just roll over and expose its throat when I walked into a room. GINEVRA used the back of her hand to wipe a smear of blood from her jaw, inadvertently streaking the red mess further across her pale skin. You look like a nightmare, GINEVRA, I said, my voice dropping an octave. I've never seen anything so beautiful. Put the gun down before you bleed out on my floor. I didn't wait for her to respond. I crouched by a dead cleaner, using the toe of my shoe to violently flip the man over onto his back. He was heavy, loaded down with tactical gear. I ripped back the Velcro of his Kevlar vest, pulling the collar of his black shirt down, looking for a tattoo, a brand, any kind of fucking identification. I found it right behind his ear, a small etched mark of a hand with a severed finger. I went cold. My blood turned to ice water. This wasn't a rival Mafia family making a play for my territory. These were the ghosts she was running from. I picked up a discarded knife from the floor next to the corpse, testing the balance of the matte ceramic blade in my palm for a second, before tossing it aside in absolute disgust. It clattered against the marble. Silent hand, I muttered. I stood up, staring a hole right through her. They don't send cleaners unless the mess is permanent. Is this what you were running from, Patana? The stakes just shifted. I was now at war with a global syndicate of nameless, faceless killers, which meant this had escalated from a local turf war to a total extermination campaign. I turned my head and saw Marco. He was a 24-year-old guard I had just promoted last week. The boy was slumped awkwardly against the splintered mahogany doorframe of my office, his eyes wide and vacant, a neat hole punched right through his throat. My jaw tightened until the bone ached. The duty of the boss was currently going to war with the desire of the man. My men were dying because I refused to kill a single woman. I walked over to the boy and closed his eyes with 2 fingers. My hand lingered on his shoulder for a second too long, my thumb pressing hard into the cheap fabric of his uniform. I wanted to break her. I wanted to punish her for making me weak. I should kill her right fucking now. I should end this risk, but my hands wouldn't do it. My body literally wouldn't let me pull the trigger on her. He had a mother in Sicily, I said, not looking at her yet. This is on your head as much as mine. Don't look away, GINEVRA. Look at what you cost me. I stood up and slowly wiped my bloody fingers on a silk handkerchief I pulled from my pocket, then dropped the ruined cloth straight onto the dead guard's chest. When I turned back to her, whatever soft shadow of grief I had for Marco was gone. My eyes were hard as flint. I made the decision right then and there. If I was going to war against the world that made her, then she wasn't a prisoner anymore. She was a tool. She was a weapon, and she belonged to me. If she wanted to be a monster, I was going to be the one holding the fucking leash. You're not a ghost anymore, I told her, my tone leaving zero room for debate. You're mine. And we are going to kill every last one of them. Move. Now. I strode over to her, my movements explosive and sudden. She didn't even flinch. I grabbed her bicep, my large hand wrapping nearly all the way around her lean, corded muscle. I hauled her upright violently, not waiting for her to find her balance on her ruined heels, and started dragging her toward the rear of the estate. My stride was long and punishing. I was asserting ownership the only way that made sense right now, through brute physical force. It was a harsh reminder that even though we just fought side by side like a matched set of killers, I was still the master of this cage. My thumb dug into the soft skin of her inner arm, leaving a white crescent that quickly flushed angry and red. She stumbled a half step but caught herself. "Keep up," I snarled, not looking back. "Don't test me right now. I'm not in the mood for games. I'm keeping you in my sight until the sun comes up." We moved rapidly through the corridors of the estate. The destruction was everywhere. We passed the grand staircase where a massive crystal chandelier had fallen from the vaulted ceiling, its thousands of pieces scattered like diamonds in a bloodbath on the stairs. I didn't slow down. I navigated the wreckage of my own life with grim, laser-like focus. Bullet holes had chewed aggressively through priceless 16th-century tapestries on the walls, and thick, acrid smoke still curled from a charred Persian rug in the main gallery. Everything I had built, everything that signaled my untouchable power, was currently rotting in front of me. I kicked a piece of a shattered porcelain vase out of my path, the expensive ceramic skittering across the hardwood floor with a hollow, mocking ring. "Look at what they did to my home," I gritted out, the rage boiling hot in my throat. "They think they can walk in here and take what's mine. They have no idea who I am. Every scar on these walls will be paid for in their blood." I dragged her down the servant stairs to the basement level, marching her to a nondescript steel door at the very end of a sterile concrete corridor. I stepped up to the biometric scanner mounted on the wall. A red laser swept over my iris, stinging my eye for a fraction of a second, and I pressed my bloody thumb against the glass reader. The scanner beeped twice, a sharp, sterile sound that cut right through the heavy smoke-choked atmosphere of the house. Inside the door, a series of heavy mechanical thunks echoed as the deadbolts retracted. The door hissed open, releasing a blast of pressurized, climate-controlled air. This was my most private space. Bringing her here was exposing my inner sanctum, a move that was both a desperate strategic necessity and a dangerous level of intimacy. "In. Now," I ordered, shoving her forward. "Don't touch anything without my permission. This is the only room in this house that can't be breached." I followed her inside and slammed the heavy door shut. I punched a 12-digit code into the internal keypad on the wall, and the thick steel bolts slid back into place with a sound like a concrete tomb closing. I reached over and flipped a switch. Harsh, buzzing fluorescent lights flickered to life overhead, aggressively illuminating rows of assault rifles, handguns, tactical gear, and crates of ammunition lining the walls. We were trapped in a cage of weapons, surrounded by 3 feet of reinforced concrete. No one could hear a goddamn thing in here. I leaned my forehead against the cold steel of the door for a single second, closing my eyes, forcing myself to center my breathing before I lost my fucking mind. "Welcome to the belly of the beast," I said, turning around to face her. "You wanted weapons? Here they are. Try to kill me in here, and you'll never see daylight again." I didn't wait for a snarky comeback. I turned my back to her and strode directly to the comms panel mounted on a steel desk in the corner. I had an organization bleeding out upstairs, and I needed to know how bad it was. I hit the master channel button. "Silvio. Report." Nothing but static hissed back at me. I hit the button again, my knuckles whitening as I pressed down on the plastic. I said, "Report, Caso." A fragmented, panicked voice crackled through the speaker. It was Silvio, coughing, shouting over the sound of automatic gunfire, talking about a massive fire spreading in the West Wing and 4 more of my men down. My face drained of color. The physical weight of losing control crashed onto my chest. I tapped my fingers rhythmically and violently against the metal casing of the comms console, a nervous, aggressive tick I couldn't suppress. My kingdom was burning. My captain was barely holding the line, and I was stuck in a basement with the cause of all my problems. "Where is the perimeter squad?" I yelled into the mic. "Answer me, you useless prick, Silvio. If you lose that wing, don't bother coming back." The comms suddenly went dead, cutting off with a high-pitched whining squeal. I lost it. I roared, a guttural, raw, animalistic sound tearing out of my throat, and I swung my arm, slamming my massive fist straight into the side of a heavy steel locker next to the desk. The metal dented deeply under the brutal force of my blow, the impact echoing like a live gunshot in the small, enclosed room. I stood there, my broad back to her, my chest heaving up and down as I fought to drag oxygen into my lungs. My frustration had no target down here. I couldn't shoot a ghost syndicate from a basement. I slowly flexed my hand, looking down and checking the skin of my knuckles for fresh splits. The raw skin was smeared with a thick streak of white paint transferred from the dented locker door. I needed to hit something else. I needed to break something open, to feel like I was still in charge of my own goddamn life. Basta. I spat, staring at the dented steel. They think they can play with me? I'll burn this city to the ground to find them. I turned around, expecting to see her cowering, or at least looking mildly impressed by my rage. But she wasn't. GINEVRA had moved to a metal workbench on the far side of the armory, completely ignoring my outburst. It was like I hadn't even spoken. She was calmly, methodically ejecting the empty magazine from her Glock, checking the internal spring with her thumb, and reaching for a fresh box of 9mm rounds on the table. The sharp snick click of the loaded magazine sliding seamlessly into the grip of her pistol cut right through the ringing in my ears. Her hands were as steady as a fucking surgeon's. Her discipline made me look like an amateur throwing a temper tantrum. I was a man governed by passion, rage, and possession. She was a cold, unfeeling machine of war. The extreme contrast between us was infuriating, but God help me, it was deeply, primally arousing. I watched the way her lean, scarred fingers moved, economical, precise, highly practiced. I remembered those exact same fingers digging frantically into my back during our struggle hours ago. The pure adrenaline of the gunfight, the near-death experience of the ambush, and her absolute chilling competence merged instantly into a violent, heavy surge of desire straight to my groin. My hand dropped to my waist, my fingers tracing the hard edge of my leather belt for a moment as I watched her. I couldn't fix the war upstairs, so my brain aggressively displaced all that chaotic energy onto the woman standing right in front of me. "Is that all you care about? The gun?" I asked, my voice low, dropping the volume but upping the threat. "You're a cold bitch, aren't you? Look at me when I'm speaking to you." She didn't look up. She just racked the slide. "You're good with your hands," I continued, taking a slow step toward her. "Do you even feel anything? Or are you just a piece of steel? Stop. Put the gun down." Suddenly, the comms panel crackled back to life behind me. "Boss, Lorenzo." Silvio's muffled voice broke through the static, sounding desperate. I stopped. I looked back over my shoulder at the blinking green light on the console, and then I looked at GINEVRA. I walked slowly back over to the desk, never taking my eyes off her, and reached for the master kill switch. With one deliberate, heavy motion, I clicked it entirely off. The radio died instantly. The silence in the room was deafening. I just checked out of my own fucking war for 10 minutes because I needed to consume the woman in my armory. It was reckless. It was dangerous. My father would have put a bullet in my head for doing it. Let them handle it upstairs. I paid them enough to die for me. This one was just for me. I wiped a greasy smudge of gun oil off the edge of the console with my thumb, then turned my back on it completely. "They can wait," I said quietly, the tone of my voice shifting entirely. "This is more important. The world can burn for 5 minutes." I began to move toward her. My steps were no longer hurried, frantic, or fueled by rage. They were slow, heavy, and completely deliberate. I stalked her across the small space of the armory, my large shadow stretching out long and dark across the polished concrete floor. My custom shoes made a faint, rhythmic squeak against the floor with every calculated step. The entire atmosphere in the cold room shifted instantly from tactical survival to raw primal intent. I wasn't her protector anymore. I wasn't her interrogator. I was a predator who had just cornered something equally dangerous in a locked cage. "You think you're so safe with that gun in your hand?" I taunted softly as I closed the distance. You brought death into my house, GINEVRA. Now you have to live with the consequences. GINEVRA finally looked up from the workbench. She saw me coming. She knew exactly what this was. She didn't raise the weapon to point it at my chest, but I saw her grip tighten on the polymer frame until her knuckles went stark white. Her eyes were wide, the pupils blown completely out, as dark and hungry as my own. She stood her absolute ground as I breached her personal space, tilting her chin up in total defiance. GINEVRA's thumb brushed over the external safety of the Glock, a repetitive, nervous, clicking motion that told me exactly how wired she was. Are you going to use that, or just hold it? I asked, stopping when I was close enough to feel the heat radiating off her skin. Look at me. I can see your heart beating in your throat. She didn't back down, so I kept moving. I stepped right into her, forcing her to retreat. I used my massive frame to back her up, step by step, until she hit the heavy oak gun rack bolted to the concrete wall. The cold steel barrels of the tactical rifles pressed hard into her back, right through the thin, ruined silk of her dress. She was physically trapped, pinned between the master of the house and his fucking arsenal. The rifles rattled slightly in their wooden rack as her weight hit them. Nowhere left to run, I murmured, leaning down into her face. You like guns, GINEVRA. You're surrounded by them. But you're just another weapon in this room now. I leaned in closer, placing a heavy hand on the wooden rack on either side of her head, completely caging her in. I was so close our chests were nearly touching with every rapid breath she took. The sensory overload hit me like a truck. I could smell the stale sweat, the sharp copper tang of fresh blood, and the faint sweet scent of her skin underneath it all. I looked down and saw my tie was hanging slightly crooked from the fight. GINEVRA's intense gaze flitted down to it for a split second, tracking the imperfection, before snapping aggressively back up to my dark eyes. I can smell the kill on you, I breathed, my face inches from hers. You're shaking, GINEVRA. Are you afraid? Good. I looked deep into her dead, cold eyes. But they weren't dead right now. They were on fire. I didn't see a victim, backed into a corner. I saw a mirror staring right back at me. I saw the exact same void, the exact same ruthless hunger, and the absolute lack of mercy that lived in my own black soul. I didn't just want to fuck her, to assert dominance anymore. I wanted to fuse with the sickness inside her. I lifted one hand from the rack and reached out, my rough thumb tracing the sharp line of her jaw. It caught on a thick drop of semi-dried blood on her cheek, and I dragged my thumb down, smearing the red blood right across her bottom lip. We're the same, you and I whispered, watching her chest rise and fall rapidly against my suit. You weren't born for peace. You were born for this. For me. The tension in the air finally snapped. I lunged forward, my mouth crashing down on hers with the brutal force of a tidal wave. It wasn't a kiss of love or romance. It was a feral, violent collision of teeth and desperation. I bit down hard on her bottom lip, instantly tasting the sharp copper of the blood I'd just smeared there, as her teeth clashed aggressively against mine. My hand dove violently into her hair, gripping the thick strands and yanking her head back forcefully to expose the long column of her throat, while my other arm wrapped like a vice around her narrow waist to crush her completely flush against me. My free hand fumbled blindly with the shredded hem of her silk dress, grabbing the fabric and hiking it ruthlessly up her thighs, pulling her hips flush against my rock-hard erection. Mine, I growled directly against her wet mouth. Don't you dare stop me. Bite me back, you bitch. She made a sharp, breathless sound in the back of her throat, and finally brought her hands up, her nails clawing frantically into the broad muscles of my back through my ruined dress shirt. She gripped me like she was drowning. We were just two violent animals tearing at each other in the dark, desperate to burn the adrenaline out of our veins. The radio stayed dead on the desk behind us. My men were probably bleeding out on my marble floors upstairs, and I honestly didn't give a single fuck.
Chapter 15. GINEVRA POV. The kiss breaks with a wet, sharp sound that echoes way too loud in the narrow armory. I stumble back a half step, my lungs burning like I'm still sprinting through the smoke out in the hallway. I'm staring at Lorenzo, and the motherfucker looks dead-ass unhinged. The feral, pitch-black light in his eyes is exactly what's clawing around inside my own soul right now. The adrenaline isn't fading. It's not crashing. It's curdling into this thick, suffocating heat that makes my skin feel 2 sizes too tight. I lift the back of my hand and wipe a smear of Lorenzo's blood from my lower lip. I stare at the red streak across my knuckles like it's some foreign alien substance. "You're bleeding," I tell him, my voice completely stripped of oxygen. "I don't care," he bites back, his chest heaving under his ruined shirt. The logical part of my brain, the twisted, fractured part of me that actually survived the pits of the silent hand, is screaming at me right now. It's telling me the perimeter is breached. Half his security detail is probably bleeding out on the marble floors upstairs, and we are sitting ducks in a locked room. But the biological, animal part of me? It's completely overriding the training. It's demanding I touch the only other living thing in this room, just to prove I haven't become a ghost again. I am so tired of being a ghost. The world is ending outside that door, I say, the high-pitched whine in my ears fighting the heavy stench of gun oil and ozone in the air. The damaged overhead fluorescent light flickers, casting harsh, strobe-like shadows over his ruined knuckles. "Let it burn," he says. He steps into my space, completely erasing the distance, and devours my mouth again. He's not kissing me. He's claiming territory. His tongue is a blunt instrument of invasion, shoving past my teeth while his heavy soot-stained hand fumbles with my lace underwear. He's not looking for finesse. He's looking for a way in. I bite his lower lip, clamping down hard enough to draw fresh blood. The metallic rush of copper floods my tongue, fueling the absolute desperation clawing up my throat. "Tastes like victory," he growls against my mouth, swallowing the blood. "More," I demand. I look down at the Glock still gripped tightly in my right hand. It feels heavy, freezing cold, and utterly useless against the way my pulse is currently trying to batter its way out of my neck. Dropping my weapon is the ultimate sin. In my old life it meant you were dead. It represents a total loss of tactical readiness, a vulnerability I've spent 10 years avoiding. But the gun is a shield, and right now there is absolutely nothing I want between me and the monster who owns this cage. My fingers loosen. I let the weapon slip. It hits the concrete with a dull thud that vibrates straight through the soles of my combat boots. I kick the dropped gun aside with the heel of my boot. I hear it skitter across the grit on the floor and slam into a stack of wooden ammo crates. Lorenzo watches the gun slide away with a predator's dark satisfaction. "You don't need that right now." "I need something else," I say, my voice sounding fractured, unrecognizable. "Show me you're alive, GINEVRA." He steps closer, his massive frame boxing me in. "Prove it to me." He doesn't wait for permission. Lorenzo grabs the side of my silk dress and just rips it. The sound of the seam popping is like a distant gunshot, snapping through the flickering light of the armory. He shoves his hand between us, finding me completely slick and swollen. He doesn't use a light touch. He uses his thumb to grind directly against me, hard and demanding, refusing to let me hide from the physical reality of what we're about to do. I arch my back, my head snapping back against the metal locker behind me with a rhythmic thump. "So wet for a girl who almost died," he taunts, his voice a low gravelly rasp. "You like the danger, don't you?" I shoot back, refusing to let him have all the power, even while my body is completely selling me out to him. It wants this more than it wants air. The audacity of this man, thinking he can just wreck me because we survived a shootout. I lunge forward, my hands fisting in the lapels of his ruined blood-streaked dress shirt. I'm not gentle. I tear at the expensive fabric, desperate to feel the raw heat of his chest against my palms. My movements are frantic, completely incoordinated, driven by a hunger that has nothing to do with romance and everything to do with survival. I rip at the center of his shirt, and one of his buttons snaps off. It pings sharply against a metal locker, a tiny sharp sound in the heavy silence of the room. "Take it off," I snap at him, shoving at the fabric. "Too slow," he bites back, his hands moving over me with ruthless efficiency. "You're shaking," I point out, feeling the erratic tremor in his solid muscle. Shut up and touch me. He uses 2 fingers to stretch me open, testing my readiness with a crude, invasive force that makes my vision white out for a second. The friction of his calluses against my sensitive skin is entirely too much. I let out a jagged moan, my fingers digging brutally into the muscle of his shoulders through the torn cotton of his shirt. I turn my head, catching my own reflection in the glass of a locked gun cabinet a few feet away. I look completely unhinged, wild-eyed, ruined, and completely possessed by the man tearing me apart. Take it, Lorenzo orders, his fingers working me ruthlessly. Open up for me. I'm hollowing out for him, opening up like I've got no pride left, and it pisses me off. I want to hurt him for it. I want to claw the control right out of his hands. Lorenzo snarls, a deep animalistic sound that vibrates straight up his throat. He grabs my wrists, his grip clamping down on my bones like steel manacles, and shoves me backward. He doesn't stop walking me down until my spine slams into the row of heavy metal lockers. The impact rattles the rifles inside their racks, setting off a symphony of clicking metal and shifting steel. He's re-establishing the hierarchy. The combat outside might be over, but the war for my submission in this room is just starting. He shifts his weight, using his thick forearm to pin my throat lightly against the locker. It's not enough to choke me, but it's enough to force my chin up so I have to look directly into his black, hollow eyes. You think you can just take what you want, he demands. Everything in this room is mine, he states, the arrogance rolling off him in waves. Say it, putana, he orders, pressing his forearm just a millimeter harder against my windpipe. Tell me who you belong to. I grit my teeth, glaring up at him, refusing to give him the satisfaction of the words. He doesn't care. He reaches down with his free hand and unbuckles his belt. The heavy leather strap whips through the loops with a sharp, aggressive sound that makes the hair on the back of my neck stand up. He frees himself, his erection thick, hot, and pulsing against my bare thigh, a blunt, heavy promise of exactly what he's about to do to me. His belt buckle hits the floor with a heavy metallic clink that resonates through the quiet armory. You think you can handle this? He asks, his dark eyes flashing with pure challenge. Stronzo, just do it, I hiss back, my patience completely gone. I need something I can actually feel. He crashes his mouth back onto mine, a brutal, possessive collision that tastes like iron and violence. His hand moves with absolute intent, gripping the ruined silk of my dress and wrenching it upward to my waist. He hikes my left leg high, hooking my thigh directly over his hip, pinning me to the locker with the sheer, crushing weight of his body. My fingers scrape desperately against the textured surface of the locker door behind me, my nails leaving faint, frantic streaks in the layer of dust. Hold on to me, he orders, his breath hot against my cheek. Don't you dare close your eyes, he warns, his grip tightening on my hip. Look at what you do to me. Feral little ghost. He lifts me higher, forcing my other leg to wrap around his waist. Without a single word of warning, without any preamble or hesitation, he drives into me. The first thrust is impossibly deep and entirely uncompromising. He bottoms out inside me with so much force, my vision literally blurs from the sheer intensity of the fullness. A box of spare magazines sitting on the metal shelf right beside my head rattles violently as he slams into me. Kazo, he groans, the curse vibrating against my jaw. There you are. I'm not a ghost anymore. He's pinning me to the earth, anchoring me to reality with the brute force of his body. He begins a rhythmic, punishing assault. Every single thrust makes the metal lockers behind my back groan and warp in protest. He's using all of his weight to crush me against the steel, his large hands moving up to fist in my hair, holding my head perfectly still so he can consume my mouth with open, wet kisses. My head knocks against the metal door behind me, the dull thud keeping a brutal, inescapable tempo with his hips. Say my name, he demands, breaking the kiss just enough to breathe the words against my lips. Lorenzo? I gasp, my voice betraying me, cracking under the absolute weight of him. The pace accelerates, shifting into something entirely frantic and messy. There is no grace in this. It's just the raw biological necessity to burn off the trauma of the gunshots, the blood, and the bodies in the hallway. He grinds his hips flush against mine, the friction sparking to an absolute fever pitch. He reaches up to touch my face, his thumb swiping across my cheekbone, smearing a smudge of dark soot from his knuckle directly across my skin. He's marking me. Like a soldier. Like property. "Don't you dare come yet," he orders, his voice rough and ragged. "Look at me while I fuck you." I glare at him, my breathing coming in short, jagged pants. Fucking let him try to break me. Lorenzo shifts his grip again. He moves his hand from my hair and wraps his large fingers firmly around my throat, tilting my head back to expose my neck. The thumb of his hand on my throat rests right over my windpipe, a constant heavy reminder of exactly how much power he has right now. He watches the pulse jumping frantically in my neck as he drives into me harder, his movements stripping away the last shreds of humanity and becoming completely animalistic. "Good girl," he praises, the dark words sending a shiver straight down my spine. "My little assassin." I meet him thrust for thrust, completely unbothered by the bruising force of the metal at my back. I buck my hips off the locker to take him deeper, wanting all of it. I'm clawing at his back now, my nails digging into his shoulders, dragging down his spine and drawing red, angry lines through the blood, sweat, and soot coating his skin. I want to scar him. I want him to look in the mirror tomorrow and remember exactly what happened in this room. A spent shell casing on the floor is crushed beneath Lorenzo's shifting boot, with a sharp, gritty crunch that echoes under the sound of our wet, slapping bodies. "Give me everything," he snarls, his hips snapping forward like a whip. I'm taking it. The physical tension in the room is suffocating. Every breath is a struggle against his weight, against the heat radiating off him. His dirty talk becomes cruder, completely unfiltered. Thick Italian vowels roll over me like a dark tide as he describes exactly what he's doing to me, exactly how tight I feel around him. He leans in, his teeth scraping over my skin, and bites down hard on the sensitive spot where my neck meets my shoulder. He sucks hard, bruising the tissue, leaving a deep purple mark right on my collarbone. "Putana," he groans against the bite. "You were made for this." He's right. It pisses me off to admit it, but he's right. I was born in a pit of violence, and I'll probably die in a cage, but right now, with his hands on my throat and his body splitting mine in half, I don't care. I feel the climax building in the base of my spine, a jagged, violent thing that threatens to completely tear me apart. My internal muscles clamp down, tightening around his thickness, involuntarily pulling him deeper, demanding the release. I squeeze my eyes shut against the flickering light, but the second I do, my brain flashes with the firefight. I see the bright, blinding stutters of muzzle flashes in the dark hallway. I see the bodies of the silent hand cleaners, dropping in a spray of red. "Lorenzo, please," I beg, the word tearing out of me before I can stop it. "Now." I shatter first. My body completely bypasses my control, convulsing in a series of violent, uncontrollable tremors. A raw guttural scream rips its way up my throat, but he's there. Lorenzo slams his mouth back onto mine, swallowing the sound whole, absorbing my scream into his own lungs. I lock my legs tight around his waist, my heels digging viciously into the small of his back as I peek, the white-hot release wiping out every thought in my head. His release triggers his own. Lorenzo tears his mouth away from mine, and lets out a low, predatory roar that echoes off the metal walls of the armory. He empties himself into me, his body shuddering with the force of it. He thrusts one last brutal time, pinning me backward with so much raw momentum that the locker door actually dents inward with a loud metallic pop. He buries his face in the crook of my neck, his entire body going rigid as granite, pressing me so completely into the steel that I can't even tell where I end and he begins. "Mine," he gasps against my sweaty skin, his chest heaving against mine. "Always." The strength completely vanishes from his legs, and mine immediately follow. We don't untangle. We simply slide down the dented face of the lockers in a messy, heavy heap of torn silk, ruined cotton, and damp, overheated skin. The transition to the cold concrete floor is jarring. The sudden drop in temperature bites at my bare thighs, but I can't bring myself to care. My arm hits the gritty floor, my fingers brushing against the cold steel of a discarded rifle magazine kicked under the rack. "Don't move," he murmurs, his breath hot on my neck as he shifts his weight over me. "I couldn't if I tried," I mutter, staring blankly up at the flickering ceiling light. We lie there on the hard, dirty floor, our limbs completely entwined. Lorenzo pulls me closer, his massive arms wrapping around me with a possessiveness that isn't sexual anymore. It's territorial. He rests his forehead against mine, our sweat mingling in the dim light. He slowly begins to withdraw from my body, shifting his hips back, but his heavy, calloused hand immediately goes to my bare thigh, clamping down hard, absolutely refusing to break the physical contact. "We have to move," he says quietly, the authoritative boss bleeding back into his tone. 5 more minutes, I say, closing my eyes, feeling the exhaustion finally start to seep into my bones. "They're coming for us, GINEVRA." "Let them come," I reply, totally unbothered. The concrete is freezing against my bare ass, the door could blow open at any second, and there is literal blood drying on my lip, but my pulse is finally slowing down. It is what it is.
Chapter 16. Lorenzo POV. I wipe a smear of GINEVRA's blood off my thumb, dragging it hard against the dark wool of my trousers until the red sinks into the fabric. My lungs are still burning, pulling in the stale armory air that smells entirely like spent brass, gun oil, and raw frantic sex. My pulse is a sledgehammer against my ribs, but the high is already crashing. The heavy rhythmic thud of boots on the marble corridor outside bleeds through the concrete walls. It's a fast, pissed-off cadence. Men moving with purpose. "Quiet," I grate out, my voice still rough. GINEVRA's skin is slick with sweat, cooling fast in the drafty room. Her eyes snap to the door, instantly feral again. They're coming. I don't give her a second to think. I reach down and haul her up by the arm, my grip bruisingly tight. She doesn't fight the pull. I drag her behind the massive steel rack of assault rifles, shoving her into the narrow gap between the metal frame and the wall, so she's completely out of sight from the doorway. Don't move from my shadow. I zip my fly. The sharp, mechanical click echoes off the lockers like a gunshot. I adjust my leather belt, pulling it tight until the buckle bites into my bruised abdomen, my knuckles turning entirely white. I wanted 10 more minutes in the goddamn wreckage just to breathe her in, but my house is currently bleeding out in the hallways. "Stay back," I tell her over my shoulder. "I've got this." I roll my shoulders, ignoring the sharp protest of my ribs. "Caso, not now." The heavy steel door gets kicked so hard the hinges scream. It slams into the rubber stopper and rebounds. Silvio storms in, his heavy boots crunching violently over the glass of a shattered overhead light fixture. He's out of breath, a vein throbbing wildly at his temple. Marco is right on his heel, his most loyal attack dog, flanked by 2 other soldiers looking like they walked into an execution. Their hands are hovering way too close to their holstered weapons. It pisses me off immediately. You don't walk into my space with your hand on a grip unless I gave the order. Silvio stops 3 feet away from me. His chest heaves, his suit jacket ruined by dust and somebody else's blood. "Look at this mess," Silvio barks, gesturing wildly toward the corridor. "You're losing your mind, Lorenzo." He points a shaking finger directly at me, completely ignoring the chain of command. "She's a cancer in this house." He kicks the corpse of one of the silent hand cleaners we dropped 10 minutes ago. The dead weight slides a few inches across the slick floor with a wet squeak. Silvio spits on the floor, the glob landing an inch from my Italian leather shoes. 3 of our men are being bagged up in the lobby because you decided to play house with a viper, Silvio yells. His voice bounces off the metal walls, shrill and grating. "She brought them to our door. She's silent hand filth. How many more have to die for your little pet?" I count the seconds in my head. Silvio is too emotional, running entirely on adrenaline and misplaced pride. He thinks he's acting for the family, but he's just loud and a fucking liability right now. I watch his hand blur. He draws his Glock. His arm extends fully, locking out. The barrel bypasses me, and levels directly at the narrow gap behind my shoulder where Ginevra's cold, dead eyes are watching from the dark. "I'm ending this," Silvio snarls. "For the good of the Marchetti name. Move, boss." The red dot of his laser sight flickers rapidly across my chest, burning a bright crimson hole in my torn shirt before it settles on the concrete wall right next to Ginevra's head. "I'm putting her down," Silvio insists, his finger resting flat against the trigger guard. "Don't make me do this through you." A cold black rage coils in my gut. It's an ugly, suffocating heat that starts in my spine and radiates outward. Nobody points a gun at something I claim. Nobody dictates what lives and dies in my house. I don't flinch. I don't draw. I take a slow, deliberate step to the left, putting my broad chest squarely in front of the muzzle. I spread my feet slightly, dropping my weight into a dead center stance that completely swallows her in my shadow. "You want her." My voice is flat, dead quiet. "You go through me first." I hold his panicked eyes. "Pull the trigger, Silvio. See what happens." I reach my left hand back without looking. My palm finds Ginevra's stomach. I push her back another inch, pressing her flat against the cold steel of the rifle rack. It's a pure, territorial reflex. I don't just want her out of the line of fire, I want her hidden from him entirely. I don't even want his fucking eyes on her. My hand flexes, my fingers digging hard into her side through the torn fabric of her shirt, feeling her rapid heartbeat thrumming straight into my skin. "Back, Ginevra," I command softly. I keep my eyes locked on Silvio. "She belongs to me." Silvio's jaw grinds so hard I can hear his teeth scraping. "Every inch of her," I add, making sure the words land like a hammer. "Don't be a fool," I tell him, my tone dropping to a gravelly rasp. "Stand down." I tilt my head a fraction, mocking the trembling barrel. "Lower it, Cazzo." Silvio's eyes are wide, wild with betrayal and fear. "Lorenzo, think. I'm doing this for you. She's a poison. Your father would have put a bullet in her the second she hit the floor. Your father is rolling in his grave." He looks over at Marco, desperate for validation, and the other men give grim, tense nods. My father is dead. And I am not him. I'm something much worse. And Silvio is about to find that out the hard way. I gave this man 15 years of grace, and I'm giving him exactly 5 more seconds to save his own life. The last trace of patience evaporates. My eyes lock onto his, and I let all the violent, empty darkness I carry bleed into my stare. My hand drops from Ginevra's waist, hovering casually near the small of my back where the cold grip of my pistol rests against my spine. "This is the end of the conversation," I say. I don't yell. I make it softer, letting the lethal calm carry it. "Final warning. Choose your next move carefully." Silvio hesitates. It's 3 agonizing seconds where the entire room stops breathing. A single bead of sweat rolls down his forehead and drops straight into his right eye, making him blink rapidly. His finger twitches on the trigger. Just a nervous tick, but it's enough. In my world, hesitation is mutiny. "I can't let you do this," Silvio whispers, his voice cracking. "She has to die. Boss, please." Too slow. Too late. I move. It's pure muscle memory, a violent blur of motion. The leather of my back holster creaks sharply as I rip the Glock free. I don't even bother aiming at Silvio. He's a broken man, holding a gun he doesn't have the balls to fire. I pivot my wrist exactly 10 degrees to the right. I look straight at Silvio while I pull the trigger. Boom. The blast in the enclosed metallic space is absolute chaos, a concussive shockwave that punches the air straight out of our lungs. The empty shell casing ejects in a blur of brass and bounces off a metal locker with a high musical ting. Marco's head snaps back violently. A dark, perfect hole punches straight through the space between his eyebrows. He drops like a sack of wet cement. His body hits the concrete floor with a heavy, sickening thud. A thick spray of hot blood erupts from the exit wound, splattering directly across Silvio's cheek and painting his ruined white shirt crimson. Marco's fingers twitch once on the floor. Then he goes perfectly still. Silvio freezes. His brain short-circuits trying to process the sudden massacre of his right-hand man. "Oh God," Silvio chokes out. He stares at the blood pooling around Marco's skull. "Marco. Stronzo." I don't lower my weapon. I keep the smoking barrel aimed directly at the empty space where Marco was just standing, letting the ringing in my ears fade as I watch Silvio shatter. The wisp of cordite smoke curls toward the ceiling. I bring my thumb up and slowly, deliberately re-engage the safety. The metallic click is the loudest sound in the room. "Are we clear now?" I ask. Silvio is trembling so hard his knees are visibly shaking. The other two men have gone completely rigid, their eyes glued to the floor, terrified to even breathe. "Is there anyone else with an opinion?" I ask the room. Nobody moves. I snap my eyes back to my underboss. "Look at him, Silvio." Silvio's hand finally gives out. His fingers uncurl, and his Glock clatters uselessly onto the concrete floor. He wipes a shaking hand across his face, smearing Marco's blood deeply into his pores. His shoulders slump, all the fight completely bleeding out of him. The mutiny is dead. "We're clear," Silvio rasps, his voice completely hollow. He stares at the floor. "I'm sorry, boss. Forgive me." I slide my gun back into my holster. I don't accept his apology. He doesn't deserve it. I turn my back on him entirely, presenting the ultimate insult, showing him I don't even consider him a threat anymore. "Move," I order. "Clean it up. Don't let me see you for the rest of the night." The soldiers scramble to obey. I hear the harsh scraping of boots and the dragging of dead weight as they haul Marco's body out into the corridor. The heavy steel door slams shut behind them, latching with a heavy clank. The armory is empty again, the metallic tang of fresh blood mixing violently with the scent of sex. My shoulders finally drop a single inch. The adrenaline starts draining out of my veins, leaving a cold, hard clarity in its wake. I stand there, staring at the blood smears on the floor. I just executed a loyal soldier to protect the ghost the syndicate sent to kill me. I hear the soft, completely silent pad of GINEVRA's bare feet on the concrete. She steps out from behind the rack. She doesn't look at me first. She walks in a slow, calculated arc, stopping right at the edge of the puddle where Marco fell. She stares at the blood. Then she looks up at me. There isn't a single drop of fear in her cold eyes, just a sharp, terrifying realization of exactly what kind of cage she's locked in. She touches her side, right where my hand was bruising her ribs a minute ago. "You killed him," she says. Her voice is completely flat. "He was your man. Why?" I close the distance between us in 2 strides. My shadow falls over her again. I reach out and grip her chin, my fingers still rough and smelling of cordite, forcing her face up. My thumb brushes her lower lip, pressing hard enough to leave a tiny rust-colored smudge of Marco's blood on her skin. "He was an employee," I tell her. "You're mine. Remember the difference." I drop my hand from her face. "Mine," I repeat. "Don't forget it." I turn toward the door. "Let's go."
Chapter 17. GINEVRA POV. The echo of the gunshot is still bouncing around the concrete walls of the armory, a physical, suffocating pressure actively trying to crush my eardrums. Silvio's right-hand man isn't a person anymore. He's just a wet, abstract spray of dark red and gray bone fragments plastered across the block wall behind him. I stand there, staring at the sludge of brain matter slowly sliding down the paint, my breathing hitching into a shallow, pathetic rattle every time a thick drop of blood smacks the floor. My fingers are vibrating. They twitch rhythmically against the rough, tactical fabric of my pants, desperately trying to find a knife that I already lost 3 rooms ago, my blunt nails digging into my own thigh just to ground myself with a spark of pain. My training is screaming at me to pivot, to check the corners, to scan the room for the next threat, but the wiring in my brain is completely short-circuiting. The smell of burnt gunpowder is thick and choking, mixing with that sickeningly sweet metallic reek of fresh blood. Is it done, Silvio? Or do I need to clear the whole room? Lorenzo's voice cuts through the swarm of angry hornets currently buzzing inside my skull. He sounds violently bored, completely unbothered by the execution he just carried out. Get this trash out of my sight before the blood stains the floor. Silvio just stands there, staring at his dead man's ruined skull, the blood pooling around the toes of his boots. I can't even process the Mafia power play, happening 2 feet away. That gunshot wasn't just a loud noise. It was a sledgehammer to a lock I bolted shut over a decade ago. Ginevra. Look at me. Lorenzo's command barks out, sharp and demanding, but he sounds miles away. Stronzo, don't test my patience today, he snaps at his enforcer, but the words blur together in my head. I'm telling myself the silence in this room is a lie. The screaming hasn't started yet, but it's coming. It's always coming. The concrete floor beneath me physically tilts. I sway, my knees locking and violently unlocking as I fight to maintain a basic soldier's stance, while my internal foundation completely erodes. The high-pitched whine ringing in my ears starts to mutate. It stretches out, sharpens, and suddenly it's not the aftermath of Lorenzo's gun anymore. It's the shrill, merciless blast of the training whistles from the concrete pits back in the Alps. Shadows start darting in the corners of my vision. They aren't heavily armed hitmen in suits. They're small, thin, starved little kids covered in dirt, bruises, and fresh arterial spray. My nervous system isn't in a Milanese compound anymore. I'm standing waist-deep in a mass grave disguised as a conditioning chamber. Asset 404, report. The voice goes through my skull, cold, faceless, and clinical. I clutch the side of my head, my fingers tangling in my own dirty hair. Make the noise stop. Lorenzo, please. The voice tearing out of my throat doesn't even sound like me. It's high, reedy, and pathetic. Stay focused, Ginevra. He's moving closer, a massive shape blocking out the strobing fluorescent lights overhead. The cold dampness of the basement air suddenly turns into the suffocating humidity of the pits. I'm terrified that if I blink, I'm going to wake up at 10 years old with a bloody combat knife in my fist, staring down at my bunkmate's slit throat. His hand clamps onto my bicep. It's not a comforting squeeze to snap me out of it. It's a heavy, brutal shackle. Lorenzo hauls me toward the heavy steel door, his massive strides forcing me to stumble into a half-run just to keep my boots under me. The polished marble floor of the corridor feels like slick black ice. Every step I take feels like I'm falling off a ledge. He thinks I'm just shell-shocked. He thinks this is a standard adrenaline crash from the firefight with the cleaners. He has no fucking clue he's currently dragging a woman whose childhood is burning down the back of her retinas. His thumb digs viciously into a deep purple bruise on my arm. The sharp, hot spike of pain is literally the only thing keeping my eyes open and my legs moving. Walk, Ginevra. Don't make me carry you, he grunts. The click-clack of his Italian leather shoes against the marble sounds exactly like the heavy jackboots of the hands guards doing their rounds. I trip over my own feet. You're fine. It's just blood. I'm hallucinating my own dialogue. Caso, look where you're going, he snaps, yanking me upright by my trapped arm. The heavy, intoxicating smell of his expensive scotch fights a losing battle against the sour reek of my own cold sweat. You're mine, which means you don't break. I'm mentally clinging to his grip, because his hand is the absolute only thing stopping me from floating away into the dark. We turn a corner and hit the trail of bodies the cleaner squad left behind. One of them is propped up against a ridiculous Renaissance statue, his throat gaping open in a wide red smile. My eyes lock onto the corpse, and my brain totally misfires. The dead man's face glitches. It literally flickers out and is replaced by the terrified, pale face of a 12-year-old boy I gutted during my final survival trials. My combat boots cement themselves to the marble. I stop dead. I bite down on my lower lip so hard the warm, metallic taste of copper floods my mouth. I'm shivering like I'm freezing to death, but the hallway is comfortably climate-controlled. He's still looking at me, I whisper, my eyes blown wide. Keep moving, Lorenzo orders, aggressively tugging my arm. He doesn't even glance at the dead meat on the floor. They never stay dead. Focus on the floor. Just the floor. He hauls me forward again. The rhythmic buzzing of the estate's breached alarm system drills straight into my skull, backed by a distant rumble of thunder outside that sounds exactly like a demolition charge going off in the tunnels. I seriously wonder if I caught a bullet downstairs, and this is just my brain firing off its last desperate synapses in hell. He shoves open the heavy double doors to his master suite and physically throws me inside. To anyone else, it's a massive decadent sanctuary of dark wood, plush rugs and silk sheets, but to me it just looks like a highly upgraded gilded cage. He points a finger toward the bathroom, his face an absolute mask of cold, uncompromising authority. It's his default setting. Dominate the room. Order the chaos. But barking at me to fix myself isn't going to snap me out of a dissociative spiral. It's just pushing me faster down the drain. My hands are shaking so violently, I have to shove them deep into my armpits to hide the tremors from him. Clean yourself up. I want the smell of those men off you, he says, already turning away, his mind shifting back to the Mafia war happening outside his bedroom. I have calls to make. Don't be in there all night. I just stand there on his obscenely expensive Persian rug, my boots tracking dried blood into the fibers. The grandfather clock in the corner is ticking like a goddamn bomb timer. You look like a mess. Fix it. Stronzo. I can't. I barely get the words out. I feel like I'm made of cracked glass, and this motherfucker is yelling at me to act like reinforced steel. He doesn't hear me, or he doesn't care. He just pulls his phone out of his pocket. I drag my heavy legs toward the bathroom. It's a massive cavern of blinding white marble and chrome fixtures. The clinical LED lighting makes the whole room feel like a surgical theater. I catch sight of myself in the sprawling mirror over the double vanity and physically flinch. The woman staring back at me is painted in dark red spatters, her hair matted to her forehead with sweat, her eyes completely dead and hollowed out. 2 black holes of trauma. I don't know who the fuck that is. The GINEVRA Lorenzo knows is a carefully constructed mask. The thing in the mirror is the monster the silent hand built. A weapon left off safety. I reach out with a violently trembling hand and touch the glass, my dirty fingertips leaving thick bloody smudges over my own reflection. Who are you? I whisper to the ghost. Dirty? So dirty. The whistles keep blowing in my head. The screaming keeps echoing. Make it stop. Please. I stare at the thick glass, calculating exactly how hard I'd need to punch it to shatter it into jagged shards, so I could just carve the memories straight out of my prefrontal cortex. I look down at my tactical vest. I need it off. I reach for the heavy plastic quick-release buckles at my ribs, but my fingers are totally numb. They feel like useless thick wooden blocks. I fumble with the clips, dragging at the straps, but the gear refuses to budge. A ragged, pathetic sob tears out of my throat. The vest feels like it's fused to my ribs, a permanent suffocating weight crushing my lungs. My chest is heaving. If I can't even unbuckle my own armor, I'm dead. It's a basic motor function, and my brain has completely locked me out of the controls. I jam my thumb against the clasp, and my fingernail bends backward and snaps. A sharp, hot burst of pain shoots up my hand, and I let out a choked, feral grunt. Kazo, come off. I'm panting, desperately ripping at the nylon webbing. Help me. I don't even know who I'm talking to. The ghosts. God. Anyone. No, stay away. The rasp of Velcro tears through the room, unbearably loud. The heavy ceramic trauma plates inside the vest are pulling me toward the floor. My heart is beating so fast and shallow, it feels like a trapped bird battering against my throat. I'm drowning inside my own clothes. With one last desperate, violent jerk, the side buckles give way. I rip the vest off and let it hit the marble with a heavy, dead thud. I claw at my blood-stiffened shirt, pulling it over my head. I stand in the center of the blindingly bright room, half naked, my skin rising in goosebumps as the icy air conditioning hits my sweat-slicked body. Every inch of me is a map of faded knife scars and dark blooming bruises. Without the Kevlar, without the weapons, I'm absolutely nothing. Just a piece of meat waiting for the butchers. I kick the pile of bloody tactical gear away from my feet like it's a venomous snake about to strike. I'm still bleeding. I stare at my hands. They're stained red, but there are no cuts on my palms. It won't come off. The bright lights are burning my retinas. Stay in the dark. It's safer in the dark. The jagged white knife scar on my left shoulder throbs. Every mark on my body is a horrific story I've sworn I would never tell him, and now they're all screaming at once. I stumble blind into the massive glass shower enclosure and slam my hand against the chrome dial. I don't wait for it to warm up. I step straight under the massive rain head. The water blasts out freezing cold at first, hitting my bare skin like a hail of sharp needles. I gasp, blindly turning the dial hotter. Then hotter still. The temperature spikes until the water is basically scalding, instantly filling the entire enclosure with a thick, suffocating cloud of white steam. I press my forehead against the freezing wet tile wall, the intense contrast between the cold stone and the boiling water making my vision swim and spot. Hotter. I crank it all the way. Burn it off. I just want the noise in my head to shut the fuck up. Quiet. Just be quiet. The roar of the heavy water slamming against the marble floor is deafening, but it's not loud enough. The steam is so thick I can barely breathe, but I don't care. I want the heat to literally boil the memories out of my blood, so the hand can't trace my soul anymore. My quivering legs finally surrender. The last string of tension snaps, and I slide straight down the wet wall, my bare back squeaking against the slick tiles. I hit the floor of the shower hard, immediately curling my knees to my chest and crushing myself into a tight fetal ball. The boiling water pounds mercilessly against the top of my skull, drowning out my own pathetic, ragged breathing as the hyperventilation takes the wheel. I'm gone. The lethal assassin who dropped through his skylight doesn't exist right now. I'm just the broken kid, rotting at the bottom of the pit. I wrap my arms around my shins, rocking myself back and forth, my blunt broken fingernails digging into my own legs, drawing thin bright red scratches over my wet skin. I didn't mean to do it. I'm crying, and I haven't cried in a lifetime. Please don't put me back. The salt from my tears mixes with the hot shower water rushing over my lips. I'll be good. I'll be a good weapon. I stare down at the floor, frantically counting the veins in the marble tiles. 1, 2, 3. Trying to find a pattern. Something solid. Something real. Over the deafening drum of the water, I hear the heavy bedroom doors bang shut. Lorenzo's back. He's finished barking orders to his underbosses, his knuckles probably still raw and red from where he caved that guy's face in downstairs. I can picture him practically vibrating with that relentless need for control. He expects me out of the bathroom, dressed, composed, and ready to give him a flawless tactical sit rep. That's his world. Complete order, absolute dominance. Chaos isn't allowed to exist in his airspace. I hear the heavy rustle of his silk shirt, the distinct sound of him impatiently unbuttoning his cuffs in the silence of the bedroom. Ginevra, you've had 10 minutes. His voice is dry, hard, vibrating with annoyance. I can't answer him. I can't even get oxygen into my lungs. Don't make me come in there. The smell of his expensive cologne sneaks under the door, battling the heavy humidity. Answer me. The bathroom door gets kicked open with enough force to bounce off the stopper. Heavy footsteps close the distance. Through the dense, swirling wall of steam, I can see his massive silhouette looming on the other side of the glass door. He stops dead. He sees me. Just a dark, naked shape huddled on the floor, vibrating like a dying animal in a trap. He's used to people trying to kill him, people running from him, people begging him. He's never seen a machine completely disintegrate at his feet. I can see his shadow tense. His hand hovers over the chrome handle. Kazo. The curse slips out of him, sharp and confused. Ginevra. He sees the pile of blood-soaked tactical gear trashed on the floor. He hears my frantic, wet gasping cutting through the hiss of the spray. What the hell is this? He doesn't hesitate anymore. Lorenzo yanks the heavy glass door open, shattering the enclosure of steam. He doesn't strip off his tailored suit. He doesn't even kick off his fucking shoes. He just steps directly into the torrential, scalding downpour. The heavy spray completely drenches his dark suit in a fraction of a second, the expensive fabric instantly transforming into a heavy, clinging second skin. The wet slap of his suit against the tile sounds unnaturally loud. He drops to his knees right in the puddle, the water plastering his dark hair to his forehead and splashing off his broad shoulders. "I've got you," he growls, reaching for me. "Stop. Just stop." I don't see him. I don't see Lorenzo Marchetti. "Look at me, putana. Look at me." The heat in the shower is suffocating, turning the space into an absolute furnace, but he ignores it, leaning into my space. The second his large hand clamps onto my bare shoulder, the panic absolutely detonates. A high, thin, blood-curdling scream rips out of my throat, a sound of pure, unadulterated terror. I lash out violently, my wet hand slipping uselessly off the soaked wool of his suit jacket as I try to shove him backward. I'm fighting a faceless handler coming into the pit to reset me. I'm fighting the monster in the dark. "Don't touch me," I screech, my nails clawing at his chest, frantically scraping white lines against the wet fabric of his shirt. "No more, please, no more." He doesn't flinch. He takes the hits, his jaw set like granite. "It's me. It's Lorenzo. Look at my face." My frantic hot breath ghosts against his neck as we grapple on the slick tile, the water rushing over our thrashing bodies. I'm fighting like a wild dog, but it's completely useless. He's too big, too strong, too damn heavy. Lorenzo doesn't let go. Instead, he shifts his superior weight and aggressively pins me flat against the corner of the wet tile. He wraps both of his massive tree trunk arms around my shivering frame, physically dragging my head into the crook of his neck. He applies a crushing, absolute pressure, essentially using his own sheer physical mass to force my violently heaving ribs to slow down. The very same hands that dragged me here in chains are now locking me together so I don't shatter into dust. One of his large hands slides up, firmly stroking my soaking wet hair away from my face, his touch ruthlessly possessive. The other arm acts like a steel vice, trapping my flailing body flush against his chest. "Breathe. With me. Now," he orders, the deep rumble of his chest vibrating straight into my own sternum. "You are in my house. You are mine. Nothing gets in here." I'm sobbing uncontrollably against his soaked collar, the heavy scent of wet wool and expensive soap completely overwhelming the smell of blood in my head. "I've got you. I've got you." His grip tightens until it borderline hurts, anchoring my floating consciousness back to the floor. "GINEVRA. Stay with me." My heart is practically hammering its way out of my ribs, slamming against his wet suit jacket like a desperate bird hitting a window. I just sit there on the cold floor, tangled up in 80 pounds of drenched Italian tailoring and pure aggression, letting him ruin his clothes to wait out the ticking in my head.
Chapter 18. Lorenzo POV. I am anchored against the wet tile of the master shower, the freezing spray soaking straight through $5,000 worth of charcoal wool. It's sticking to my skin, heavy and useless, but I don't move to turn the water off yet. I'm using my own mass as a shield. The heavy fabric of my jacket is acting like a weighted blanket, suppressing the violent, bone-deep tremors trying to rattle GINEVRA apart against my chest. My heavy platinum watch scrapes aggressively against the marble wall as I tighten my grip, the mechanical ticking completely lost to the roar of the water bouncing off the glass doors. The smell of wet wool and my own expensive cologne is suffocating, mixing with the metallic tang of gunpowder still clinging to my skin from the shootout downstairs. She is shivering so hard her teeth are chattering like glass breaking under a boot. It's a sound that crawls up my spine and sets my fucking teeth on edge. "Stay with me, GINEVRA," I say, my voice a harsh rumble against the top of her wet head. "Breathe, Cazzo. Just breathe." She doesn't. She's gasping, choking on air that isn't there. "I've got you," I grind out, pulling her tighter. I hook 2 fingers under her chin, forcing her head back to inspect the damage. Her pupils are blown wide, fixed on a nightmare I can't see, swallowing the irises entirely. Her lips have a sick, bluish tint, and the vein in her neck is pulsing so fast it looks like a malfunction. The harsh glare of the LED bathroom lights makes her look dead. I scan her face, her neck, checking for a stray bullet graze or a physical concussion I might have missed during the bloodbath. Nothing. Just pure, unadulterated panic. I use my thumb to wipe a stray droplet of freezing water from her lower lip. My touch is steady. It has to be. The silence in her eyes is more terrifying than the garrote wire she tried to put around my throat when we first met. I can fight a killer. I can dominate an assassin. But I can't dominate a woman who isn't even in the fucking room. Look at me, I order, shaking her chin just enough to demand focus. Don't go back there. Eyes on me, ghost. Nothing. A massive shift occurs in my internal architecture right then. The urge to fuck the defiance out of her, to pin her down and remind her who owns her, completely evaporates. It's replaced by a cold, predatory rage directed entirely outward. I stare at the scars on her back, the jagged lines slick with water, and I don't see a captive anymore. I see evidence of an intruder in my domain. I see property that has been vandalized. Someone else put their hands on her and left these marks. I clench my jaw so hard I feel a back tooth protest, my knuckles turning white against the dark, wet fabric of her shoulder. Whoever did this, I mutter, the words meant more for myself than her deaf ears. They think they can leave their marks on what's mine. They're mistaken. I reach out and slam the shower handle down. The sudden silence is absolute, ringing in my ears, heavy and suffocating. The only sound left is the heavy drip 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 of water falling from my soaked sleeves onto the tile, and her ragged, shallow gasps for air. The smell of ozone and damp marble fills the space, steam curling lazily against the ceiling. I yank the shower curtain rings back, the metal hissing loudly against the rod to make room to move. The noise is gone, I say, my voice dropping an octave. It's just us. Come back, GINEVRA. She sways, her knees buckling. I haul her out of the shower before she can hit the floor. She is a complete dead weight, her limbs heavy and uncoordinated. I hook my arms under her knees and her back, lifting her with a grunt of exertion. Her head lolls lifelessly into the crook of my neck. A strand of her wet hair catches on the rough stubble of my jaw, tethering us together as I step out. My boots hit the plush bath mat with a heavy, wet thud. She's built of wire and muscle, a weapon designed to kill me, yet right now she feels like a porcelain doll about to shatter. The paradox fuels a protective fury in my gut that I don't have time to analyze. I've got you, I tell her, tightening my grip. Don't you dare go limp on me. Hold on. I grab a plush, oversized black towel from the heated rack and drop her onto the closed toilet seat, wrapping it around her. I begin to dry her. My movements are firm, bordering on rough. I'm not being gentle. I don't do gentle. I am performing maintenance on a weapon. I rub the thick terry cloth over her hair and her freezing limbs, using brute friction to force the warmth back into her blood. The smell of lavender soap wafts up, mixing with the chaos of the night. I pause to wrap the towel tight around her chest. My knuckles brush the swell of her breasts, completely clinical. There is no arousal. Just the mechanical necessity of keeping her functioning. Wake up, I say, dragging the towel down her arms. Feel the heat. Look at me, Kazo. My eyes lock onto a circular scar on her thigh. It's a cigarette burn. Old, faded, but unmistakable. I touch it with my index finger. The skin is colder than the marble floor under my boots. My face turns to stone. These aren't battle scars from a fair fight. These are the marks of systematic, deliberate abuse. Someone kept her chained up. Someone burned her just to see what she would do. I trace the edge of a jagged knife scar near her ribs with the tip of my thumb, the competitive jealousy flaring so hot it practically burns the oxygen out of the room. Who did this? I demand, leaning into her space. This wasn't a fight. Answer me. She just stares straight through my chest. I curse, scoop her up again, and carry her out of the bathroom. The master bedroom is vast and dark, the temperature dropping immediately. The only light comes from the street lamps of Milan, filtering through the floor-to-ceiling windows. I move with a predator's grace, despite the extra 40 pounds of water in my clothes. I kick the bathroom door shut behind me with the heel of my boot. My wet shoes leave dark, heavy prints on the silk Persian rug. I don't care about the rug. I don't care about the mud or the water. You're in my house, I tell her, my voice hard as iron in the massive room. You're safe here. Only I get to break you. I lay her dead in the center of the king-sized bed. Her small, towel-wrapped form looks completely abandoned amidst the sea of black Egyptian cotton. I stand over her, my chest heaving, water dripping from my hair onto the expensive sheets. I yank my ruined silk tie from my neck and toss it into the corner of the room. It hits the hardwood floor with a wet thwack. Stay right there, I order, pointing a finger at her motionless form. Don't move. I'm not finished with you. I strip the soaked suit jacket off my shoulders and let it drop. I tear the ruined dress shirt down the middle, buttons popping and rolling away in the dark, and peel the wet cotton off my skin. I stand there in just my damp trousers, the steam rising off my warm skin into the cool air of the bedroom. The moonlight catches the glimmer of my knuckle scars, old reminders of bare-knuckle fights and broken jaws. I fumble with a gold cufflink still trapped in the shredded sleeve of my shirt. My fingers are clumsy with a leftover spike of adrenaline. It slips, clinking against the floor, rolling under the nightstand. I ignore it. I step up to the bed, caging her in with both arms planted on either side of her shoulders. The mattress creaks under my weight. My focus is a physical pressure, designed to pin her down. Look at me, GINEVRA, I say, lowering my head. I'm right here. Tell me what you see. Nothing. Her breathing is shallow. My damp hair drips a single bead of freezing water straight onto her cheek. She doesn't flinch. The people who trained you, I say, my voice dropping into a low, vibratory growl that rumbles straight through the mattress. The ones who put that look in your eyes. Give me a name. She remains a ghost. Her eyes are completely unfocused, tracking some horror movie playing miles away in her head. The violent trembling from the bathroom has subsided into a dull, rhythmic twitching in her fingers. She lifts one hand, her movements robotic, and starts plucking mindlessly at a loose thread on the edge of the black towel. Pluck, pluck, pluck. The faint sound of sirens echoes far away in the city, but in this room, there's only the ticking of a grandfather clock in the hallway and her shallow, broken breathing. It hits me, a sudden sharp spike of absolute dread. If she doesn't come back from this, I lose. I don't lose turf, I don't lose money. I lose the one thing that actually makes the blood in my veins run hot. My patience snaps. I reach down and grip her jaw. My fingers dig into her skin, hard. I don't coddle. I use the language she understands. Force. I squeeze until my calloused pads leave faint red marks on her pale cheeks, shaking her head slightly to rattle her brain back into her skull. Are you even in there? I bark. Don't hide from me. Talk, putana. Her eyes roll slightly, trying to escape the pressure. I am your reality now, I say, getting right in her face, forcing her to smell the scotch and violence lingering on my breath. Focus on my voice. Tell me now. A flicker of light finally returns to the black voids of her pupils. She blinks, the robotic twitching in her fingers stopping. She focuses on my jawline, then drags her eyes up to meet mine. A soft choked sound breaks from her throat. It's half sob, half gasp, the first actual sound of human life she's made since the panic attack ripped her apart. The warmth starts flushing back into her face. She swallows hard, the room plunging into a terrifying stillness. She reaches out with a shaking hand. Her fingers hover a millimeter above my bare collarbone, feeling the heat radiating off me, but she doesn't actually touch the skin. There you are, I murmur, my grip on her jaw loosening but not letting go. Stay with me. Speak. She drops her hand. When she opens her mouth, her voice is a hollow, clinical monotone. The deadness of her tone is worse than screaming. They called us numbers, she says, staring at her own hands like they belong to a stranger. The pits. Concrete cells in the Alps. The concrete was always wet. We stayed in the dark. I listen, my expression frozen like granite, the wind rattling the heavy window panes behind me. Graduation wasn't a test, she continues, not blinking, projecting a scent of dust and old blood into the space between us. It was a meal. But to eat, you had to clear the cell next to yours. I had to kill the boy with the blue eyes. The silence that follows is deafening. I slowly pull my hand away from her face and sit on the edge of the bed. The mattress dips drastically under my weight, bringing my shoulder closer to hers. I grew up in a world of violence. I tortured my own brother in a basement to prove loyalty. But this isn't mafia politics. This is industrial-grade soul stripping. The syndicate didn't teach her how to shoot. They manufactured a sociopath in the dark. Child soldiers, I state flatly, looking at the wall. They didn't give you a choice. Who ran the facility? She curls onto her side, pulling her knees to her chest in a tight fetal position. The black towel slips an inch, exposing the worst of the jagged scars crisscrossing her shoulder blades. The silent hand, she whispers. The way she says the name carries a weight of bone-deep terror. I've never seen her afraid of anything. She wasn't afraid of my gun, my guards, or my temper. But this name makes her shrink into the sheets. They never let go, she breathes, staring at the wall. If you fail, they erase you. The handler, he's coming. I stare down at her. The broken child, beneath the lethality. I don't see an asset anymore. I see my property, damaged by ghosts who think they can cross borders and operate in my city. A cold, murderous calm descends on me. It's the kind of calm that always precedes a massacre. I stand up slowly, my height looming over the bed, casting a dark shadow across her face. My leather belt creaks as I shift my weight. I clench my fists at my sides, my knuckles popping in the quiet room. I reach out, and with awkward, surprising gentleness, I brush a damp lock of hair away from her forehead. They won't touch you again, I say, my voice entirely devoid of warmth. They made a mistake coming into my city. They made a bigger one touching what's mine. She looks up at me with wide, searching eyes. You're not their ghost anymore, I tell her, holding her gaze until I know the words are cemented in her fractured brain. You're my shadow. Do you understand? She gives a microscopic nod. I turn and slam my fist straight into the heavy wooden bedpost. The impact is muffled but heavy, rattling the frame. Every last one, I vow. Blood for blood, GINEVRA. I'm going to find the pits. I'm going to find the men. And I'll give you their heads. I grab the thick, silk-lined duvet from the foot of the bed and pull it up over her. I tuck it around her shoulders with sharp, efficient movements, securing her in the center of the mattress. I treat her like a priceless, damaged artifact, being locked inside a vault. Sleep, I order, smoothing the silk over her shoulder, letting my hand linger for just a second too long. I'll be right here. Don't go back to the pits. She finally closes her eyes. Her breathing begins to even out, the exhaustion of the adrenaline crash dragging her into a deep, traumatic sleep. I turn my back on the bed and walk to the floor-to-ceiling windows. I stand there, half-dressed, staring out over the flickering neon lights of Milan. I lean my forehead against the cold glass, leaving a faint fog of breath on the pane. This city is mine. But staying inside it isn't enough anymore. I need to expand my reach. I need to hunt. I step away, walk over to the crystal decanter on the nightstand, and pour 2 fingers of scotch. The ice clinks sharply against the glass in the quiet room. I take a long, slow swallow, the burn sliding down my throat, grounding me. In the reflection of the window, I watch her chest rising and falling beneath the duvet. The Marchetti cage has changed. I'm not just the captor, keeping her inside anymore. I'm the guardian standing at the gate, waiting to slaughter anything that tries to look in. I set the heavy crystal glass down on the wood. I pull a high-backed leather chair from the corner of the room, drag it right to the side of the bed and sit down. I cross my arms over my chest and watch her sleep. Rest, ghost, I murmur to the empty room. The war starts in the morning. I need a dry shirt, a fresh magazine, and a list of names. The logistics of the bloodbath start now. Chapter 19. Lorenzo POV. I stand at the foot of the massive oak bed and watch the woman who just dismantled her own soul for me. The rage from my vow against the silent hand is still a physical heat in my chest, burning like a swallowed coal. I can kill 100 fucking men before breakfast, but I can't reach inside her head and drag her out of the dark, and it makes me want to put a bullet in everything that moves. She isn't looking at the ceiling. She's looking straight through it, eyes wide and completely empty, lost in a past I can't kill with a gun. It chills my blood to see her this hollowed out, lying on the silk sheets like a corpse waiting for a body bag. I slowly roll up the sleeves of my dress shirt, the rhythmic ticking of my gold watch the only sound in the room, cutting through the dead silence of her shallow breathing. The scent of expensive tobacco is still stale on my breath, mixing with the metallic stink of blood and the faint hum of the air conditioning. Silver moonlight slices through the blinds, catching the faded knife scars on her collarbone. She's gone. Fucked off to some miserable nightmare from the pits. I hate that I can't just order her mind to obey me. You're not there anymore, GINEVRA, I say, keeping my voice hard and flat. Look at the room. Look at me. Stop running from the ghosts. As I step closer, her eyes, dilated and pitch black, slowly drag across the room. They don't land on my face. They land on my mouth. It's a primal, somatic recognition. She isn't thinking. She's practically brain dead right now, but her animal instincts are flickering back online. Her body remembers the heat of me, the way my voice vibrates against her skin. It hits my ego directly. I want her sharp and lethal. I want the viper who drops through skylights, but seeing this raw base need is 10 times more intoxicating. It proves that despite whatever sick conditioning those bastards drilled into her, her biology is wired to react to me. GINEVRA's fingers twitch against the duvet, instinctively trying to grasp the fabric but finding no purchase, her nails scraping weakly against the silk. That's it. Right here, I tell her, stepping right up to the edge of the mattress. You see it. You feel that pulse in my neck. Come back to the surface, little bird. Logic is a dead end here. I need to go deeper into the marrow of her biology to anchor her down. Gentle words are a fucking waste of time for an assassin. I start unbuttoning my shirt, my movements deliberate and predatory. I'm not offering her a shoulder to cry on. I'm offering a distraction so heavy and violent it's going to overwrite the trauma. I am going to replace her nightmares with the reality of my absolute weight. If I push too hard, she might shatter, but if I don't push enough, she rots in her own head. I strip the shirt off and drop it on the floor. The heavy metal cufflinks hit the marble tile with a sharp, echoing ring. The sudden chill of the room hits my bare chest, my pale skin stark against the bruised split knuckles of my hands. I'm going to give you something else to think about, I say, my voice dropping an octave. No more ghosts tonight. Just me. You're going to feel every inch of this. I climb onto the bed. The expensive mattress dips significantly under my broad frame. I don't crawl, I fucking loom. I move over her until my shadow completely swallows her up, forcing her world to narrow down to a pinpoint, until there's absolutely nothing left but the scent of my clean sweat, the lingering gunpowder in my hair, and the looming threat of my body. The claustrophobia is intentional. I am building a cage made of muscle and bone to keep the outside world out of her head. I place a heavy knee on the mattress directly between her thighs, applying intentional, grounding pressure to the bed springs. The bed frame groans in protest. The heat radiating off my thighs bleeds into her skin. Her pupils expand so wide they swallow her irises entirely. Nowhere else for you to go, I command. Look up. There's nothing else left. Is the bed soft enough for you, GINEVRA? I reach down and capture her wrists. I don't bother with the silk ties in the drawer or the metal cuffs I usually use. I use my bare hands. My long fingers wrap entirely around her narrow, scarred bones. I pull her arms up and pin them to the pillows above her head, using my palms as a heavy, suffocating anchor. She doesn't fight me. The lack of resistance pisses me off, but it also hands me the absolute control I need to rebuild her. I adjust my grip, pressing her down harder. My thumb traces the delicate blue veins on the underside of her wrist, feeling the frantic, terrified skip of her pulse. "Stay right there," I murmur, feeling how fragile she is right now, how easy it would be to just snap her in half, and how much harder it is to hold her together. "I've got you. You aren't going anywhere. Feel my hands. Tell me what you feel." I lower my chest until it's barely an inch from hers. My voice is a low, gravelly vibration that I know she can feel ratcheting through her own ribcage. I said, "Look at me, GINEVRA." It isn't a request. I hold perfectly still, refusing to move a fucking muscle until her gaze locks onto mine, forcing her to see the reality of my black eyes and the hunger tearing through them. My nose brushes against hers. It's a tiny, microscopic gesture of intimacy that forces her senses to snap into focus on my face. The absolute stillness of the air breaks. "Don't you dare blink," I warn her, feeling the warmth of her breath hitch against my lips. "See me. I'm the only thing that's real right now." I see the exact second her soul violently crashes back into her body. It's a flash of sheer terror, followed instantly by a deep, aching recognition. There she is. The viper is waking up. I don't give her a single second to process it or retreat back into her head. I replace her terror with my own gravity, pressing my dead weight fully onto her so she feels the raw power of my frame crushing her into the mattress. I release one of her wrists, just long enough to cup her jaw, dragging my thumb heavily across her bottom lip with enough bruising pressure to make her gasp. "Welcome back," I breathe, listening to her first ragged, conscious intake of air. The friction of my chest hair drags against her pale skin. "You're here with me. In my bed. Now, let's see if your body remembers who owns it." Keeping her free wrist pinned down again with one hand, I use my other to make quick, brutal work of my belt and trousers. The sharp crack of the heavy buckle hitting the floor is a gunshot in the quiet room. The rough texture of my denim jeans scrapes over my legs before I cast them aside, tossing them haphazardly over a designer chair. I use my knee to forcefully pry her legs wider apart, moving with a rough, practiced efficiency that brooks zero argument. My eyes never leave hers for a single fucking second. The cool air hits her heated skin as she lies there totally exposed to me. I'm hard enough to ache, a solid iron rod demanding release, but I force myself to stay slow. This isn't just about getting my dick wet. This is about hammering her back into reality. "Spread them." "That's it," I tell her. "Let me in, GINEVRA." I position myself right at her slick entrance, the broad head of my cock pressing firmly against her wet folds. I don't push in. Not yet. I just grind slowly against the outside of her, letting her feel my sheer size and the staggering radiating heat of my erection. I want her body to aggressively crave the invasion before I give it to her. I lean down and bite the sensitive skin right where her neck meets her shoulder, scraping my teeth over her pulse point to leave a dark, blooming mark that will be a violent purple by morning. I love the way she shudders under me. It's the most honest fucking thing about her. "Feel how much I want you?" I ask, my breath hot on her ear. "Tell me you feel me." I push inside her just an inch. Just the tip. My eyes are locked onto hers, watching her pupils bloom and contract. I stop entirely. I hold myself right there, my arms shaking, muscles completely corded with the agonizing effort of not slamming my hips forward and sinking to the hilt. I lace my fingers right through hers on the pillow above her head, squeezing her hand until our knuckles turn stark white. "Feel that," I growl, feeling her rapid heartbeat sinking with the heavy thud of my own chest. "That's me. That's real. The pits aren't here. I am. Is this real enough for you? Don't look away. Focus on me." With a slow, agonizingly steady thrust, I sink fully into her. I seat my hips flush against hers, burying myself as deep as I can physically go. The depth is total. I leave no room for her to breathe, no room for her to think of anything else but the fact that I am currently splitting her open. I stay perfectly still for a long moment, letting her inner muscles adapt to the crushing fullness of my cock pinning her to the mattress. I bury my face in the crook of her neck, breathing in the clean scent of her skin as she lets out a long, shaky, desperate moan. "You're so tight," I groan against her collarbone, feeling her body instinctively clench around me. "Take it all. Every bit. You were made to be filled by me." I begin to move. The pace is tortuously slow. This isn't a fast fuck. It's a rhythmic, heavy, punishing grind. Every single thrust is deep and deliberate, aimed directly at the very center of her nervous system. It's a physical metronome designed to rip her consciousness out of the past and violently plant it into the now. I reach down and slide my hands under her, pulling her hips higher off the bed, tilting her pelvis up to guarantee the deepest, most invasive connection possible. The headboard begins to thump rhythmically against the wall. "That's it. Focus on the rhythm," I tell her, my voice a dark hum. "Right here. Only here. You're mine, GINEVRA. Mine." I see a single tear leak from the corner of her eye, tracking down her temple, but her gaze remains fiercely fixed on mine. I don't stop. I deepen the stroke. I pull my hand from beneath her hips and slide my thumb down to find her clit, applying a steady, hard, circular pressure that perfectly complements my slow internal rhythm. I am completely overwhelming every sensory receptor she has. I leave zero space for the ghost to creep back in. I lean down and lick the salty tear right off her cheek, my tongue rough and possessive against her skin. I want to ruin her, so I can be the only motherfucker alive who gets to rebuild her. "Let it go," I order her. "Cry for me, putana. Just don't leave me. Look at me while you break." The praise turns darker, bleeding into pure, unfiltered possessiveness. I lightly grip her throat. Not to choke her, but just to let her feel the weight of my hand wrapping around her windpipe, reminding her that I literally hold her life in my hands. "You're safe because you're mine," I tell her, my voice rumbling directly into her ear. "I'll kill them all for you. I'll burn the whole fucking syndicate to the ground. Good girl. Stay with me." I pick up the pace, my control starting to slip. The slow grind rapidly evolves into powerful, brutal driving thrusts. I angle my hips to hit her G-spot with every single pass, my movements turning animalistic and raw, as I feel her initial catatonic resistance finally dissolve into a desperate, clinging need. The sound of our slick bodies slapping together fills the room. GINEVRA's legs instinctively hook around my waist. Her heels dig hard into my glutes, forcefully pulling me even deeper inside her. She's fighting for herself now. She's using my body to stay afloat. "Yes. Hold on to me," I grunt, hammering into her wet heat. "Don't let go. Take it, GINEVRA." I release her wrists completely, but she doesn't pull away. She reaches up, her hands scrambling over my shoulders until her fingers dig violently into the hard muscles of my back. She drags her nails down my skin, breaking the surface and drawing fresh blood. I welcome the fucking sting. It's undeniable proof she's back. I hammer into her harder now, the friction burning, my control completely fraying at the edges as her climax rapidly nears. I catch a fistful of her hair, pulling her head back to expose the long column of her throat from my mouth, biting down on her skin. "Mark me," I demand, driving my hips forward. "Show me you're here. That's it, fight for it." The air in the room is suffocating, thick with the pungent smell of our sex and the raw, unhinged emotion tearing through both of us. I am relentless. My thrusts hit a frantic fever pitch. I'm aggressively searching for her breaking point, hunting for that exact millimeter where she finally spills over and violently purges the trauma from her system. I pin her hands back down to the mattress, but this time I don't just hold her wrists. I intertwine my fingers directly through hers, palm to palm, a rare gesture of absolute union that locks us together. The sweat drips off my forehead and splashes onto her chest. "Almost there," I grit out, my lungs burning. "Don't you dare close your eyes. I've got you." I feel her inner walls begin to violently vibrate and seize around my cock. She's right on the fucking edge, her breath hitching in short, panicked gasps that border on hyperventilation. I don't let her tip over yet. I stall it. I pull almost completely out of her slick heat before burying myself to the hilt, over and over, intentionally pushing her higher into the frenzy. I crush my mouth against hers, kissing her deeply. It's a vicious clash of teeth and tongues, tasting the desperate feral panic in her mouth. Wait for me, I growl against her lips. Stay with me. You're mine, GINEVRA. Remember that. The dam finally shatters. As the climax hits her, her entire body arches violently off the mattress, her head tossing back into the pillows. She lets out a raw, guttural scream that completely shreds the silence of the room. It sounds like years of suppressed, agonizing pain being forcefully ripped straight out of her throat. It isn't a pretty, feminine sound. It's a fucking exorcism. I stare down at her face as she completely shatters beneath me, my own expression twisting into one of fierce, dark, possessive pride. Give it to me, I roar, feeling her violently pulsing around my cock. Let it all out. I've got you, I've got you. Triggered by her total surrender and the sheer crushing intensity of how tight she's squeezing me, I chase her right over the edge. I thrust one last time, brutally hard and deep, burying myself to the root. My own climax rips through my body, a violent, bone-shaking release that empties me out completely. I dump every drop of my load deep inside her, gasping for fucking air as the orgasm wrecks my nervous system. I collapse heavily against her, dropping my full weight onto her chest. My forehead comes to rest against hers, both of us panting like dying animals as we ride out the heavy aftershocks. Kazo. I breathe out heavily, my voice rough and completely depleted. You're mine. Always. I don't pull out. I refuse to break the connection yet. I stay buried deep inside her, letting my heavy sweat-slicked weight act as a constant physical blanket over her battered system. I can feel her body trembling beneath me, the frantic shaking slowly beginning to subside into a deep, heavy, exhausted limpness. She isn't absent anymore. She's just completely spent. I drag my hand up and gently stroke the damp, tangled hair away from her sweaty forehead, my touch surprisingly steady. I have never wanted to protect anything in my miserable fucking life as much as I want to protect her right now. Stay still, I tell her quietly. I'm not going anywhere. Rest now. GINEVRA finally breaks our eye contact, but she doesn't retreat back into the dead space in her head. Instead, she turns and buries her face deeply into the crook of my neck. Her lean body trembles against mine as a few final quiet sobs rack her chest. She clings to me. Her fingers curl tightly into the hair at the nape of my neck, gripping me like I'm the only solid object left on earth. It's the first time she's ever acknowledged her complete and total dependency on me, and it locks a chain around my throat just as tightly as the one I put on hers. I wrap my arms securely around her back, pulling her flush against my chest until there's absolutely no light left between us. You're okay, I murmur into the dark room. I've got the world outside. Sleep, GINEVRA. She goes heavy against me, her breathing finally evening out into a deep, exhausted rhythm. I lie there, staring over her head at the far wall. The adrenaline crash hits me like a fucking freight train. The air conditioning kicks on, blowing a cold draft over my bare back and freezing the sweat on my skin. I stare at the fresh bullet hole splintering the wood of my bedroom door, doing the math in my head on how much it's going to cost to get the blood scrubbed out of the hallway rug before the morning staff arrives. Chapter 20. Lorenzo POV. I'm sitting in the leather armchair, nursing the absolute dregs of a glass of Lagavulin. I trace the jagged scar on my left knuckle, some bare-knuckle bullshit from 10 years ago, while my eyes never leave the curve of GINEVRA's neck. She's asleep. Knocked out cold, after that visceral breakdown, and the grounding I had to fuck into her just to pull her back from whatever twisted memory she was stuck in. She looks tiny against the king-size silk sheets. You wouldn't think looking at her that she's a conditioned killing machine, sent to put a hollow point in my brain. It's a goddamn trip how the human body works. She fought me for weeks, fought her own head, fought the entire reality of this room, and now she's crashed out like she actually feels safe chained to my bed frame. Sleep while you can, little ghost. You're a dangerous thing to keep, GINEVRA. I'm sitting here realizing I was supposed to dump her body in a shallow grave a month ago, and instead she's the only fucking thing in this massive, empty estate that actually feels real. The encrypted burner phone on the nightstand vibrates with a sudden violent rattle. It skitters across the mahogany, the sound tearing through the quiet room like a goddamn gunshot. Not now, Kazo. I reach out and clamp my hand over the phone to kill the noise, feeling the mechanical thrum against my palm. That phone is strictly for my deepest moles. It only goes off when the world is burning down, or someone's bleeding out on a warehouse floor. I swipe the screen, my thumb smudging the glass, the blue light casting nasty shadows across the cold marble floor. The message is short, encrypted, and an absolute fucking disaster. Enrico, let the cleaners in. He's coming for the crown tonight. Move now. Enrico, you old snake. I squeeze the scotch glass in my left hand until my knuckles turn chalk white, the crystal whining under the pressure. I think about the fucking dinner we had last Tuesday. He sat at my table, drank my wine, kissed my cheek, and looked me dead in the eye while planning my murder. Blood doesn't mean shit. It never did. The man who helped raise me just sold me out to the syndicate I've been dismantling. I set the glass down on the coaster with a deliberate, lethal click. The AC kicks on, blasting cold air into the room, and the metallic taste of adrenaline floods the back of my throat. I'll peel the skin from his bones for this. It all makes sense now. The leaks at the port, the security breaches, how the Silent Hand Syndicate found my estate in the first place. My own uncle rolled out the red carpet for them. I turn to look at GINEVRA. My mindset shifts from possessive bastard to wartime commander in a microsecond, and the change is so aggressive she actually feels it in her sleep. I stand over her, my shadow swallowing the bed completely. Wake up, GINEVRA. The world is burning. Her eyes snap open. There's no groggy blinking. No rubbing her face. Just sharp, dead-eyed focus. She spots the burner in my hand and the absolute murder on my face, and she immediately jerks backward, trying to move. The chain pulls taut. She realizes she's still cuffed to the frame, and the reflex makes a harsh, violent rattling sound against the metal. Who is it? She bites out, her voice raspy from sleep. Is it them? Did the hand find us? My uncle sold us out, I tell her. No sugarcoating. The family is dead. There's only blood now. I kick a stray slipper out of my way, striding toward the walk-in closet that hides my personal armory. Inside, under the sterile LED lights, I strip off my silk shirt, tossing it onto the floor. I pull on a moisture-wicking tactical tee, shoving a heavy Kevlar vest over my head. I grab a Glock 17. I tap a magazine against the steel workbench, making sure the rounds are seated perfectly, the metallic click echoing off the walls. This is my meditation. This is what I'm built for. Not boardrooms. Not polite society. This. I'll kill them all. Putana. I slam the mag in and rack the slide. When I walk back out, I'm strapped in black tactical gear and she's sitting on the edge of the mattress, tracing the line of the cuff on her ankle with one finger. Her eyes are locked onto the holster at my hip. She's jealous. She wants a weapon in her hand. You're going to leave me here to die in a cage? She asks, pure venom in her tone. Give me a gun, Lorenzo. Don't be a fool. I lean down, getting right into her personal space, smelling the sweat and sex still lingering on her skin. Enrico let the hand through the gates, I say, my face inches from hers. He sold his soul to buy my throne. They'll be here in minutes. Her pupils dilate. The hate flares up. Your people. My family. They're the same monster tonight, I tell her. Who do you want to kill more, GINEVRA? Them or me? I don't wait for her to answer. I step to the wall painting, shove it aside, and hit the master security hub. Lockdown initiated. I punch the code. Heavy mechanical thuds vibrate through the walls as reinforced steel shutters slide down over every window and door in the master suite. I watch the last sliver of moonlight disappear as the shutters lock into place. Red emergency lights click on, painting the room like a goddamn slaughterhouse. Nothing gets in. Nothing gets out. I tap the tactical monitor on the panel, zooming in on the thermal signatures. 4 black SUVs are ghosting through the Italian cypress trees on the main drive. Doors open. Thermal blobs stepping onto the grass. They're on the lawn. Cazzo, they're fast. We have less than 3 minutes before they blow the front doors. I pull the heavy brass key from my pocket. I drop to one knee right in front of her. I don't even look up at her face. I focus on the iron lock around her ankle, my fingers brushing her cold skin as I fit the key into the heavy iron lock. If you try to turn that blade on me, GINEVRA, I'll kill you before you draw breath, I say. Do we have a deal, assassin? I turn the key. A deafening click. The shackle pops open, and the heavy chain slides off the mattress, hitting the marble floor in a pool of metal. She immediately starts rubbing her raw ankle where the steel bit into her skin. You're late. Don't worry, Lorenzo. I want them dead more than I want you. Move. I bark, standing up. I point to the second armory cabinet where her old gear is stashed. I need the ghost, not the girl. I want you ready in 60 seconds. I grab her tactical boots from the closet and chuck them at her. She catches them with one hand without even looking. She strips the silk robe off right there and slides into the black reinforced nylon suit she wore the night she dropped through my skylight. It takes seconds. Zippers rip. Belt cinches. She ties her hair back in a severe tight knot. The vulnerable, shaking girl from an hour ago is entirely fucking gone. She snaps the Velcro straps on her wrist guards, the sound sharp and rhythmic. I'm ready, she says. Where are the rifles? I walk back into the armory. I pull down a smaller tactical vest from the hook. I grab a compact HK MP5 and 4 spare mags. I check the chamber of the MP5, the brass casing of the round gleaming bright in the red emergency light. I'm arming the bitch that was hired to wipe me off the map. If she shoots me in the back, at least I go out knowing I took the gamble. Make them count, I say, tossing her the mags. No friendly fire, Conti. I step back into the bedroom and hold out the tactical vest. Put it on. She grips the edge of the vest, her knuckles grazing my palm. I'll cover your back. See that you cover mine. She turns around. I help her into the armor. Hold your breath, I order. I place my knees squarely in the small of her back for leverage and haul back on the side straps, pulling the nylon webbing through the buckles until the Kevlar is strapped to her like a second skin. Don't want it loose. They'll aim for the gaps. I step around to her front to finish the job. I grab the main zipper and pull it up to her throat. As I do, I deliberately let my knuckles drag hard against the swell of her breasts. I hold the zipper at her collarbone, pressing my thumb lightly into her pulse point. Her heart is beating fast. You're mine tonight, GINEVRA, I tell her, staring right into her cold eyes. Don't forget who gave you your life back. I step back and shove the MP5 into her hands. The second her fingers wrap around the grip, she looks complete. She adjusts the shoulder strap, her movements clipped and perfect. The gun clinks dully against her vest, pointed at the ones in the black suits. I know who to kill, Lorenzo, she fires back. She pulls the charging handle back and lets it snap forward. The sharp clack of the bolt slamming home rings out in the room. She licks her lips, a predatory gesture that makes my blood run fucking hot. Let them come. I've missed the smell of cordite. A massive concussive boom shakes the floorboards. They just breached the front doors downstairs. Smoke is already curling out of the air vents. I kick the empty scotch glass under the bed, clearing my line of sight to the hallway door. Stay close. See you on the other side, Marchetti.
Chapter 21. GINEVRA POV. I pull the serrated blade from my boot and drag the edge across the heavy nylon shoulder strap of the Kevlar vest, pressing tight against my chest. The synthetic fibers snap and fray under the steel. Just a small notch. It's a stupid fucking habit drilled into my head from the trainee days at the syndicate to mark a new mission, a new hunt, a new graveyard. I rack the bolt of my assault rifle, letting the metallic click ground me in the present. The silence of the estate right now is heavy, completely pregnant with the coming violence, and honestly, the aesthetic is tense as hell. Lorenzo stands by the floor-to-ceiling window, a massive silhouette blocking out the twilight. His jaw is set in a line of hard granite, looking every bit the ruthless warlord he actually is. The transition from what we were doing an hour ago, sweating, bleeding, and tearing down every psychological boundary between us, to the cold reality of a siege, is giving me absolute mental whiplash. I struggle to reconcile the nameless ghost I was with the woman standing here right now, strapping on ceramic plates to fight for the Mafia boss who originally locked me in a cage. I'm literally down bad enough to die for him. It's completely unhinged. The air has changed, I say, my voice flat, letting the cynical, deadly part of my brain take the wheel. I can smell the sharp tang of gun oil mixed with his expensive cologne, a combination that wires a jolt of pure adrenaline straight to my core. I hear the distant, low rumble of heavy engines approaching the main gate. "Check your mags," Lorenzo says, not looking back. His voice is that dry, authoritative gravel that usually demands obedience in the bedroom, but right now it's all business. "They're not coming for a chat, GINEVRA." "I know." He turns to face me, his dark eyes sweeping over the tactical rig he just strapped me into. "Don't hesitate. If it moves and it's not me, you end it." "You don't need to remind me how to work, Lorenzo." A cruel, knowing smile touches the corner of his mouth. "Are you ready to show them what I bought?" Before I can tell him I'm not something he fucking bought, the night outside is torn completely apart by a blinding flash of neon orange light. A massive C4 charge detonates at the main gates. The shockwave hits the mansion like a physical blow, a deafening roar that rolls the floorboards under my boots like a ship at sea. The decorative porcelain vases on the dresser shatter into 1,000 pieces, raining fine white dust across the Persian rug. The smell of pulverized stone and cordite floods the room. Lorenzo doesn't even flinch. He simply lowers his center of gravity, his eyes tracking the dark tree line outside. "There goes the front door," I mutter, keeping my stance wide. "Stay low," Lorenzo orders, stepping away from the glass just as a secondary blast echoes in the distance. "That was a lot of C4, I observe, feeling the fine rain of plaster dust settling on my bare shoulders. This isn't just a hit squad. Enrico has unleashed a military-grade siege to erase his own nephew off the fucking map. The sheer audacity of this man. "They're early," Lorenzo says, his voice eerily calm as he steps into my space. He reaches out, his massive hand gripping the back of my neck for a split second. It's a harsh, grounding gesture, a completely possessive claim before the chaos fully descends. "Remember who you belong to when the lead starts flying." I don't answer. I don't need to. The violence is a sick kind of relief anyway. It's a language I speak completely fluently, a welcome break from the complicated, fucked up emotions this man has been forcing me to feel. I lunge for the high-tech security monitors embedded in the mahogany wall paneling. The screens hum with a high-pitched electronic whine, casting a flickering blue light over my pale skin. The thermal cameras are lighting up like a Christmas tree. Heat signatures are pouring through the breached perimeter like a swarm of angry, highly organized hornets. I tap the glass screen with a blood-stained fingernail, tracing the path of the lead squad moving with professional tactical speed. 6 on the left flank, I call out, tracking the glowing white shapes. Lorenzo steps up behind me, his chest brushing my back. "They're using tactical formations." "Rats in the cellar already," I say, my nail sliding down to the lower quadrant camera. Enrico didn't hold back. "I count at least 30 heat signatures," I say, evaluating the glowing shapes not as people but as targets. Headshots, heartshots, throat slits. My brain is a cold machine, instantly calculating the most efficient way to stack the bodies. I'm evaluating angles, choke points, and sightlines. Lorenzo steps away and checks the chamber of his custom assault rifle. His movements are a symphony of practiced aggression, raw and brutal. He looks around the master bedroom, his sanctuary, the gilded cage where he broke me down and rebuilt me, and accepts its destruction without a second thought. He kicks a stray imported silk pillow out of his path, his heavy combat boot a jarring, violent contrast to the extreme luxury of the room. "My house, my rules," he growls. They want a war? I'll give them a massacre. He signals for me to move out, taking point with a predatory grace that makes my pulse spike. Follow my lead, he says, stopping at the doorframe. If we get separated, head for the wine cellar. I won't get separated. Don't let them touch you. The heavy thud of our combat boots on the rugs is drowned out by the sound of boots storming the ground floor. We burst out into the upper hallway, the metallic ching of our rifle slings echoing off the vaulted ceiling. We reach the corner just as two soldiers in full tactical gear round the bend. I don't even think. My body takes over. I drop to one knee, the cold marble biting through my pants, and my rifle barks twice. Crack crack. 2 suppressed rounds, 2 perfect forehead entries. The bodies hit the floor with a wet, heavy thud, before either of them can even raise their weapons. The coppery scent of fresh blood immediately fills the narrow hall. I'm already moving forward before the blood starts pooling into the expensive carpet. I step right over a dying man's twitching hand, my boot ghosting over his fingers without a hint of hesitation. Clear, I say, my voice dead-ass empty. 2 down, Lorenzo confirms, stepping past me. More coming from the stairs, I warn, catching the sound of heavy footfalls echoing up from the foyer. Stay behind the marble, Lorenzo orders, pushing me toward the thick balustrade. Focus, GINEVRA. We hit the landing of the grand staircase. Lorenzo takes the dead center, making himself a massive target, and unleashes absolute hell. His rifle roars in deafening, unsuppressed full-auto bursts that shatter the marble balustrade below, sending stone shards flying through the air like shrapnel. The sheer volume of noise is insane. He provides a solid wall of lead, suppressing the entire squad at the bottom of the stairs while I pop out from the side, picking off the exposed targets with surgical precision. 1 through the neck. 1 through the eye. We move like a single organism, breathing the smoke and the chaos. Reloading, Lorenzo shouts, dropping to one knee. He leans his heavy shoulder hard into mine, using his bulk to physically shield me from return fire for 3 long seconds while he slams a fresh mag home. The heat of spent brass casings spits out from my rifle, hitting my neck, but I don't flinch. Cover me. I yell back, dropping another target trying to rush the steps. They're flanking the east wing, Lorenzo barks over the roar of gunfire. Keep them at the landing. Burn them down. A metal cylinder bounces off the steps and rolls toward us. A flashbang. Too many angles. I scream as the grenade detonates. A blinding white light sears my retinas, and the concussive boom leaves a high-pitched whine ringing in my skull. I blindly slide behind a fallen, life-sized marble bust of a Roman emperor at the top of the foyer. The room below is a total wreckage of shattered crystal, from the grand chandelier and shredded fine art. My eyes are stinging from the smoke. I wipe a smear of black soot across my forehead with the back of my hand, leaving a dark war paint streak against my skin. The foyer is compromised, Lorenzo shouts, firing blindly into the thick smoke billowing from the dining hall. Where are my men? He roars, the anger finally cracking his cold facade. They're dead, Lorenzo. It's just us. I yell, returning fire through the haze. Move to the service hall. I push off the floor, sprinting across the open space. Out of the corner of my stinging eyes, I see a shadow detach from the wall. A soldier emerges from a hidden servant's door right behind Lorenzo, raising a suppressed submachine gun aimed directly at his spine, while Lorenzo is busy laying down fire toward the front entrance. Lorenzo, behind you. I scream, but the noise in the room swallows the warning. I don't pause to weigh the options. I sprint across the open floor, a complete blur of violent motion, and dive. I hit the soldier with a full-body tackle, the momentum carrying us both toward the hardwood floor. Before we even crash down, I draw my combat knife, drive it violently upward under his Kevlar vest, straight up under his ribcage, and twist the handle. The blade slices through his diaphragm. I feel his last hot breath against my ear, a wet, rattling gasp smelling of cheap coffee and copper. The sheer disgust makes me sneer. I push his dying weight off me in a heap. Got him? I pant, pulling the bloody knife free. Lorenzo turns, his eyes dropping to the bleeding corpse at my feet, then snapping to me. You're bleeding, he says, his voice tight. It's not mine. Move. Now. Our eyes lock for a fraction of a second. The dynamic shifts right there in the smoke. I just put myself in the line of fire to save him. It completely violates my core programming to survive at all costs, and we both fucking know it. Lorenzo reaches out, catches my arm, and hauls me up with a brutal strength that bruises my bicep. He gives me one sharp nod, a silent heavy thank you that carries the weight of a blood pact. He reaches out and smears his rough blood-stained thumb across my cheek, checking for a wound, wiping away the soot and gore in a deeply intimate, possessive gesture. I have you, he growls. I know. Don't do that again. I'll do what I have to, I snap back, refusing to back down. We're going to the cellar. He shoves me forward toward the main hallway. We're being herded. Bullets chew up the expensive oak wood paneling right behind us, spitting splinters into the air. We are losing the ability to choose our battlefield, funneling straight toward the service wing. I drop my empty magazine on the move, pull a fresh one from my vest, and slam it home with a sharp, rhythmic clack. They're pushing us. I shout, sliding around the corner. I know where they want us, Lorenzo yells, keeping tight to my 6. It's a kill box. We make it ours then, he replies coldly. Faster. We burst through the swinging doors into the service corridor, leading to the kitchens and the cellar below. The shift in atmosphere is jarring. Out here it's starkly lit with buzzing cheap fluorescent lights. The walls are lined with stainless steel prep tables. The chaotic roar of the main battle becomes a muffled rhythmic drumbeat through the heavy walls. The silence here is entirely wrong. It's a predator's silence. The hair on the back of my neck stands straight up. It's too quiet, I whisper, tracing the cold stainless steel wall with my fingertips as I move, feeling the faint vibrations of the house getting ripped apart above us. Wait for it, Lorenzo says softly, his rifle tracking the doors. Check the corners. I don't like this hall. A hallway is a grave with two ends. If you get pinned here, you're just waiting for the dirt to fall. Eyes up, he commands. The double doors at both ends of the hallway explode inward simultaneously. 4 men in black tactical gear burst in from the front, 3 from the rear. They have us boxed completely in. The first volley of automatic fire misses my head by inches, sparking wildly off the stainless steel kitchen equipment lining the walls. The screech of metal on metal is deafening. The smell of ozone fills the air as the fluorescent lights above us are shot out, plunging us into a strobe light nightmare. Ambush! I scream. Get down. Lorenzo roars. Front and back. They've got us pinned. My eyes widen as I spot the bright red laser dot of a sight dancing right across Lorenzo's chest. I don't have time to aim. I have to break the physics of this room. Ginevra, the wall, Lorenzo shouts. I act on pure lethal instinct, letting the elite conditioning of the silent hand take total control. I sprint straight toward the side wall, take 3 rapid vertical steps up the slick dry wall, and launch myself backward into a blind flip straight over the heads of the lead soldiers. The rush of air is violent as the world turns upside down. While inverted, I draw my sidearm and fire 3 times rapidly. Pop, pop, pop. The rounds find the unarmored gaps in the soldiers' necks and armpits. I land perfectly behind them, my knees absorbing the impact silently like a feral cat. Go, Lorenzo bellows. She's behind us, one of the remaining soldiers screams in panic. Holy shit, another gasps. Finish them. Lorenzo orders. Clear the rear. I shout, spinning around to put 2 more rounds into the remaining guard's back. Lorenzo doesn't waste a single fraction of the opening I just created. He charges forward like an enraged bull. He doesn't even bother firing at the closest guy. He simply uses his heavy rifle as a blunt club, swinging it like a baseball bat to completely shatter the visor of the soldier in front of him. Bone snaps with a sickening crunch. He hoses down the last 2 with a sustained burst, acting as the immovable anchor that lets my fluid violence succeed. 10 seconds of absolute sweat-soaked brutality, and the hallway is a slaughterhouse. Lorenzo spits a mouthful of blood onto the floor, his eyes wild and dark, knuckles torn and bleeding. He looks at me, unbothered by the monster I just let out of the cage. Good move, he grunts. Keep moving, I tell him, stepping over the fresh meat. Don't stop for the bodies. They're coming from the kitchen, I say, hearing the secondary squad shouting orders through the breech doors. Cellar door 10 yards. We sprint for the heavy iron-banded door at the end of the hall. A small dark object skitters across the linoleum floor, bouncing off a laundry cart with a sharp metallic clink. Grenade? I scream. Lorenzo roars. He dives for me, his massive arms wrapping tight around my waist. He tackles me into the corner behind a heavy stainless steel trolley, throwing his entire body over mine just as the explosion rips through the corridor. The blast is deafening, turning the world into pure white noise. The shockwave punches the air right out of my lungs. I feel the intense heat of the fireball wash over us, instantly scorching the back of Lorenzo's expensive wool suit jacket. He literally uses himself as a meat shield for me. Stay under me, he shouts over the ringing in our ears. Are you hit? I gasp, choking on the thick gray dust. Answer me, GINEVRA. I'm fine, you're not, I cough out, tasting grit between my teeth. My ears are whining with a high-pitched frequency. He's an idiot. His possessiveness is so unhinged, he'd rather take shrapnel than let me get a scratch. Smoke and charred debris choke the air. I shake my head like a dog trying to clear the ringing, grabbing handfuls of his tactical vest to steady myself. Lorenzo pushes himself off me, his face covered in ash. A line of dark blood trickles down from a cut on his temple. He looks completely feral, his dark eyes frantically searching my face and body for any sign of injury, before he grips my harness and hauls me to my feet. Can you hear me? He demands, his face inches from mine. My ears? We have to move. The cellar is right there. Stay close. We stumble the last few feet to the heavy oak door of the wine cellar. Lorenzo doesn't waste time looking for the key. He presses the muzzle of his rifle against the lock mechanism, fires a single round, and then front kicks the heavy wood with everything he has. The oak groans and shatters inward. We tumble into the pitch-black, cool descent of the stone stairs. Lorenzo slams the ruined door shut behind us and throws the heavy iron bolt into place. It drops with a solid, echoing clunk. In? Get in, he pants. Bolt the door. This is the last stop, he says, leaning his forehead against the thick wood for exactly 1 second, his chest heaving with brutal exertion. We're trapped, I state the obvious. It's a dead end. No, he corrects me, his voice dropping into a dark, confident register. We're fortified. We descend the stone steps into the vast cavernous belly of the wine cellar. It's a literal labyrinth down here. Stone pillars support the arch ceiling, and floor-to-ceiling iron racks hold millions of dollars in vintage labels. The only illumination comes from low-voltage amber bulbs spaced out along the walls, casting long, distorted shadows across the stone floor. It's eerily quiet, the 3-foot-thick foundation walls insulating us completely from the raging gun battle above. The sudden drop in temperature hits my heated skin, smelling intensely of damp earth, wet stone, and old cork. I run my hand over a dusty bottle of 1945 Petrus as we walk deeper into the rows, my fingers leaving clear streaks in the decades of grime. Millions of dollars in here, I note dryly. It'll be vinegar by morning, Lorenzo dismisses it entirely. He doesn't give a fuck about the money. He only cares about the blood. The walls are 3 feet thick, I say, my brain immediately mapping out the killing floor. They'll have to come through the door. Or blow the ceiling. I ignore the extreme luxury surrounding us and get to work. I analyze the shadows, the angles of the thick stone pillars, the way sound echoes in the cavernous space. I kick over a small wooden crate of vintage champagne, setting it on its side to use as a bipod rest for my rifle. Position 1 is the pillar, I dictate, slipping fully back into my dead state. Lorenzo, take the far rack. I'll cover the stairs. We need a crossfire. They'll use gas, he adds, checking his remaining magazines. Just then, the rhythmic muffled thud-thud-thud of heavy combat boots begins on the ceiling directly above our heads. It's the enemy gathering. Small flakes of dust and mortar shake loose from the rafters, drifting down into the amber light like dirty snow. The psychological pressure is immense. We are literally being walked upon by the men trying to dig our graves. They're above us, I say softly. Lorenzo reaches down and casually adjusts his blood-stained cufflinks. It's a ridiculous, deeply ingrained habit, a final gesture of the aristocratic boss before he fully becomes the butcher again. Let them come. They have no idea what's waiting. Enrico is up there, Lorenzo growls, his voice vibrating with violent intent. I'll save the last bullet for him. He pulls an empty magazine from his rifle and slams a fresh one in. The harsh metallic clack echoes like a gunshot in the cavernous room. His hand lingers on the metal for a second, his grip white-knuckled with rage. He looks across the dark space at me, his face a terrifying mask of cold fury, and points to the stone staircase. Position yourself, he orders. It's not a command given to a captive. It's a general talking to his most lethal weapon. Don't miss. They'll come in waves. I'm right behind you, he says, taking his spot behind the far rack. Make every shot count. I melt into the heavy shadows behind my stone pillar, letting my body become part of the architecture. I rest the hot barrel of my rifle over a row of dusty Barolo, the cold glass stabilizing my aim. I slow my breathing down, feeling my heart rate drop artificially low as the assassin conditioning takes over. I bite the inside of my cheek hard enough to taste fresh blood, a trick to keep my senses razor sharp. Setting the sights, I whisper, my voice barely carrying over the stone. Breathing steady, Lorenzo replies from the dark. Ready. First one is mine. Don't move until I fire, I say. The heavy oak door at the top of the stairs suddenly violently blows inward. A localized breaching charge detonates, sending splinters of wood and twisted iron hardware raining down the stone steps. Fire licks the hallway behind the breach. Through my optic scope, the first silhouette appears in the smoke, a soldier wearing a black tactical gas mask, framed perfectly by the hellfire behind him. Two more heavily armed figures step into the frame behind him. Targets acquired, I breathe. They're wearing masks, Lorenzo notes. 3 on the stairs. Wait. Now. I glance back over my shoulder one last time. Lorenzo is positioned 10 feet away, braced tight against a rack of clear spirits. He catches my eye through the gloom. There is absolutely no fear in his face, only a shared brutal resolve. He gives me a slow, deliberate blink. An acknowledgement. We die here, or we walk out on a bridge made of their corpses. See you on the other side, I whisper. Make them bleed, he answers. Together. Always. Kill them all. I turn back to the scope. The lead soldier reaches the bottom landing of the stone stairs, his gas mask lenses catching the amber light of the cellar. I exhale a half-breath, letting the entire world narrow down to the millimeter of space between the pad of my finger and the metal trigger. Contact, Lorenzo shouts. Down? Open fire. Don't let them spread out. Lorenzo. I squeeze the trigger. The rifle kicks hard against my bruised shoulder. The blinding muzzle flash illuminates the dark cellar in a strobe of white violence, and the first brass shell casing hits the stone floor with a high, sharp ting, just as the soldier's head violently snaps backward.
Chapter 22. Lorenzo POV. I slammed a fresh magazine into my rifle, the harsh mechanical click echoing off the cold stone walls. Above us, the heavy thud of boots and the muffled roar of the fire chewing through the ground floor meant Enrico's guys had already reached the top of the cellar stairs. The air down here was totally fouled, a suffocating cocktail of the acrid sting of cordite and the cloying sweet rot of vintage Barolo leaking from 100 shattered bottles onto the damp concrete. I wiped a smudge of dirt and plaster from the barrel of my rifle with a piece of my torn silk tie, feeling the sheer stupid irony of it all. Trapped in the exact same cellar where my father used to lecture me on how to age wine and break men, waiting for my treacherous uncle's private army to flush us out like rats. "Stay low, Shadow," I muttered, my voice scraping against the rhythmic dripping of ruined wine. "They aren't coming for a chat." "That's a lot of boots for one dead uncle," Ginevra said, completely unbothered. "Cover the stairs," I barked. The words were barely out before she was already a blur of lethal motion, sliding behind a heavy oak crate with terrifying practiced grace. There was no fear in her dead eyes. Just cold, arithmetic calculation. She checked the chamber of her handgun, the brass casing glinting briefly in the dim red hum of the emergency lighting. The ceiling vibrated, dusting our shoulders with debris as a grenade went off on the floor above. "You're late with the orders, Lorenzo," she deadpanned, locking the slide into place. "Just keep your head down and your eyes open," I snapped back, noting with a dark surge of satisfaction that she didn't actually need me to tell her what to do anymore. She was an absolute extension of my own violent intent. We took cover behind the massive oak wine racks, creating a makeshift fortress of wood and shattered glass. I readied my rifle, my finger ghosting the trigger, waiting for the breach. The silence down here was a psychological meat grinder. I shifted my weight, kicking away a jagged piece of broken glass that was digging right into my kneecap, feeling the cold stone against my back and tasting the sharp, metallic tang of adrenaline on my tongue. "If we make it out, I'm burning this whole place down," I told her, keeping my eyes glued to the dark mouth of the staircase. "Don't get sentimental on me now," she whispered back. Fucking Enrico had no idea he'd just locked a monster and a ghost inside the same cage. The first wave of soldiers materialized at the top of the stairs, silhouetted against the orange flames eating the manor. The cellar instantly erupted into a deafening roar of automatic gunfire. Bullets chewed right into the oak racks, sending splinters and glass raining down over us in a lethal shower. A stray round shattered a Magnum bottle barely 2 inches from my head, drenching my shoulder in deep red wine that looked exactly like blood in the strobe of the muzzle flashes. "Contacts. 12 o'clock. I yelled over the staccato thunder. "Let them come," Ginevra yelled back. The noise was a goddamn drug. It burned away the fog of Enrico's betrayal and left me with pure, unadulterated focus. I fired controlled bursts, the rifle kicking a steady, violent rhythm against my shoulder. I dropped 3 men in quick succession, their bodies tumbling down the steep stone stairs in a grotesque, tangled pile of tactical gear and limp limbs. I spat out a bitter splinter of oak that flew into my mouth, feeling the primal satisfaction of the recoil. This was the only language my fucking family understood. Next, I roared over the ringing in my ears. "Enrico's sending lambs to the slaughter," Ginevra said. I glanced at her during a split-second lull, feeling the heat radiating off my rifle barrel, the spent shell casings constantly clinking onto the concrete. She wasn't shouting. She wasn't wasting a single motion. She was a surgeon dissecting a battlefield. Each shot was a precise double tap to the head or chest, her eyes tracking movement with predatory speed. She cleared a sudden jam in her pistol with a sharp flick of her wrist, never once taking her eyes off the choke point. The ozone smell of the discharge wrapped around her like perfume. My dark, broken little weapon. "Nice shot, Shadow," I grunted. "Save the praise for when they stop breathing," she clipped, a ghostly trail of smoke rising from her barrel. Watching her kill was doing things to my head that I shouldn't be thinking about in a firefight. A metal canister bounced down the stairs, clattering against the stone. I heard the sharp hiss right before a thick gray cloud bloomed across the steps. Through the chemical haze, a fresh group rushed the stairs under heavy covering fire. A stray bullet zinged past my ear and exploded another Barolo bottle against the wall, spraying a heavy splash of wine right across my face. "They're using smoke," I yelled, swiping the wet mess out of my eyes with my sleeve. The fabric came away stained a deep, sticky crimson. I hated losing sight of her in the haze, way more than I hated the fucking mercenaries trying to put holes in me. "I don't need to see them to kill them," her voice drifted out of the gray. I slammed my final magazine into the rifle, my heart hammering a heavy beat against my ribs. We were burning through ammo at a suicidal rate. The sheer volume of lead tearing into the cellar was turning the oak racks into Swiss cheese. We couldn't stay pinned here. The cellar was turning into an oven, the air humid and suffocating. I could feel the blistering heat of my rifle right through my leather gloves. "I'm down to 1 mag, I called out over the gunfire. If this was the end, I was taking the whole fucking mountain with me. "Make them count, Lorenzo." I had to break the stalemate before they completely flanked our position. "On my mark, suppress the left flank," I shouted. I tightened my grip on the rifle until my scarred knuckles turned pure white, preparing to lunge from the heavy oak cover to establish a crossfire. It was a stupid fucking gamble that relied entirely on her timing, trusting her in a way I hadn't trusted anyone since I was a kid. 3, 2, 1. Go. I launched myself out into the open. "Don't you dare die on me," she hissed, unleashing a barrage of fire into the smoke. I took 2 steps before a searing white-hot agony ripped straight through my side. The impact was like getting hit by a truck, spinning me halfway around until I slammed hard back against a stone pillar. I looked down. Blood was blooming rapidly through my ruined white shirt, mixing into a dark, ugly mess with the spilled wine. A grazing shot right across the ribs. I stumbled, my vision blurring and swimming for a terrifying, sickening second. I clutched my side, my fingers instantly slick and warm with my own blood. Fuck. Lorenzo. The pain was a massive, blinding insult. How the fuck dare they touch what was mine? I looked up through the smoke, fighting to keep my feet, and saw GINEVRA's eyes lock onto the massive bloodstain on my shirt. The cold, dead mask of the professional assassin she always wore didn't just crack. It completely shattered. Something feral, ancient, and entirely unhinged clawed its way out of her. Her pupils dilated instantly, swallowing her irises until her eyes were bottomless pits of black. Her lower lip trembled for a fraction of a second, the only hint of panic, before her face hardened into a mask of pure apocalyptic death. The air in the cellar seemed to suck straight toward her. Her voice dropped to a low, guttural vibration. "They touched you. GINEVRA, stay back," I yelled, fighting the burning in my ribs. She let out a guttural, blood-curdling scream of pure, animalistic rage that echoed through the stone room like a wounded beast. She tossed her empty handgun aside onto the floor like a piece of garbage and ripped the combat knife from her thigh holster in a motion so fast my eyes could barely track it. She kicked over a small wooden table, launching herself forward, her body coiled like a steel spring. "I'll gut them all," she shrieked. "GINEVRA, no," I barked, but she was already gone. Armed with nothing but 6 inches of steel, she charged head-on into the trio of soldiers closest to me. These were hardened, paid mercs, but they completely froze for one fatal, stupid second, stunned by the sheer suicidal insanity of a girl rushing a hail of bullets with a knife. A bullet grazed her shoulder, tearing her shirt, but she didn't even flinch, her momentum carrying her straight into their chests. "Shoot her. Shoot her now," one of the mercs panicked, scrambling backward. "What the hell is she?" Another screamed. I watched, horrified, utterly captivated, and deeply, darkly aroused. She was a total blur of violence. This wasn't clean. This wasn't tactical. It was a visceral, personal butchering. She tore through them like a starved wolf in a pen. I tried to raise my rifle to give her cover, but the fire in my ribs flared hot and sharp, forcing me to sag back against the pillar. "Mine," I breathed out, watching her work. "She's tearing them apart." She drove her blade straight into the first man's throat, twisting it viciously before he could even gargle a scream. She didn't pause. She kicked the second man squarely in the knee. The joint snapped with a loud, sickening crunch, and as he folded, she spun behind the third guy. Her movements were fluid, psychotic, and perfectly efficient, using the falling body of the first guy to push herself forward out of the line of fire. "Die. Die. Die," she hissed over and over, completely lost in the red mist. "Help me," the broken merc wailed, blood spraying hot and bright against the stone wall. She wasn't just killing Enrico's men. She was erasing them. She finished the last of the 3 with 2 savage, upward stabs directly into his kidneys. They collapsed in a tangled, groaning heap of limbs and tactical gear. She stood over the bodies for a second, her chest heaving violently, the combat knife dripping thick crimson drops onto her boots. She wiped a heavy streak of blood across her cheek with the back of her wrist, leaving a dark smear like war paint. "Is that all?" she demanded, staring at the corpses. Then she snapped her head up. "Look at me, Lorenzo." She looked like a fucking goddess of the underworld. My goddess. The remaining soldiers hovering at the top of the stairs were completely paralyzed by the butchery. I fought through the tearing pain in my side, steadying my shaking hand and propping my rifle barrel against the pillar. I took careful, controlled aim, and picked off 2 more men right through the smoke while they were distracted by the carnage she just unleashed. "Finish them," I yelled. "They're breaking." The last 3 guys realized they were no longer hunters. They were prey, trapped in a room with a demon. They broke, turning and scrambling desperately back up the blood-slicked stairs toward the burning house. One of them actually dropped his rifle, in his panicked haste, to crawl over the bodies of his friends. "Get out. Get out," he sobbed. "Don't let them leave," GINEVRA snarled. She snatched up the discarded rifle from the stone floor in one seamless motion. I stepped away from the pillar, and she backed into me. We stood perfectly back to back, a singular synchronized machine of death. We squeezed our triggers, executing the retreating men with cold, coordinated fire. The rounds caught them square in the back, sending them tumbling lifelessly down the stairs to join the pile at the bottom. Our shoulders brushed against each other with every shot, a spark of physical contact in the middle of the massacre. "Clear," I rasped. "Dead," she confirmed. An abrupt, heavy silence crashed down over the cellar. All that was left was the distant crackle of the house burning above us, the faint wail of sirens miles away, and the dripping of blood from the wine racks. The air was thick enough to chew, tasting of copper, cordite, and smashed grapes. My rifle barrel smoked, the heat shimmering in the dim emergency light. "Is that everyone?" I asked, my breathing harsh and ragged in the quiet. "For now," she said. We stood completely alone, in a tomb of 20 dead men. The adrenaline spike shattered, and the brutal reality of the bullet wound in my ribs crashed into me. My knees buckled slightly, and I had to reach out and grab a broken shelf just to stay upright. The floor was slippery with a grotesque cocktail of blood and Barolo. I was pale, covered in sweat and wine, feeling the hot stickiness of my own blood soaking down into the waistband of my trousers. I needed to sit the fuck down before I passed out. But I wasn't doing it in front of her. "I've had better nights," I grunted, forcing a smirk. "You're bleeding too much," she whispered. The feral, psychotic rage instantly evaporated from her black eyes, replaced by a wide, frantic panic that was honestly more terrifying than watching her butcher 3 men. Her gaze locked onto the ruined side of my shirt. The deadly warrior was gone. In her place was something desperate and entirely possessive. Her hands started to shake so violently, she almost dropped her knife. "Lorenzo, she choked out. "I'm fine, GINEVRA." "Focus," I snapped, trying to project a control I didn't feel. She was looking at me like she was more terrified of me dying than she was of death itself. She let the combat knife clatter uselessly to the concrete and lunged at me. Her hands were rough and trembling, clawing frantically at my ruined shirt. Her fingers, slick and wet with the blood of the men she just slaughtered, ripped at the fabric, trying to expose the wound. She wasn't being gentle. She was being territorial. She was inspecting her property, desperate to see how badly her world was broken. She accidentally dug a bloody fingernail directly into the raw edge of the bullet graze, and I hissed sharply, my teeth grinding together. "Let me see," she demanded, her voice cracking. "GINEVRA, stop. You're hurting me more than the fucking bullet did," I groaned. I looked down at the top of her head. There was a streak of gray ash tangled in her dark hair. I just watched this woman systematically execute men with a blade, and now she was practically kneeling against me, her hands painted in gore, looking at me like I was her only goddamn anchor in the universe. The power dynamic was totally flipped, and I had never felt more powerful in my entire life than I did right now, bleeding out into her hands. "You killed them for me," I said, my voice low. "I'd kill the whole world for you," she breathed frantically against my stomach, her hands still searching my skin. I reached down and grabbed her wrist, my grip firm, halting her frantic shaking movements. Blood-smeared, panting, our eyes locked in the middle of the slaughterhouse. The violence hadn't sated a damn thing. It was just the warm-up. I pulled her trembling hand up to my mouth, my lips brushing the metallic tang of the blood coating her skin, and kissed her bruised knuckles with a heavy bruising force. "You're mine, Shadow. Every lethal inch of you." Her black eyes held mine, the panic morphing into something entirely unhinged. "Then prove it, Lorenzo. Right here."
Chapter 23. GINEVRA POV. The last echo of gunfire drops out completely, leaving a vacuum in my ears that gets filled instantly by the gross, sticky sound of liquid hitting the stone. The whole basement smells like a high-end slaughterhouse, a choking cocktail of cordite brick dust, and the cloying fermented sweetness of a busted 1982 Barolo. I am standing dead center in the middle of a literal sea of bodies, my chest heaving so hard my tactical vest is creaking against my ribs. I'm supposed to be a ghost. The silent hand broke me down into a fucking machine that doesn't blink when the blood starts spraying, but right now I am literally vibrating out of my skin. These incompetent motherfuckers actually thought they could walk into our house and put down Lorenzo Marchetti. The absolute unbothered audacity of Enrico's hitmen thinking they could step to him, to me, and walk out breathing. Dead-ass clown behavior, and now they're just meat leaking all over the expensive Persian rug. I wipe a smear of hot blood off my cheek with the back of my gloved hand, feeling the grit of it drag across my pale skin, leaving a dark, wet streak. "Is that all of them?" Lorenzo asks, his voice a low, dry rasp coming from the shadows near the back wall. "Don't move. Stay right there," I snap back, my head swiveling toward him. The external threat is neutralized. They are all dead. But the internal violence, the insane chemical spike of the slaughter, has nowhere to go in my system. It's threatening to turn right back into that cold, terrifying void I spent my entire childhood drowning in. I need a target. I need friction. My eyes lock onto the dark, wet patch spreading across the white silk of Lorenzo's shirt, right over his ribs. The sight of his blood doesn't trigger the clinical detachment of a combat medic. It triggers a feral, territorial snarl deep in the back of my throat. My conditioning screams at me to assess the wound, check the perimeter, act like a professional. But I am completely off the leash now. The sight of him bleeding makes me want to rip someone's throat out with my teeth, and since they're all dead, I'm left with this aggressive, suffocating need to claim the damage as my own. I step forward, kicking a discarded shell casing out of my way. It skitters across the stone floor with a lonely, hollow ring. "You're bleeding," I say, my voice flat but edged with pure razor blades. "It's just a scratch, GINEVRA," he mutters, leaning heavily against a towering oak wine rack. He is watching me with a predator's dark intensity, completely unbothered by the fact that he just caught a bullet for me. With a guttural, wordless sound, I stalk toward him. I don't even look down as I step over the crumpled body of a hitman whose throat I opened 3 minutes ago. I let my empty Glock slide out of my fingers. It thuds heavily against the damp rug near the cellar entrance, dead weight. Glass crunches loudly under my heavy boots. The heat radiating off Lorenzo's massive body hits me as I close the gap. "I said don't move," I tell him right in his face. "What are you doing, Ghost?" he asks, that cruel, knowing smirk playing on the corner of his mouth despite the blood soaking his side. He thinks he's in control. He thinks he's the only monster down here. I shove him hard against the row of heavy oak wine racks. The wood groans violently under his massive, towering weight, several dusty vintage bottles rattling loudly in their cradles. He lets out a sharp grunt of surprise at the sheer ferocity of my aggression. My fingers dig deep into the expensive fabric of his tailored suit jacket, bunching the ruined material up around his broad shoulders. I could literally snap a man's neck from this angle, and he knows it. He could break my wrists just as easily, but he doesn't. He yields to it, his massive ego feeding off my desperate, violent need to handle him. "You don't get to die," I spit at him, staring into those pitch-black eyes. "I'm not going anywhere, putana," he breathes back, the scent of expensive scotch and copper washing over my face. I push him again, dropping my palms flat against the hard muscle of his chest, forcing him to stumble backward until his calves hit a large, sturdy wooden shipping crate. He grunts heavily as his ass hits the rough timber, his long legs splaying wide open. The crate shifts on the stone floor with a harsh, grating screech. Down at my level. He looks better like this, stripped of his gilded throne and dumped into the gore with me. Sit, I command. Is this how we're doing it then? He asks, a dark, vibrating rumble of arousal already bleeding into his tone. Before he can utter another fucking syllable, I swing a lean leather-clad leg over his lap and straddle him. I pin him against the back of the crate with my entire body weight, my wet tactical pants grinding directly against the expensive fabric of his trousers. The friction is immediate, a heavy electric jolt straight to my core. I hook my heels sharply behind his thick thighs, locking myself into place, my face inches from his. I need you now, I whisper violently, hooking my fingers into his belt loops and yanking him a fraction of an inch closer. You're mine? Say it again, he challenges, his breath hitching as I grind my hips down on him. I don't say it again. I show him. My hands drop from his belt and grab the collar of his ruined silk shirt. I don't bother with the pearl buttons. I grab the fabric and rip it straight down the center with a violent, jagged jerk. Buttons pop and scatter like hail across the stone floor, one of them bouncing off a nearby wine bottle with a sharp tink. The angry red graze on his muscled ribs is fully exposed in the dim, flickering amber light of a shattered sconce. I stare at it. I want to see every mark on his body that I didn't put there myself, just so I know exactly what I'm overriding. I lower my head, my hair falling like a dark curtain around us, shutting out the dead men on the floor. I press my mouth to the hot skin right beside the bullet graze and drag my tongue in a slow, wet stripe through his blood. It tastes like iron, salt, and raw man. The sheer biological reality of it sends a massive shockwave down my spine. I am literally ingesting his pain to ground myself. You taste like death, I murmur against his collarbone. Then finish me off, GINEVRA, he groans, a harsh broken sound ripping out of his chest. His hands come up, done playing passive. He grabs my hips with bruising, unforgiving force, his thick fingers digging into my flesh right through the heavy tactical gear. He pulls me flush against his rock-hard erection, the leather of my pants dragging agonizingly over his zipper. My knuckles turn white as I grab his shoulders. Do you have any idea what you're doing to me? He demands, his voice raw. I know exactly what I'm doing, I snap back. My hands dive frantically for his heavy brass belt buckle. My fingers are usually so hyper-precise I can pick a biometric lock or string a garrote wire in pitch black, but right now I am fumbling like an idiot, totally unhinged by how badly I need him inside me. The metal clinks loudly in the quiet room. I break a fingernail against the heavy clasp and don't even flinch, just cursing under my breath. Why is this so fucking hard? I can dismantle a sniper rifle in 10 seconds. Damn this thing, I hiss. Hold still. Slow down, Ghost. I'm right here, he says, but his own impatience betrays him. He reaches down, his massive scarred hands overlapping mine. With a coordinated rough yank, we tear the belt open and shove the trousers down. The cold, damp air of the cellar hits his bare skin, instantly clashing with the insane heat radiating between us. His thumb brushes the sensitive skin of my inner thigh through a tear in my pants, sending a visible shiver violently through my shoulders. There, I say, my voice dropping an octave. Now, GINEVRA. Now, he orders. There you are, I tell him, shoving my heavy tactical vest up and out of the way, exposing my bare midriff to him. The heat rolling off his body is like a furnace. I lift myself up on my knees, the rough fabric of my pants finally out of the way, my core clenching in agonizing anticipation. We are both filthy. Absolutely covered in grease, plaster dust, and the blood of a dozen men. It's disgusting and it's perfect. I push my sweaty hair back with a shaky hand, completely exposing my throat to him. Look at me, Lorenzo, I command. I haven't looked at anything else since you dropped from that skylight, he says, his black eyes tracking my every micro movement. Are you ready? I don't wait for his answer. I reach down, my gloved hand grabbing his thick length with sheer possessive force, guiding him to my slick entrance. I slam my body down, taking his full length in one sharp, brutal motion. The impact knocks the air straight out of my lungs. It is a painful, stretching pressure, a true physical collision of our bodies that grounds the frantic chaos in my head instantly. This is what I was built for. This is the only place I am actually safe. Right here, impaled on him in the middle of a slaughterhouse. Caso GINEVRA, he roars, his hands gripping the edges of the wooden crate so hard that the timber literally splinters under his knuckles. Don't stop. Don't you dare stop, I gasp out, my nails biting into his shoulders. I don't give him a second to adjust. I start riding him with a totally frantic, unhinged rhythm. This isn't romance. This isn't soft. This is a desperate, grinding claiming meant to scrape the ghosts out of my skull. My hips buck and twist, grinding down as hard as I can to maximize the depth of every single stroke. My hair whips around my face, stinging my eyes, but I don't care. The wooden crate creaks rhythmically against the stone floor, a heavy repetitive thud matching the wet slapping sound of our bodies colliding. Don't you dare pull out, I warn him, breathless. You're mine, he grunts. Harder, GINEVRA. Ruin me, he commands, throwing his head back against the wine racks. The cords of muscle in his thick neck stand out in sharp relief. His massive hands abandon the crate and clamp down viciously on my hips to anchor me. His heavy thumbs dig deep into the soft, unprotected flesh above my hip bones, taking total control of my chaotic rhythm. He pulls me down harder on each stroke, forcing me to take him deeper than I thought possible. You like that, don't you? I taunt, my voice jagged. Ride me, putana. Show me who you belong to, he snarls, meeting my downward grind with a violent, powerful upward thrust of his own that lifts me an inch off his lap. He groans my name like it's a curse, a deep, vibrating rumble in his chest that rattles my teeth. He arches his back, getting impossibly deeper into my core. I lean forward, bracing my forearms heavily on his broad shoulders. Our faces are inches apart, entirely hidden in the curtain of my hair. I drop my head and lick a drop of dirty sweat off his collarbone, the salt mixing with the blood still on my tongue. Look at what we did, I whisper, breathless, staring into his black eyes. I can't stop, I admit, the sensation building into a massive blinding white light behind my eyes. I bite down on my lower lip so hard I taste fresh copper. Don't you dare, he growls. Deeper. He starts swearing in rapid, filthy Italian, commanding me to take every inch of him, calling me his, calling me exactly what I need to hear to stay locked in this reality. Take it all, putana. Who owns you? He demands, his thumbs bruising my hips. You? Only you, I gasp, my inner muscles clenching around him involuntarily, tight and frantic. My movements turn choppy. I am losing my mind. The conditioning is completely incinerated. There is no silent assassin left, just a desperate woman digging her heavy tactical boots into the back of his hamstrings for leverage. The tension is coiled so impossibly tight, I feel like a wire about to snap. It's coming. I warn him, my throat tight. Right there, he grunts, lifting his hips completely off the wooden crate to maximize the brutal depth of his final thrusts. He is driving me right off the edge, pushing me over the brink with pure aggressive force. The orgasm hits me like a freight train. I throw my head back, my throat pulled into a taut line, and I scream his name. It isn't quiet. It isn't muffled. It is a loud, raw, primal roar of absolute surrender that bounces off the heavy stone walls and the shattered glass, completely drowning out the lingering memory of the gunfire. Lorenzo. Look at me when you break, he commands, his voice cracking. I drop my chin, my eyes locking onto his as my body violently convulses around his cock. The sight of my climax triggers his own. He roars, a massive guttural sound of victory, driving himself to the hilt and emptying his release deep inside me with heavy pulsing waves. Mine? I scream over his roar. See, mine, he exhales, crushing my body flush against his chest, burying his face in the crook of my neck. I collapse onto him, completely boneless, my muscles turning to liquid. The adrenaline spike vanishes, leaving me panting heavily against his sweaty, blood-streaked skin. He wraps his massive arms around me, locking me in a crushing cage of muscle. We don't pull apart. We stay joined, the aftershocks rippling through my thighs as I listen to his thundering heartbeat slowly start to decelerate against my ribs. "Don't let go," I mumble into his neck, my breath hot on his skin. "Never," he says, resting his heavy chin on the top of my head. "Don't move," I tell him. We just sit there on the splintered wood, sweating and bleeding. I listen to a drop of our combined sweat hit the stone floor. My boots are resting 3 inches from a dead man's severed hand. I stare at the dull brass of the shell casing I kicked earlier. The Barolo is still pooling toward the drain. Needs to be cleaned up before it ruins the grout. Chapter 24. GINEVRA POV. The primal high of the kill and the fuck is already bleeding out of me, replaced by the crushing reality of what we're actually sitting in. I'm planted amidst the absolute carnage of the wine cellar, the stone floor aggressively leaching the heat from my sweat-slicked skin, leaving me hyper-aware of the cold seeping back into my bones. 5 feet away from my boots, there's a mercenary with a hollowed-out skull, his blood pooling into the grout lines of the expensive tile. It's an unhinged aesthetic, even for me. Beside me, Lorenzo's breathing is a heavy rhythmic rasp. His chest heaves, his adrenaline ebbing, but his massive hand is still resting possessively on my bare ankle like a physical tether. It's wild how quickly you can trade one set of chains for another, and it's even wilder that the weight of his hand down there feels more like a lifeline than a shackle right now. I reach over, snagging a discarded silk pocket square from the debris, and use it to wipe a smear of Lorenzo's blood off my inner thigh. The fabric is ridiculous, way too soft for the grit of this room. The silence coming from the house above us is suffocating. It's way more terrifying than the gunfire was. It's the sound of a vacuum where an entire Mafia kingdom used to be. The smell of iron-rich blood and the acrid chemical scent of spent gunpowder mix with the sound of a distant radiator hissing like a dying snake. "It's too quiet upstairs," I mutter, tossing the ruined silk square at the dead merc's boots. Lorenzo shifts, his grip tightening on my ankle for a second before he lets go. The adrenaline is a liar, GINEVRA. It makes you feel like you won when you've lost everything. He pushes himself up, his muscles corded and trembling slightly with the kind of physical exhaustion you only get after fighting for your literal life. He doesn't even look at the bodies. He just steps over a pile of shattered glass like it's a minor inconvenience and walks over to the back rack. He's reclaiming a piece of his identity right now, refusing to just be a survivor in a slaughterhouse. He pulls out a bottle of 1945 Macallan, the label completely blackened by smoke and soot. He doesn't bother looking for a glass. He just uses his thick thumb to snap the wax seal, the sound echoing in the cellar like a bone breaking. He brings it to his mouth, takes a hit, and immediately spits out a fragment of cork onto the floor. "My father saved this for the day I became the head of the family," he says, staring at the bottle like it offended him. "Seems fitting we drink it while the family burns." He passes the bottle to me. When our fingers touch, a spark of that feral, unhinged heat from 10 minutes ago flares up, but the grim reality of the dead bodies around us acts like cold water. I take the bottle. I look at him, realizing that for the first time in my miserable, blood-soaked life, I'm not just following an order from some faceless handler in a pit. I'm actually following a man. I take a long, burning swallow. The liquid fire grounds me instantly, hitting my empty stomach like a fist. I hand it back. He drinks from the exact same spot on the glass, his dark, obsessive eyes never leaving mine. It's a silent, dead-ass communion. We are the only 2 people left in this entire godforsaken country who matter to each other. I wipe a stray drop of scotch from my lip with the back of my hand. "Drink? It's the last taste of the high life you'll have for a while." "It tastes like wood and ashes," he says, his voice a low, dangerous rumble. He wipes a smear of blood from his sharp jaw, his expression turning to pure stone. The strategist is back online. Enrico didn't just want me dead. He wanted the name. He wanted the chair. He's already made the calls. By now, every capo in Milan thinks I'm a corpse. I know that look on his face. It's the look of a stubborn motherfucker who is about to burn everything he ever loved just to spite his enemies. He kicks a spent shell casing across the floor. It pings aggressively against a metal rack, echoing in the damp space. The overhead light above us flickers, damaged and useless, while a cold draft creeps in from the cellar door. Enrico won't stop until he sees my head on a pike, he says. He didn't just burn the house, he poisoned the well, I reply, standing up. My body aches in places I didn't even know existed. A mix of the brutal sex and the hand-to-hand combat. I look at the dead mercenaries and give it to him straight, with all the cold pragmatism the silent hand drilled into me. This wasn't a hit, Lorenzo. This was a purge. Your family didn't just turn, they evaporated. We stay here, we die in a hole. I pick up a fallen combat knife from the floor, wiping the blade on my pants, and test the edge against my thumb. Sharp enough. The family is a corpse, Lorenzo. Stop mourning it. He glares at me. You're a king of nothing right now, I push, because I need him to accept it. The weird thing is, I feel a strange sense of relief. If he's nothing, if he's stripped of the suits and the soldiers, then we are equal. We're just two ghosts in the dark. Lorenzo stands fully, a grunt of pain escaping his chest as his wounded side pulls tight. He reaches down and hauls me to my feet, his grip bruising and possessive. You're right, he growls. Lorenzo Marchetti is dead. From here on out, we're ghosts. No name, no mercy, no trail. He steps in, leaning his forehead against mine for a split second. His skin is hot and grimy, smelling of wood smoke and pure violence. The rasp of his stubble scrapes against my skin. It's desperate, and honestly, I find his desperation so much more attractive than his power ever was. It's raw. I'm going to take everything from him, but first I have to disappear, he breathes. Follow me into the dirt, Ginevra. It's the only place we're safe. We pivot to the stairs, moving with that lethal, synchronized grace we just discovered we had. I lead with pure instinct, keeping my pistol leveled at the doorframe, my eyes scanning the shadows for anything moving. The air grows significantly warmer as we climb. The acrid stench of burning upholstery and expensive wallpaper hits the back of my throat. The danger has shifted from bullets to structural collapse. Move fast. The fire is breathing, I tell him, pausing for a fraction of a second with my hand held up. I can hear the violent groan of a support beam settling somewhere above us. Check the corners. Enrico might have left a few rats behind to watch the show, Lorenzo says, covering our rear. We push into the main hall, and it is entirely unrecognizable. The grand chandelier that probably cost more than my entire existence lies shattered on the floor like a dropped grenade of crystal. Bodies of men I recognize, the same arrogant guards who used to glare at me when I was chained to the bed, are lying in heaps of twisted limbs and blood. Lorenzo doesn't even blink at them. He walks through the wreckage of his absolute legacy with a terrifying singular focus. He steps straight over his favorite marble bust, now decapitated and soot-stained, crunching the marble dust under his boots. They were good men, he mutters, tasting the ash in his mouth. The flickering orange glow of the fire reflects off the blood-smeared marble walls. They died for a name that didn't protect them. Don't look at the faces. Just look at the exit, I tell him. I wonder, briefly, if he'll ever actually forgive me for being the catalyst that brought this nightmare to his front door. But right now, we just need to survive it. We breach his office. The air in here is thin, choked with black smoke that burns the lungs. Lorenzo ignores the flames licking the far wall and goes straight to a charred painting of a Venetian landscape, ripping it from the wall with brute force. Behind it sits a high-grade biometric safe. He presses his thumb to the scanner. It beeps red. He curses, wiping his bloody thumb on his shirt, and tries again. 3 tries before the mechanical whine of the heavy door finally engages. I stand at the door, my back to him, weapon raised, wiping the sweat from my eyes with my shoulder without ever lowering my gun. We are sitting ducks right now. Hurry, Lorenzo. I can hear the roof groaning. Almost there. My life in a box. He pulls out thick banded stacks of euros, Swiss francs, and USD, tossing them onto the desk. He grabs a heavy leather folder stuffed with passports, faces that look close enough to ours, names that mean nothing. He shoves it all into a matte black tactical bag, with the practiced, paranoid ease of a man who always knew the floor could drop out from under him. He pauses for just 1 second, grabbing a single heavy gold signet ring from the back of the safe. He rolls it in his palm, closes his fist around it, and slams the safe shut. 6 identities. Pick one you like, he says, throwing the strap over his shoulder. I don't care about the name, as long as the gun works. We double back to the armory. It's a sanctuary of cold steel and oily gun lubricant. We work in a silent, perfectly practiced rhythm, checking chambers and clicking magazines into place. I move right past the heavy assault rifles, going for precision. I pull down 2 customized Sig Sauers and a belt of nasty ceramic knives. Lorenzo goes for the heavy hitters, a short-barreled shotgun and a Beretta. I check the tension on my thigh holster, pulling the strap hard until it physically bites into the skin of my leg. Take the suppressors. We need to be quiet for as long as possible, Lorenzo says, watching me arm up. If I'm shooting, the time for quiet is over. He walks over to me. The heavy dark look in his eyes is doing insane things to my pulse. He's not looking at a captive anymore. He's looking at a weapon he gets to wield. He reaches out, adjusting the collar of my tactical vest, his knuckles deliberately brushing the sensitive skin of my throat. His thumb traces the line of my jaw, leaving a faint dark streak of soot on my skin. The heat of his hand against my cold skin is a massive distraction, but I don't pull away. You look like the nightmare they trained you to be, he murmurs, the smell of gunpowder heavy on his breath. I'm your nightmare now, Lorenzo. He smirks, a harsh, brutal curve of his lips, and tosses me a handful of spare magazines. I catch them one-handed, sliding them into the tactical pouches of my vest by pure muscle memory. I flick the safety on and off on my pistol, a nervous tick I can't shake. Don't miss, he says. I never miss when it matters. We leave the armory and cut through the master bedroom to grab heavy coats. The room is a surreal pocket of silence amidst the chaos burning outside its walls. The massive oak bed stands in the center, the expensive sheets still violently rumpled and stained from what we did to each other earlier. The heavy iron bolt where my chain used to be is glaringly visible on the bedpost. The ghost of my captivity. As I walk past it, my hand brushes the cold, indifferent iron. The cage is open, GINEVRA. I'm not the one who's trapped anymore, I shoot back. Lorenzo stands by the bed for a fraction of a second. His hand grips the oak post so hard his knuckles turn stark white. He looks at the room, the art, the silk, the fucked up history we built in here over the last few weeks, and then he physically turns his back on it. He kicks a stray silk pillow out of his path and grabs a rugged leather jacket from the armchair. Everything in this room is dead, he says. Good. We're better off as ghosts. We hit the hallway. The smoke is lower now, a thick, suffocating gray blanket that forces us to crouch. My boots click on the marble, sounding way too loud over the roar of the fire in the east wing. I pull the collar of my shirt over my nose to filter the smoke, my eyes watering from the sting. Stay low. The air is better by the floor, Lorenzo orders, coughing once. I've breathed worse in the pits. He leads me to the very end of the service corridor, stopping at a decorative wood panel that looks exactly like the rest of the wall. He presses a hidden catch, hidden in the molding. A section of the wall swings inward with a heavy grinding sound of neglected gears. It opens into a narrow, unlit tunnel that instantly smells of wet concrete, dead earth, and centuries of undisturbed dust. The rat run. Lorenzo clicks on a high-intensity tactical flashlight, the blinding white beam cutting through the dark like a scalpel. The temperature drops instantly. It goes under the perimeter. Leads to the drainage canals, he says, staring into the black. One way out. Before stepping over the threshold, Lorenzo stops dead. He drops the tactical bag on the floor. He turns to me, the flashlight beam hitting the floor and reflecting upward, casting deep monstrous shadows across his face. His chest is heaving, the sheer exertion and trauma of the night finally showing in the rigid tension of his shoulders. Look at me, GINEVRA. There's nowhere else to look, Lorenzo. His hand shoots out, grabbing the back of my neck with sudden bruising force. His thumb digs ruthlessly into the soft spot right behind my ear, forcing my head back so I have no choice but to look straight into his obsidian eyes. It's a violently possessive gesture. The audacity of this man, asserting his dominance while his house literally burns down around him. My breath hitches. My hands come up automatically, resting on his muscular forearms, not to push him away, but to anchor myself to him. You're not following a ghost, you hear me? He demands. I'm following the man who's going to kill everyone who touched my cage. He crashes his mouth onto mine. It's not some sweet romantic bullshit. It's a brutal collision of teeth and desperation. It's punishing. He fucks my mouth with his tongue, tasting intensely of copper, adrenaline, and scotch. It's a violent claim, demanding I surrender every lethal part of myself to whatever war we just started. I bite his lower lip hard enough to draw fresh blood, tasting the iron as he groans deep in his chest. Mine? Say it, he breathes against my mouth. Always yours. To the end of the world. I wrap one leg around his hip, pulling his heavy weight flush against my body right there in the threshold of the tunnel. The friction of our tactical gear rubbing together is a harsh, chaotic sound against the roar of the fire. Don't you ever let me go, I tell him, my hands fisting in his jacket. I'll bury us both before I let you go. He breaks the kiss, but only by a single inch. Our foreheads rest together, our breathing ragged and totally synchronized. He wipes a messy smear of my lipstick mixed with his blood from his mouth with his thumb. No turning back now, GINEVRA. I burned that bridge a long time ago. He releases my neck, his hand lingering for a second to trail heavily down my arm before he pulls away. I straighten my vest, checking the seat of my pistol in its holster one last time. My movements are crisp. The erratic spiraling in my chest is gone. Ready? He asks. Lead the way, boss. He picks up the tactical bag, his hand briefly searching for mine in the dark, before his fingers curl around the handle of his weapon instead. He gives one sharp nod to the darkness and steps in. He doesn't look back at the mansion. Watch your step. The floor is uneven, he warns, his voice echoing in the tight space. I can see in the dark, Lorenzo. Just keep moving. I take one last look at the smoke billowing out of the hallway behind me. I let out a breath I feel like I've been holding since the second I dropped through the skylight of this place. I step into the tunnel and grab the edge of the heavy hidden panel, pulling it shut. The metallic click of the lock is absolute. The door is locked, I say to his back. Good. Let the dead bury their dead. We keep walking. The tunnel is freezing, the air stagnant and thick with dampness. I listen to the rhythmic, heavy thud of our boots echoing off the concrete, the sound of the fire fading away until there is nothing left but the dark.
Chapter 25. Lorenzo POV. My lungs were burning, each breath dragging like razor blades down my throat. I broke the kiss, but I didn't let her go. My palm stayed firmly cupped around her jaw, my thumb dragging over the purple bruise already flowering on her cheekbone. The cellar around us was a fucking slaughterhouse. Smashed vintage glass, a lake of spilled Merlot mixing with human blood, bodies twisted like broken toys. I wiped a smudge of blood from the corner of my mouth with the back of my hand, leaving a dark streak across my knuckles. I could still taste her on my tongue, copper and adrenaline. We can't stay here, I told her, my voice rough in the heavy quiet. Her pupils were blown wide, black pits staring at me with a terrifying new clarity. The fight was over, but the high was still humming in her veins. You're anchored now, aren't you? I asked, gripping her face a little harder to make sure she wasn't dissociating back into her assassin conditioning. Her eyes flicked to a dead man on our left, his throat completely ruined. I jerked her chin back to me. Don't look at the bodies. Look at me. And then I heard it. A sound that shouldn't be there. A high-frequency mechanical chirp, cutting right through the ambient noise and the ringing in my ears. I froze. Every muscle in my body locked up. Ginevra's hand went instantly to the grip of her holstered Glock, her head snapping toward the shadows, dead eyes scanning the wrecked cellar for a hidden shooter. Be quiet. Listen, I muttered. She stood perfectly still. The chirp came again. Peep. Peep. Too rhythmic. Too clean. Do you hear that? I asked. She nodded once, her grip tightening on the gun. It's coming from the floorboards. I dropped to one knee, sweeping a pile of shattered wine bottles out of the way with my forearm. I pressed my ear to the cold stone floor. The beeping was faster now, a digital staccato vibrating right through the soles of my boots and rattling my teeth. It was coming from the crawl space right beneath the foundation of the estate. My fingers dug into the gaps between the stone slabs, my nails catching on the mortar, as the realization hit me like a fucking freight train. Enrico. That cowardly piece of shit didn't just send a hit squad to clear his path to the throne. He wired the whole goddamn compound. He was burning the city's crown jewel, just to kill the man wearing the crown. Cazzo, he wired the whole house, I snarled, pushing myself up in one fluid motion. The bastard isn't taking chances. The beeping accelerated, a shrill whine building in pitch beneath us. We have less than 2 minutes. I grabbed the heavy nylon go bag we'd packed earlier and shoved it hard into Ginevra's chest. She didn't flinch. She just caught it and instantly slapped the go bag strap over her shoulder, her eyes already tracking the nearest exit points. I grabbed her upper arm, digging my fingers in hard enough to bruise, dragging her with me toward the back of the cellar. Run. Don't ask questions, I barked. She matched my frenzied pace, boots crunching violently over broken glass and bone. Hold onto the bag like it's your life, because it is. She stumbled over a dead enforcer's leg, but I yanked her upright before she even lost her footing. If you fall, I'm not coming back for you, get up. We hit the back wall, where the oldest vintages sat covered in 50 years of dust. I didn't bother looking for the hidden latch. I delivered a savage, full-body kick to a specific stone plinth near the wall. Rusted gears groaned like a dying animal beneath the floorboards. The massive wooden wine rack began to pivot inward. It was moving too fucking slow. I slammed my shoulder into the rack to force it open faster, the ancient wood splintering under my weight, biting into my ruined jacket. A throat of pitch-black darkness opened up in the wall, blasting us with the smell of stale air and centuries-old dirt. Inside. Now. I shoved her toward the gap. Don't stop until you hit water. She hesitated for a fraction of a second at the black void. It's the only way out. I shoved her into the narrow opening and dove in right after her. I didn't even bother trying to close the rack behind us. The beeping was a continuous, piercing scream now. We scrambled into the total darkness, the air instantly choking us with claustrophobic heat. My hands scraped against rough-hewn dirt walls. Ginevra was moving fast in front of me. Her fingers brushed against a thick, sticky spiderweb hanging across the tunnel, but she didn't even flinch, just pushed straight through it, completely feral, completely focused on the black path ahead. Keep moving, I yelled, the sound deadened by the earth. Don't look back, Cazzo. She was fast, but I was right on her heels. Faster. A deep, muffled whump echoed behind us. The ground heaved violently, throwing me sideways into the dirt wall. The first charge just went off in the north wing. A shockwave ripped through the tunnel, blowing a cloud of dust over us. The ceiling started shedding dirt like rain. Ginevra stumbled in the dark. I put my hand flat on her lower back, physically propelling her forward, keeping her on her feet. That was the wing, I shouted over the rumbling earth. The foundation is next. The ground shook again, harder this time. Stay low. Then the world ended. A thunderous roar annihilated the silence. The main foundation charges detonated simultaneously, and the sound was a physical punch to the chest. The air pressure in the tunnel spiked so hard my eardrums nearly burst. I grabbed the back of Ginevra's tactical vest, hauling her tight against me so we wouldn't get separated in the chaos. The entire Marchetti mansion, my father's legacy, millions in marble and art, the seat of my fucking empire, was collapsing into a mountain of rubble right over our heads. "Keep your eyes closed," I roared, coughing on the thick cordite smoke filtering down through the cracks. The tunnel shook like a goddamn earthquake. "Don't stop breathing." The earth was screaming above us. "Go. Go. Go." We sprinted blind. I was operating on pure survival instinct, my mind racing a mile a minute. "Enrico, you stupid son of a bitch, you actually did it. You burned the crown just to kill the king. And now you think you own the city, but I'm going to rip your fucking throat out with my bare teeth." A massive crack spider-webbed across the ceiling right above us. I dodged sideways, and my wounded ribs flared with white-hot pain as I twisted away from a falling chunk of stone the size of a man's torso. It smashed into the ground, exactly where I'd been a second ago. I swallowed the groan and pushed GINEVRA harder. Just a little further. Dirt rained into my eyes. "Don't look up." My boots slammed against uneven rock. Almost there. A faint, orange-tinted light appeared ahead in the gloom. A rusted iron grate blocking the exit. The tunnel behind us was actively collapsing, a wave of stone and dust eating up the ground we just ran over. GINEVRA reached the grate first and pulled on the bars with both hands. The metal didn't budge, seized shut by decades of rust and grime. "It's stuck," she yelled, coughing violently. The avalanche of dirt was 30 feet behind us and closing fast. "Get back," I barked, grabbing her shoulder and throwing her behind me. "Step aside, GINEVRA." I wiped sweat and soot from my eyes with a bloody sleeve, staring at the rusted barrier. I backed up 2 steps, ignoring the screaming pain in my ribs, and delivered a massive 2-footed kick straight into the center of the grate. The impact rattled my spine. The bolts sheared off with a sound like gunshots, and the heavy iron grate tumbled forward, plunging down into the abyss below. The path was clear, but it dropped straight down into a dark, rushing channel of sewer water. We jumped together, I yelled over the deafening roar of the collapsing tunnel. I turned and grabbed her hand. On 3. The dirt was collapsing just 10 feet away now. "Don't let go of me." The tunnel floor started giving way right beneath our boots. GINEVRA squeezed my hand back, her grip surprisingly strong, her expression a mask of absolute stone in the orange light of the burning city above. She wasn't fighting me. She was coming with me. "Now," I roared. We stepped off the ledge just as the earth vanished. "Hold your breath." Gravity took over. Together, we hit the freezing, waist-deep water with a sickening splash. The shock of the cold punched the air straight out of my lungs. I went under, tasting sulfur and literal shit, before fighting my way to the surface. My grip on GINEVRA never slipped. I yanked her up, her head breaking the foul water as she sputtered and coughed. My boots slipped on the slime-covered bottom of the sewer, my legs kicking out from under me, but I stabilized myself by leaning hard against the damp concrete wall. "Are you hit?" I demanded, shaking the filthy water out of my eyes. She shook her head, choking on a breath. "Breathe, GINEVRA. Breathe." I checked my shoulder. "We have the bag." I hauled her backward into a small shadowed alcove, just as the tunnel we jumped from was completely sealed off by a final deluge of concrete and earth. We were buried. Through a storm drain high above us, the Milan sky was glowing a hellish, toxic orange. I pulled her tight against my chest. Our wet clothes stuck together, our breath coming in ragged, synchronized plumes in the freezing air. I checked the seal on the go bag, running my thumb over the waterproof zipper to make sure the cash and passports weren't ruined. It was intact. "They think we're dead," I said, my voice echoing off the curved sewer walls. Sirens were already screaming up on the street level. "Let them think it." I looked around at the floating garbage and the darkness stretching out in both directions. "Milan belongs to the rats now. And so do we." I tilted her chin up, forcing her to look at me. Her face was smeared with dirt and dried blood, her hair plastered to her skull. Her eyes were still cold, still dead, but the way she looked at me now was different. Focused. Sharp. The cage didn't break today. It just got bigger, and now we were both on the same side of the bars. Ginevra reached up and gripped my wrist, her fingers digging into my pulse. It wasn't a plea for comfort. It was a claim. "This isn't over," she told me, her voice gravelly and deadpan. "It's just the beginning," I replied. "I'm going to kill him, Lorenzo. I'm going to kill them all." She let go of my wrist, turned, and started wading through the waist-deep filth toward the deeper tunnels. I didn't say anything else. I just adjusted the strap on my shoulder and followed her into the dark. To be continued.
Next book, Savage Vice. Ginevra. Something changed. I don't know exactly when. Maybe the first time he asked where I was instead of where I'd been. Maybe the first time I woke up and realized I wasn't planning escape routes anymore. Maybe the first time he touched me and I didn't move. I keep telling myself I'm still free. Lorenzo never argues. He just opens doors and watches me come back.
Lorenzo. People think possession looks dramatic. It doesn't. It looks like remembering her coffee. Knowing when she's lying. Knowing she'll pretend not to wait for me and still leave the light on. I stopped checking if she'd run months ago. Now I only notice whether she waits. She does. She hates that she does. I like that too much. This is the first book in the Sugar and Vice series. Reading order: Sweet Vice, Savage Vice, Deadly Vice. Available now.